Bikes are designed.
Yo, what up, everybody? Not only did my brother hang himself, but now my ex-fiancé might be attending the funeral. Why would you bother going to the funeral?
Designed in such a way that they tend to be upright most of the time. A speed wobble is a pretty rare state, which requires a lot of parameters to be working together. It's like a resonance in a way. It can only happen on certain frequencies. So when we change them, the resonance disappears. The same goes with a speed wobble. Once you change some parameters, you get rid of a speed wobble. What can we do to change this parameter? First, we can change the weight distribution. If we lean forward, we shift some of the weight on the front wheel, which can be enough to pull our bike out of this resonance state. Second option is to change speed. Gradually accelerate or decelerate, though decelerating obviously is a safer option. If we end up
What's my max squat? It's not that great. The heaviest I've ever squatted is 365. I have knee problems and shit, so I have trouble training lower body.
Influencers are coming out of the woodwork, hyping raw milk as a more natural option and nature's perfect food. But is there any...
Are you going to play Dragon Ball Super Sparking Zero and Gears of War E-Day? I might get the Dragon Ball Z game. If it gets good reviews and shit, you know, I'll get it. Definitely getting Gears of War E-Day, though.
Science behind these ideas, or is it just influencers doing their thing? I went over the most common claims about raw milk on the internet, and I put them to the test by comparing them to the available scientific evidence. The main concern with raw milk is contamination with bacteria, which can cause food poisoning. This is exactly why we started heating milk before it's sold and consumed. This process is called pasteurization.
Seriously, people are starting conspiracy theories about the Trump Assantean. My god, we are such a dumbass species.
What's the stupid conspiracy theory now? There hasn't been that much information released about it, and no law enforcement have actually said it was an assassination attempt. All they've said was there was a guy in the bushes and they heard gunfire. So there's not even any report that he even shot anywhere near Trump. He might have actually shot at somebody he thought was Trump, or could have been something really stupid, like he thought he was playing a practical joke. Like, who the fuck knows? No one even really knows yet if it was an actual assassination attempt. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Grey Knight donate $2. Aren't French fries the best when they're homemade? I've never made good homemade French fries, like actual French fries. I've made air fryer French fries that were nice, but they're not, you know, like legit French fries.
Fast food Cajun fries, you could have this entire batch of crinkle cut Cajun fries with the same amount of calories and no processed junk ingredients. They're easy business. Just make your Cajun seasoning with salt, pepper, paprika, oregano, thyme, garlic and onion powder, and cayenne. Chop 680 grams of russet potato into some wiggly little babies. Today I busted out the Amazon Crinkle Cut 3000. Soak them in cold water for 10 minutes and then dry them. If you're not gonna dry them, don't come crying at me with why are they so sogged out? Because they're gonna be sogged out if you don't dry them. Douse them in your Cajun seasoning, then bust out the air fryer and go get my cookbook in my bio. Nice and cheap, you're gonna love it. $3.90 for 10 to 15 minutes, then enjoy. There.
Okay, well, they're air fryer French fries. Is this guy even vegan? I don't think he is. Yeah, he's definitely not. Thanks for the donation, though, Grey Knight. Do you do any NEAT while on the calorie deficit? Well, yeah, you'd have to. You can't just literally lay in bed all day. But I walk the dogs, just do random shit like working on my bikes, and I do go rollerblading and crap.
After the famous French scientist Louis Pasteur, and it's designed to neutralize human pathogens in milk. Historically, this process of pasteurization has been hugely successful. Milk used to account for 25% of food or waterborne disease outbreaks, and after pasteurization became widespread, it fell to less than 1%. But although it's much less common than it used to be, raw milk is still a concern. It's responsible for almost 3 times more hospitalizations than any other foodborne illness. And an investigation by the CDC concluded that in the US, consuming raw milk is 150 times more likely to cause a disease outbreak than pasteurized milk. And worryingly, these outbreaks disproportionately affect the very young, under 20 years of age, so children and young adults who may be particularly vulnerable. Okay, but how often is raw milk contaminated? In Europe and the US, it's a minority of samples. Anywhere between 0 and 12% were found to be contaminated for each type of bacteria that they tested. Bear in mind, this is just data for 4 types of bacteria, so there could be many others. In some studies, up to
They didn't have tuberculosis in there. That's a huge risk, because cows have tuberculosis.
many others. In some studies, up to 1/3 of raw milk samples were contaminated with pathogens, and that includes milk from animals that look perfectly healthy. And symptoms of food poisoning can vary a lot. The most common symptoms are nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea. In some people, food poisoning can be quite mild, even asymptomatic sometimes, whereas in other cases, it can lead to severe complications like septicemia, meningitis, or encephalitis. So why are some people running the risk? What's the upside here? Well, one argument put forward by raw milk advocates is that heating destroys proteins and the nutritious value of milk. So I looked into this, and while it is true that pasteurization can affect some nutrients in milk, the effect is pretty marginal. In fact, I was surprised to find out that in the US, the most common pasteurization protocol is 72 degrees centigrade for 15 seconds. So it's not even...
Dodo donated $2, let me see.
You ran for governor of Massachusetts and you lost. In 2004, you ran for state representative in Massachusetts and you lost. In 2006, you ran for secretary of the Commonwealth. You also lost. In 2010, you ran for governor again, this time against the first black governor in Massachusetts, Deval Patrick. You lost. In 2012, you ran against this country's first black president and you got just less than 0.5% of total votes cast. In 2016.
Look at her face. I love how this crazy bitch is like, vote for me, we can do this, we can win, we gotta fight the establishment. Literally just a mega all-time loser. She's never fucking becoming president. Never getting office of literally any kind.
2016, you ran against Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton, losing significantly with 1.4 million votes cast for you, but 0 electoral college votes, which I agree with y'all needs to be abolished. But
call debate donate $2. Please call these Catholics, ask them about the Catholic position on veganism, debate them. It will be awesome and funny.
Don't have any need to do that. So I don't think there are angelic tongues in that sense. When it comes to a private prayer language, well, that's an interesting suggestion, but it's not what we see evidence for in the New Testament. In the New Testament, what we see is people speaking in real human languages that they don't know, that can't.
I don't see a thing to call in. How am I supposed to call in? Or did they just not start that yet? Or call the line in 1 hour, they go live. What is this? I think he gave me the wrong link. Should women care what men think? I'm not going to call in the line. Thanks for the donation, though. Call debate.
In your mouth, or it refers in Greek and in English, it refers either to the physical organ in your mouth, or it refers to the sounds that you produce with that physical organ. In other words, your language. And so even today we could speak about, do you know the English tongue or the French tongue?
What are your thoughts on the Green Party? They're stupid. They're just dumb. I don't think they're anybody you should ever vote for, especially considering our voting system. They're never going to win, and they're insane.
I know it's silly. Oh, the goofy kid with the emo haircut calling Doc not a real man. Yeah, if you're a fucking 35-year-old man and you get caught having inappropriate messages with somebody who is underage, but it's not illegal, I don't give a fuck. Fuck you. You're a fucking loser.
And father, and to get where we're at today. I mean, I'm in such a good place today. And all these people, they all act like they're just so perfect. I'm not perfect.
Apparently asking a streamer to not message a minor, it's too much. It's demanding they be perfect. Doc would then compare what he did to someone who said the N-word.
They wanted to cut down the Doc. Plain and simple. Take a look at some of these horrendous acts of Twitch streamers that were never banned. I've got some examples right here. A streamer that frequently used the N-word while
Tom lifts, but he's not vegan. He's half a man. Very true vegan gains.
publicly streaming.
Yeah, when are they going to do their call-in show?
We're here for you. Call now. Catholic Answers Live.
Underwriting for Catholic Answers Live is provided by Real Estate for Life. Real Estate for Life connects home buyers and sellers to real estate agents while supporting pro-life organizations. On the web at realestateforlife.org.
Underwriting for Catholic Answers Live is provided by Magnificat. Published monthly, Magnificat features texts of daily Mass, prayers, articles, meditations, art commentaries, and more, in step with the liturgical rhythm of the Church, on the web at magnificat.com.
Seed oils are good for you, and they're not harmful.
I would be the youngest director in Planned Parenthood history.
She believed in a woman's right to choose.
I've had an abortion myself, so I don't have any problem with another woman making the same decision.
Until the day she saw something that changed everything.
Tiny, perfect little baby. And then it was just gone.
Now she's pulling back the curtain on the abortion industry. Unplanned.
Available at EWTNRC.com and the EWTN app.
Welcome back to Catholic Answers Live. I am Cy Kellett, your host. Delighted to be here with you and with Jimmy Aiken, senior apologist here at Catholic Answers. All the questions have come from the internet today, and so you can just sit back, relax, and enjoy the questions and answers. This one comes from Rosie Girl 24.
Why the fuck would you link me their stupid-ass video if it's not a call-in show? What are you, an idiot?
136 million people voted. And you lost that election as well. So I want to know what the pathway to victory is for you in 2024. It can't just be.
Now, I'd like to provide a different phrase.
Shut your mouth. Watch your fucking mouth.
I want to provide.
And I also.
Can I respond, please?
And Kamala Harris supporter.
May I respond?
Go ahead, Angela. Go ahead.
Well, I would like to respond. This is the framing of the empire and the oligarchy and white supremacy and colonialism, which wants you to feel that
That is the dumbest answer she could have possibly given. Like, the fact is, she's not popular, nobody likes her, she's a fucking moron, nobody wants to vote for her, so why would you throw your vote away on some fucking loser who's not going to win?
resistance is futile. This is about voter blaming and voter shaming.
Let me just no. What you're not going to say is that I'm ever parroting anything at the hands of white supremacy. This is something that's very different. This is me asking you again. It's a binary
I'm
choice
just
in an
pointing
election.
out that these
it is
are
either
the
a
talking
win
points.
or a lie. No, it's
These
not
are
a
the
talking
same
point.
talking points
no,
that the
I didn't get my
DNC
talking.
uses.
This is not DNC talking points. This is my research, and sadly for you, the research says you have never won an election. You have been successful in pushing forward certain agendas. As an advocate, but you have never won an election as a candidate. Is that a winning strategy?
So, in order to win, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step.
Jill Stein's just a crazy fucking loser bitch. Wonder how long it would take me to get stabbed if I held up a picture of Prophet Muhammad in front of all of them.
Donald Trump's and Kamala Harris's tax policies.
I've already watched that video, Dodo.
The way I deal with atheists is very simple. I don't really care.
Okay, I'll watch that debate later. But thanks for the donation, Dodo. The fuck were we watching?
Boiling. I actually didn't realize this. I thought pasteurization was much higher temperature. Now, in some...
Would you fight Faris Zahibi in MMA? Yeah. That guy's a massive fucking cowardly pussy, dude. He tried to back out of debating me, found the stupidest fucking excuse possible. He said I insulted the Prophet Muhammad, so now he can't debate me. Then I called him a fucking pussy, and then he's like, I'm not a pussy, I do MMA and fight people. And then I just, again, called him out, you're a fucking coward, I don't care if you do any fighting, if you're such a badass, then why can't you debate somebody? But, oh, sorry, I hurt your fifis, now you can't debate me because your fifis are hurt. So then he said, oh, come to my gym anytime, and maybe we can have a sparring session then. I can fucking guarantee you, if I showed up to that fucking pussy's gym, he'd be like, oh, well, I was busy today, and I was training clients, and I'm tired, and I actually hurt my elbow, and, it's not gonna really work out that way. Like, maybe in a few months when, the, work dies down. That guy is a fucking clown, dude. Soul Child, donate $2. React just the first 5 minutes. Let me see.
I actually think you're a smart guy. I actually think you know your stuff. You're just so fixated that Israel's the problem. The problem in the Middle East, like I said...
He is not a smart guy. Bassem Youssef is a fucking moron.
Follow the money. The countries that are succeeding, the Qataris, even the Saudis these days, they're coming into the modern world. They're leaving...
We've already seen that fucking clip, dude. That's an 8-month clip. We've already reacted to it. Thanks for that donation, though, Soul Child. Fervent Bean, donate $2. Secret Agent Clark is coming on the PS4 and PS5 store tomorrow.
Now, we've all given out about Assassin's Creed trailing missions, which I think we all understand are absolutely awful. This game has it too. And this is going to be one benefit of it coming to the PS5, is that with the PS5 you will get a rewind feature, which means if you get caught and you get sent back all the way to the start, you can just rewind it because the checkpoints in this game are not very forgiving, just like most PS2 games. Now, we've all...
I'm not going to play that. Thanks for the donation, Fervent Bean.
Some other countries, they use what's called ultra high temperature treatment, which is heating the milk to 138 centigrade for 2 to 4 seconds. So this type of treatment, especially the pasteurization protocol, doesn't do much to the nutritional value of proteins. Most of the protein in milk, about 80%, is casein, and casein is heat resistant. Another 18% or so is whey, and whey is more heat sensitive. But even there, the primary effect is not destruction of the protein, it's denaturing. Denaturing is to unfold the natural conformation of the protein. So it can affect the function of the protein. If it's a hormone or if it's an enzyme, it could stop having its natural function. But nutritionally, it's pretty much irrelevant because proteins are going to get unfolded. They're going to get denatured in our gut anyway during digestion. And actually, they're going to get chopped up because we absorb amino acids. We don't absorb entire proteins folded in their natural conformation. Some studies even suggest that heat might improve the digestibility of whey. Bottom line is when they compare...
Squavius Cumberdale Donate Tillers, stream at more Euro-friendly times next time so we can play Tekken pretty please. How are you doing? I'll try to do some earlier streams.
Song request.
All right, I will do that for you in just a minute. Thanks for the donation, Speed Racer. Yeah, it looks different when it's slowed down. Huh. It's an interesting mod. Dodo donated $2. Let me see. I got a cousin from Springfield. I live near Springfield. I'm from Springfield. Yeah, really. Muslims shout Allah Akbar on plane and are chased away. Right decision.
Different language on the plane, and now we're getting kicked out. That's insane. Now we're getting kicked out. We're getting kicked out because we spoke a different language. Delta Airlines are kicking us out because we spoke a different language.
Yeah, that's a lie. He shouted Allah Akbar, didn't he? That's exactly what terrorists say before they blow themselves up, so it's not like that's unreasonable.
Because we spoke a different language. My eyes. I can't leave my eyes. 6 outside. That's what's going to pretty sure shut the language they want to.
That is just bullshit. That guy is a massive, massive fucking hypocritical, lying, just attention-seeking piece of shit. Apparently, he also drinks alcohol and he had a trans girlfriend while claiming to be Muslim and crap. Like, even Muslims don't like him. Okay, you know what's fucked up about this? I've seen electricians in the UK get stopped and arrested by police because they had a fucking screwdriver in their pocket. But they'll let this huge group of people swing knives around. There was even a fucking guy in the UK who had a Legend of Zelda Tinker Toy. Yeah. UK man jailed 4 months for holding a 6-inch Legend of Zelda Master Sword replica. This thing is made of plastic. It's 6 inches. Tiny. It's a little itty-bitty toy. Gets arrested for 4 months. And then you see these fucking immigrants having these, like, dumb parties where they're swinging knives around and shit, and then nothing happens. They just ignore it. Fake African asylum seeker catches live pigeons on street and plucks them for dinner. Italy.
Noi bisogna integrarsi con questa gente, uno che spenna piccioni ai semafori, roba da pazzi, uno che...
Gli ha detto che tu fai, vai via, puttana, puttana.
Ah sì, eh?
Okay, given the cat and dog eating thing, I don't know what the context of that video is, but I don't know, maybe. Let me see this. My name is Muhammad, slave of Allah. Are you a slave of Allah? The plane that left Sydney and headed for Kuala Lumpur was forced to return to Australia after threats from a Muslim man who was later arrested. To passengers and crew members, Islam is a problem.
come and ask him, he will leave straight away.
Unbelievable.
That was probably a mentally ill man. Bag of Vegan donated $2. What's your best destroyer argument for the people, usually artists, that claim AI art is plagiarism? Good reductio is that all the art they make is plagiarism too, by the same logic, since it's inspired by other art and could even be copyrighted in some cases. The best argument in favor of AI art being plagiarism is you can find instances, it depends on the AI algorithm, but you can find instances of AI literally copying images and just slightly altering them. So if you ask AI to, I literally saw this the other day. AI art car companies as warriors. So car brands as warriors. There was one that was like clearly fucking plagiarism. So that's clearly Iron Man. That's clearly Deathstroke. There's one where it literally copied Warhammer 40K. Okay, I don't think it's in this video. Maybe it's in this one. This one's longer. Oh, there you go, Mandalorian. Another Mandalorian. So, depending on the AI algorithm, it will literally copy an image that it has seen and then alter it slightly. So the overall plan of the image, like if it's, I don't know, copying a character, or if it's an animation, it will copy the same animation. The overall like body plan of the art is the same. It's only modified slightly. So you could argue that is plagiarism. That would be a very clear case of plagiarism. So it just entirely depends on the AI and the AI algorithm.
Can you explain that the other reason Palestinian population increases because the majority of people weren't even from Gaza? There are other Arabs that were displaced from their homeland and shoved into a very dense area since the Israel's occupation.
None of that's true. That is just complete horseshit. So Egypt, Jordan, they went to war with Israel. They lost. They didn't stay there. That's just stupid. I think they're talking about Palestinian refugees who fled to Jordan, but they wouldn't be in Palestine. So, like at one point, Jordan controlled the West Bank, and then after their military defeat, it ended up being controlled by Israel again, and it was no longer part of Jordan. I don't know if they're meant... That's what they mean? I don't think that really had anything to fucking do with their population increase, though. Thanks for the donation, though, Soul Child.
Supreme Ruler Richard, Russia has now withdrawn all forces for Ukraine due to our supreme military. Also, Benjamin Netanyahu would like to have a meeting with you on the 20th of this month along with me and his 6-star general. Do you accept his meeting?
Yeah, sure. Thanks for the donation, Benedict Arnold. Can you read my dono from last night? How are conservatives better with dealing with crime? I would say it kind of depends on what you mean by dealing with crime. So when you're talking about actually reducing crime rates, conservatives do seem to be better. So for one thing, they're in favor of self-defense. So they're generally in favor of law-abiding citizens carrying firearms. They encourage, people to shoot somebody who's stealing their car or breaking into their house. I've seen police literally say, do us a favor, if somebody breaks into your car, shoot and kill them for us. That way we won't have to lock them up. That has a significant effect on reducing crime rates, especially when you're talking about muggings, assaults, or home invasions where people are at the home. If people know there's a very high risk of getting shot if they try to rob from somebody, they're less likely to do it. And you can just look at some of the data, like if you look at states like Texas, they have much lower rates of carjackings, muggings, home invasions, and it's because so many people are packing. On top of that, they don't go as easy on criminals, and their conservatives are particularly better when it comes to preventing a criminal, a repeat offender, from going back out on the street and committing the same crime again. This has become a huge issue in Canada. They kind of amended the rules where if you cause like a certain amount of property damage, or if it's a certain type of crime, you can literally be let back out on the street immediately, commit the crime again, get let back out immediately, commit the crime again, get let back out immediately. They're literally not allowed to keep these people in jail, and it's because of this like idea that, oh, the criminal justice system is institutionally racist, and it disadvantages minorities and poor people, and they can't afford a proper defense. So when they end up getting arrested and going before a court, they don't end up ever getting like a bond hearing, and they're just let out because there's this idea that, oh, well, if you have to pay bond, it's racist, and you can't like keep somebody in jail if they're poor. And what you're seeing is there are these crazy fucking whack jobs who will break into cars, smash windows, like go into restaurants and like damage property and just fuck with people. And you can't keep them in jail. And they're like ruining fucking private businesses and shit. So conservatives are better with dealing with that. And they seem to be in general in favor of tougher sentencing. So, like, again, a huge deterrent for crime is sentencing. If you're only going to give somebody like a few months in prison, well, okay, that's not that bad, right? If you can steal something for that costs like maybe $5,000, and there's a very high likelihood you can get away with it, that's a lot of money, and you don't really have to commit those sorts of crimes that often, risking a 3-4 month prison sentence is probably worth it. Now, if you're going to get 2 or 3 years, that's a much more significant chunk of time. So again, conservatives are kind of better in that aspect. Sentencing in general seems to be better with conservatives. They're tougher on crime in that sense. Now, Where they are worse is with fairness in the criminal justice system. Like conservatives, again, are inherently racist. They're fucking stupid. They blindly let authority figures have unchecked power. That's where conservatives are worse. But when it comes to actually reducing crime and especially preventing like more violent, serious offenses, where people are attacked, like in robberies and crap, conservatives are definitely better. All right, I'll just sing the song. Done with that. You never seen these before? Donate $2. Let me see.
What's going on, everybody? Vince Goodrum here. It is still Monday afternoon. It's video number 2. And I wanted to respond to Vegan Gaines' comment in regards to political assassination. Now, the thing about it is, cousin, you cannot compare Donald Trump to Adolf Hitler for a number of reasons. Number one, Donald Trump has not mass murdered anyone.
Hitler didn't mass murder anybody in the 1930s, dipshit. So, again, if Vince Goodrum would think that it wouldn't be bad to assassinate Hitler in the 1930s before he committed any mass assassinations or the Holocaust, then why would it be bad to do it to Trump?
And 2, most importantly, he is no longer in power. He is not the president of the United States of...
Yeah, so stupid. That's the point of the assassinations, to prevent him from becoming president, dumbass. By the way, if Trump gets assassinated while president, well, then J.D. Vance becomes president, and he's a complete and utter fuckhole moron.
America, okay? He is a free citizen, and he has every single right in order to run for election. He has not been disqualified. And with that being said there, no one, and I do mean no one, has the right to get assassinated just because...
Like, by the way, he does not have a right to run for president. He violated the Insurrection Act, so it's a fucking joke that he's even allowed to run. And again, this perfectly parallels with Hitler. Hitler tried to coup the government, insurrection, he failed, just like Donald Trump, and then years later, he legally took power. Just like Trump could. So, again, if it's okay to assassinate Hitler, why not Trump?
Of what someone says or thinks there, no matter how crazy it is, okay? There's one thing to say something, and then there's one thing to commit something. Donald Trump has not killed millions of Jews there, cousin, all right? He hasn't killed millions of people. He hasn't...
Neither did Hitler in the 1930s, so again, a stupid point to make.
Killed any immigrants or anything like that.
Yeah, he only says immigrants are like the scum of humanity. They're all insane psychopaths, murderers, schizophrenics, drug dealers. They're raping your kids. They're eating your cats and dogs. Yeah, he's not the type of person to, maybe suggest we should start killing them.
He has only passed policies that some people do not agree with. And he has said things that some people do not agree with. You know what I mean? Do I agree?
Yeah, sort of like Hitler.
With everything that Donald Trump says? Hell no. Of course I don't. But at the end of the day, he has a right to say it there, okay? If you can't understand that, then that's quite understandable. You live in Canada. But here in America, freedom of speech is paramount. It is what makes America America.
So I would love to know if Vince would think Hitler should have been able to speak freely, especially after the treason he committed, where he tried to coup the government. Do you think somebody like that should be able to speak freely? We know what the outcome was. It was a Holocaust and a World War. This is just stupid.
It's the difference between us and Canada, and Cuba, and China, and all these other communist places here, okay? Free speech is free speech here, you know? We don't go
Free speech is free peach. Got it.
and try to kill someone just because we disagree with them, okay?
Yeah, it's more than just a disagreement. This person is clearly fucking dangerous, and his fucking policies could end up getting a lot of people killed, harmed, mistreated, and it could fundamentally change our stable democracy. So, this isn't just about a disagreement on whether or not pineapple belongs on pizza. This is much more serious.
And the one thing you have to also remember, Trump is not in power, all right? He's no longer president of the United States, and he has...
Neither was Hitler after he got let out of prison, so I guess nobody should have assassinated Hitler, dumbass.
He has no plans whatsoever to murder millions of Jews or any other type of people, okay? So I don't get where you're coming from, but, you know, better straighten up there, you know, that's for sure.
Okay, Vince is a fucking moron.
I know you guys probably couldn't tell just by looking.
I've already reacted to this yesterday, and it's just stupid.
Well, I will tell you, I agreed with President Biden's decision to pull out of Afghanistan. 4 presidents said they would, and Joe Biden did. And as a result, America's taxpayers are not paying the $300 million a day we were paying for that endless war. And as of today, there is not one member of the United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world the first time this century. What? But let's understand.
So where the fuck are we right now?
I would like to know where they are because, yeah, that is true. Somebody. Oh, hey, Axel, what's up, dude?
Hey faggots, your gay cousin here. Just letting you know you look extra fine today. Okay, bye.
Well, thank you, fag. Let me see.
What's going on, everybody?
That video is just not worth watching.
What's going on, everybody?
We literally just watched that. Thanks for the donation, fag. Aaron P. donated $2. Is Trump being racist a conspiracy? No. Oprah loved him. Yeah, that was before he ran for president, and she knew anything about him. Al Sharpton loved him. Everyone loved him until he announced he was running under the Republican umbrella. Why do you complain about your immigration, but you want everyone to flood America? Conspiracy. Trump is racist. He's always been racist. He's just hid it. Him and his father owned apartment buildings. They owned 35,000 units in New York. And I think they only lent out housing to something, it was extraordinarily low. Might have only been 8 people? Trump apartment racism something? He was part of a huge discrimination lawsuit. Yeah, him and his father had like 35,000 apartment units or something like that, and there was like literally only 8 black people living in any of them. It was fucking crazy. Just random vids donate $2. Let me see. Yeah, I was sent that video yesterday. That is a nice bear.
Ugly side of the bike that they don't want you to see. The tallest building in the world, the Burj Khalifa, But did you know that it only got recently connected to a sewage system? Every day a convoy of poop trucks would line up to remove the waste. And those stunning palm islands, every single one of them were built by destroying coral reefs. And now they're literally sinking underwater. And the irony is that they have a bunch of desert around them. They could just build them on the land. And it's not just the environment that is paying the price. Behind every luxurious development is a tragic story. Thousands of workers live in conditions so poor that they have to choose between starvation or unaliving themselves. You don't see this part of Dubai in the...
Well, yeah, Dubai is a degenerate shithole. I already knew that. That's interesting. Thanks for the donation, just random vids.
You say a valid point. I could just not go. I spent more days with him than anyone in his life anyway. I could never get him to go vegan even still, but at the end of the day, I could just put him in the hole, give a speech, and never worry about him again.
I don't understand the point of a funeral. You already know he's dead, so why go to the funeral? And on top of that, you have to meet family members that you don't know, don't like, and don't want to talk to. So I just wouldn't fucking bother. Just order a fucking pizza and chill. Thanks for the donation, though, Axel.
Push-ups. Don't scam.
I am not doing any push-ups, but thanks for the donation, don't scam.
Compare the total protein content of raw milk compared to pasteurized milk. There was no significant difference. Fat content of milk, similar. Comparing total fat content of raw versus pasteurized milk, no significant difference. What does affect fat content significantly is whether the milk is skimmed or not, but that's separate from heating. As for minerals, calcium, for example, they're also heat resistant, so that's not a problem. Same thing comparing raw milk to pasteurized milk, indistinguishable levels of calcium. When it comes to vitamins, it's a bit more variable. Some vitamins like biotin or niacin.
Maybe you should worry about your own retarded country before commenting on the US. You probably want Kamala Harris to suck your dick. This is your dumb country.
This is Vancouver, Canada.
Tyler Oliveira is a lying racist retard, and this entire video is filled with lies. So, first of all, the government didn't legalize drugs. Secondly, the fucking, treatment clinic that he went into, it was actually a homeless shelter. He didn't even film inside of a fucking, like a needle exchange or anything like that. This guy's just a fucking liar. And that's just Vancouver. Vancouver's had a drug problem downtown for a long ass time. Thanks for the donation though, Trump.
Are not significantly affected by heat. Other vitamins like vitamin C, for example, pasteurization does affect vitamin C, but even there the effect is fairly small, around 10%, give or take, reduction in vitamin C content after pasteurization. And vitamin C is low in milk to begin with. Milk is not really a significant source of vitamin C. For B2, for example, milk is a significant source of vitamin B2, and the reduction there with pasteurization is in the order of 1 to 3%. So it doesn't make a practical difference. So overviews of the scientific evidence have concluded that pasteurization doesn't significantly change the nutritional quality of milk. There are other factors that have a much stronger influence on the vitamin content of milk, like, for example, the packaging material, exposure to light, how long it's stored for, and at what temperature. Those things can have more of an effect. Pasteurization, not so much. Another idea out there is that raw milk is better for bones and for teeth. It's better for bone material.
Good evening, VG. I really and truthfully hope that you are feeling great tonight. So, whenever I hear dumbass Trump deriding from Aaron P., I'm always like, why? Since isn't he gay and that the GOP and MAGA hate faggots like him so much so as to want to genocide lol.
I don't think Aaron P. is pro-Trump. I think it's just a joke, but thanks for the donation, Ben.
Metabolism. There's no compelling science to back this up, and as we said, calcium content of milk isn't really significantly affected by heat. And vitamin D, which also plays an important role in bone metabolism, is actually quite low originally in raw milk naturally, and it's much higher in milk bought in stores because most brands supplement with vitamin D. It's added later on. Another claim out there, another idea, is that raw milk is better for people who have lactose intolerance. So lactose is the main carbohydrate in milk, and it's broken down in our body by an enzyme called lactase. And some people can't produce lactase, so lactose can't be digested, which causes bloating, pain, and gas. So that's what we call lactose intolerance. But heating milk makes no difference for the amount of lactose in the milk, and also doesn't affect our ability to produce lactase. Now, one idea out there is that raw milk contains some bacteria that produce lactase, and that's what presumably would help people who can't produce their own lactase. This happens with some forms of dairy like yogurt, for example, which contains some bacteria that can produce lactase. So this is why people with lactose intolerance often tolerate fermented dairy like yogurt much better than they do milk. But these bacteria are added to the yogurt during the production process. They're not present in raw milk in any meaningful concentration, so this doesn't work. In fact, scientists have tested this idea directly. People with lactose intolerance were split randomly and given either raw milk or pasteurized milk. Both caused symptoms. Similar intensity, it made no difference, which is exactly what we would expect. Now, importantly, the participants in these trials were blinded, which
I found your spirit animal BTW.
Say Jim Carrey. Yes.
What?
I've covered a lot of fashion weeks. This is the first time I've run into Jim Carrey. Wait, tell me, is it true you're wandering the streets? You need a date to the party? What's up?
No. I'm doing just fine. I just, there's no meaning to any of this. So I wanted to find the most meaningless thing that I could come to and join, and here I am.
They're celebrating.
You got to admit it's completely meaningless.
Well, they say they're celebrating icons inside.
Celebrating
Do you believe
icons.
in icons?
Boy, that is just the absolute lowest aiming.
Thoughts on this rock person cryptid?
I'll take a look at that in a second. Thanks for that donation, dude.
Possibility that we could come up with. It's like icons. Do you believe in icons? I don't believe in personalities. I don't believe that you exist, but there is a wonderful fragrance in the air.
You don't believe certain icons have the power to make change, to think differently, to be bold, to inspire others? Artistry? You're one of them.
On the good foot. Ha! Yeah. You shut it down now. Yeah, no, I don't believe in icons. I don't believe in personalities. I believe that peace lies beyond personality, beyond invention and disguise, beyond the red S that you wear on your chest that makes bullets bounce off. I believe that it's deeper than that. I believe we're a field of energy dancing for itself. And I don't care.
But Jim, you got really dressed up for the occasion. You look good.
No, I didn't.
Was that an
get dressed
accident?
up. I didn't get dressed up.
Who did?
There is no me.
There's no you.
No.
We're not here. This is a dream?
There's just things happening. And there are clusters of tetrahedrons moving around together.
Okay.
Yes.
So what's happening in our world right now? Because there is a lot of news that actually is relevant that's not that
Here's
uplifting.
the thing. It's not our world.
None
That's
of this
the
is
key.
real?
Nope.
So you're just passing
We don't
through.
matter. We don't matter.
Oh, wow.
There's the good news.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a really weird interview. Thanks for that donation, though, Tyler. Give me a second. What is this dumb shit?
Yep. And a colleague of mine from a major university set up a field camera, and this is what they got. Now, this is known as a rock person or rock people. They can eat rock. They're found around cliffs, large boulders. They are real. And other colleagues of mine from some major universities, we testify that this is a real documentation. This is a rock person indeed.
You can literally see the person's hand shoving this foam head through the hole there. Thanks for that donation, though, Boonev.
Gears 7 tonight?
Yeah, probably. Thanks for the donation. I've been scammed.
Sounds violent, but all it means is they didn't know which type of milk they were getting, if they were getting raw milk or pasteurized milk for each test. So this is important because it rules out what we call placebo effect. Sometimes, if we're convinced that a food or supplement is beneficial for us, we can feel better and tend to psychologically downplay symptoms just by power of suggestion. The placebo effect is something that has been shown many times in science. It's very reproducible, very powerful. And so this is one reason that a structured scientific trial can give us answers that someone's story, someone's anecdote cannot. If you have lactose intolerance, there are a number of strategies that are backed by science. There are lactose-free milks.
Dairy is probably the most disgusting substance humans ever commercialized. When I was omnivore, I used to enjoy cheese and milk. In a vacuum it tastes good, but after finding out about all the pus mucus and horrific cruelty, I was immediately turned off.
I never liked cheese, and I never liked milk either. It always had like a weird, funny aftertaste, and I think it made me constipated. Thanks for the donation though, Bamboos, and that was excellent spam, 9014. Appreciate the donation, dude. Do you ever black out but still do things without realizing until a few hours later, like going to work and driving back, but having no memory of doing so? No, I don't have that. And if you have that, that is either a sign of CTE or dementia.
There are lactase supplements. There's fermented dairy like yogurt. We've touched on that. And there are plant milks, which are also lactose-free. Raw milk is not really one of those strategies. Another related version of this idea is that raw milk contains probiotic bacteria that provide benefit. And by heating, we kill those bacteria and we lose those benefits. But like we said, bacteria like bifidobacteria and lactobacillus, these bacteria that are usually linked to benefits are present in raw milk in very low concentrations, nowhere near what would be necessary to provide a benefit, unlike the case in yogurt. In fact, when the levels of bifidobacteria and these types of organisms go up in milk, often that's an indicator of fecal contamination of milk. So those bugs are more common in the gut of the animal, so the feces can sometimes contaminate the udder and it ends up in the milk. Not a good reason to consume a product. Another idea out there is that raw milk is better for the immune system, that it can help prevent, maybe even cure some allergies. So this is the one idea about raw milk where it got a little more interesting. There are several studies suggesting a link between early exposure to farm milk or raw milk, so early in life, first few years of life, and a lower risk of developing allergies later on. They have not established that one thing causes the other, but there's enough of these observations and they've tried to tease things apart enough that I wouldn't rule it out. I think it's a possibility. There are several theories about which component or components of raw milk could cause this effect, so this is being studied. But again, these observations usually pertain to early exposure, first year of life, first few years of life. So if you're 30 and you're drinking raw milk because influencers are telling you it's going to cure your allergies, that is not.
You know, speaking of allergies, when I was in elementary school, I absolutely fucking hated kids with peanut allergies. Kids with peanut allergies are the most fucking annoying, whiny, bitch fucking kids imaginable. I remember my mom packed a peanut butter Rice Krispie for me. And I was sitting across from some girl who said she had a peanut allergy. And then I said, okay, then I guess you shouldn't eat this. And then I took a bite. And then she's like, dude, I have a peanut allergy. What are you eating that in front of me for? And then I'm like, yeah, if you have a peanut allergy, then, you know, don't eat it. I'm not giving this to you to eat. So... And then she's like, and then she just kept going on, and I'm like, if you're so triggered by peanuts, Then fucking leave, bitch. I didn't tell you to sit across from me. And then she calls the fucking teacher, and then I get sent down to the principal's office. And then they're like, you can't have peanuts in school. There's kids with peanut allergies. And then I literally told them like the same thing. I didn't shove it in her mouth. I'm the one who's eating it. Like, and then they call my mom. And then my mom says the same thing over the phone. Did she eat it? Like, it was so stupid. Fucking hated those kids. Aaron donated $2. Rock people are real. Let me see.
You think you know strength? You think you felt power? You have no idea. Real strength doesn't come from lifting weights. It comes from lifting mountains. It comes from facing the impossible and crushing it. When you eat rocks, you don't just eat minerals. You absorb the essence of the earth itself. Calcium, iron, those are just the beginning. You want to be strong? You want to be indestructible? Then you got to eat what I eat. Rocks. Pure, raw, unstoppable. Because when life tries to break you, you break life. Forget about soft diets and weak supplements. This is the real deal. It's not just about being strong, it's about being the strongest. So, you want to keep up with me? You want to be unstoppable? Then it's time to start eating rocks. Time to start eating power. Strength isn't given, it's earned. You can't fake it, you can't buy it, and you sure as hell can't take shortcuts. You want to build muscle, you want to carve out power from the stone, then you got to get down and dirty with the earth itself. Every bite you take, every crunch, you're connecting with something ancient, something primal. It's a force that's been here long before us and will be here long after. You want to survive? You want to thrive? Then you've got to become one with the earth itself. Chew on that. Rocks aren't just food, they're a way of life. They're the foundation of everything that stands tall in this world. From mountains to monuments, everything is...
You know, I still do not understand how The Rock is such a huge celebrity. Every single movie he's ever been in has been complete shit. All box office bombs, barely made any money, nobody fucking cares, critically panned, suck, boring, stupid shit. And he's one of the biggest fucking celebrities. And especially recently, all his movies are fucking bombs. And, like, everybody is still, oh, The Rock. I don't get it. He's not funny, he's not entertaining, he's not a good actor, he just takes steroids. Somebody should actually turn that into a real movie.
I live my life a quarter mile at a time. Always have, always will. And when you're living life in the fast lane like me, you need fuel that not only powers your ride, but fuels your very soul. You need something that's not just strong, but family strong. That's why I'm here to introduce you to the 2024 edition of Vin Diesel Fuel. It's more than just a drink. It's a high-octane boost that keeps you and your family going.
That looks more like oil than gasoline.
Mile after mile. With every sip, you'll feel the raw horsepower coursing through your veins. The same power that drives the engines I've been tinkering with for years.
You know what? That kind of reminds me of the guy who drinks engine oil. Yeah, this guy.
Hamad Amar, a man who drinks motor oils and says they're great natural energizing drinks. The Yemeni mechanic who lives in Mecca, Saudi Arabia, says he's been drinking brake oils and lubricants as part of his diet since he was 17 and began working as a mechanic. Omar's lifestyle is unique to him, and we certainly do not recommend trying it out. When we met him, we wanted to see how a man who consumes engine oils and petrochemicals seems to be leading a normal lifestyle.
I have been drinking all kinds of engine oils and consuming lubricants for 28 years now. I need to drink these oils to sustain myself.
Omar chose to work in a car maintenance center in Mecca to literally sustain himself.
Yeah. I don't know if that's real or not, but that is crazy.
On the train, and this kind of funny looking black guy and this lady walk onto the train, and they're clearly together. Ghosts are real. They are. They're real. It's undeniable that ghosts are real. And also demons are real too. And sometimes demons can mess with people, so don't seek them out. But are ghosts real? 100%.
The fuck are you talking about? I think you're traumatized from me fucking your mom so hard.
It sounds like they're demons.
That's fucking great. Thanks for the donation, Aaron.
Song request.
Alright, I will sing this for you in just a moment. Thanks for the donation, Speed Racer.
When I used to do Instacart, I would have to go to the dairy and fish section all the time. I guess after being vegan for so long you aren't used to the smell anymore. It was by far the most horrific smelling thing I've smelled next to the city. Repulsive.
The fish section always grossed me the fuck out. I don't know how people can work around fish. They stink like fucking shit. And cheese smells like fucking crap too. Thanks for the donation though, Bamboos. Like a movie scene in the sweetest dreams, I have pictured us together. Now to feel your lips on my fingertips, I have to say is even better than I ever thought it could possibly be. It's perfect, it's passion, it's setting me free from all my sadness, the tears that I've cried. I have spent all of my life waiting for tonight. Oh, when you would be here in my arms, waiting for tonight. Oh, I've dreamed of this love for so long, waiting for tonight. Tender words you say, take my breath away. Love me now, leave me never. Found a sacred place, lost in your embrace. I want to stay in this forever. I think of the days when the sun used to set on my empty heart, all alone in my bed. Tossing and turning, emotions were strong. I knew I had to hold on. Waiting for tonight. Oh, when you would be here in my arms, waiting for tonight. Oh, I've dreamed of this love for so long, waiting for tonight. Oh, when you would be here in my arms, waiting for tonight. Oh, I've dreamed of this love for so long, waiting for tonight. Gone are the days when the sun used to set on my empty heart all alone in my bed. Tossing and turning, emotions were strong. I knew I had to hold on, waiting for tonight. Oh, when you would be here in my arms, waiting for tonight. Oh, I've dreamed of this love for so long, waiting for tonight. Oh, when you would be here in my arms, waiting for tonight. Oh, I've dreamed of this love for so long, waiting for tonight. Alright, that's enough. That's a really shitty song. Thanks for the donation, Speed Racer. Gay donated $2, porn is bad.
You won't be the same person after watching this video. You see, the porn industry, they try to tell you that all their actors are having a good time. Everybody's making money from it. The consumer, you watching the porn industry, you're having a great experience and everything is all rainbows and sunshines, everything is good. But this video is exactly what the porn industry...
During my short stint in porn, the really extreme acts were what was popular, and that's why, being the #1 performer in the industry at the time, everyone wanted to make money off me, so they pushed me to do these things.
So this is retarded, especially when they get to Mia Khalifa. That is going to be fucking retarded. He's like just dead fucking wrong here. All of these ex-porn stars who regret doing porn or had a bad experience or whatever, they're all idiots. They were legal adults at the time, they made their own fucking decisions, and then they blame their poor decisions on other fucking people. It's just fucking retarded.
And it just gets really extreme, like you were saying, abusive. I don't want to go into too much detail.
It's extreme and abusive. I literally read the contract and what they wanted me to do, and I said yes to it, and they gave me money. It was abusive.
Like, honestly, some of my experiences are really humiliating for me, and I wish that they never happened.
By the way, there are 18-year-old kids that sign up to the military, go to war, lose all of their limbs, get extremely disfigured, become paraplegics, get horrible burns all over their body and face, and nobody really seems to talk about the ethics of whether or not an 18-year-old can make a decision about joining the military with those sorts of risks, but then we're talking about whether or not 18-year-olds can have sex on camera. Like, get fucking real.
There's stuff going on, like people getting pissed on. Men are pissing inside of women's vaginas, assholes, down their throats. Sorry. Oh, don't cry.
Then don't do it if you don't want to do it? Ever thought of that? Like, if I literally just came up to some random person on the street and I said, hey, can I piss in your mouth for like $500? They can just say no and then walk away and then tell their friend, you know, some like weird dude just told me that he'd pay me $500 to piss in their mouth. Isn't that weird? But no, she took the money and had people piss on her. And then because you thought, like in retrospect, you thought that was a bad decision, you're blaming other people for your fucking decision? What an idiot.
I've lost my whole family and it sucks. So a lot of times when people ask me if they should do porn, I tell them no. I tell them.
So this is cherry picking as fuck. Riley Reid doesn't regret doing porn as far as I understand. Her main issue with the relationships in her family had to do with money. She felt like her family members, particularly her mom, were trying to exploit her for money, And that's the main reason why she ended up having family issues because of porn. It wasn't because of what she was doing in these scenes, it was over money.
And it makes life really hard. It makes dating really hard. It makes your family life really hard. It makes intimacy hard. You're putting yourself out there and the world is now judging you. You have to be okay with being shamed every day of your life. I don't even want to have children because I do porn because
By the way, this interview is quite a few years old now. She has a child.
I'm worried of the way that people will treat my child. With me personally, my mom was supportive in the beginning. She kind of just let me do whatever, that I think it was a good thing. I had a lot of freedom. As time progressed and I became successful, I started to feel like my mom was using me so that she could live a more luxurious lifestyle.
So this has nothing to do with porn. She could have been a famous Hollywood actress and she would have had the same problem with her fucking family. Why is he using this clip?
I started to set like these boundaries, be around me.
That's not how it was. It wasn't just, hey, do you want to come do porn? It was more so, oh, you're beautiful. Like, would you like to do some modeling? Oh, you have a great body. Like, I think you'd be...
She's lying about this. When she got approached by porn producers, they explicitly said it was adult performances. So sex on camera, nude modeling. Her boyfriend at the time, who was into cuckoldry, liked the idea, and she ended up deciding to do it. So she's lying in this interview.
Be great in nude modeling, things like that. And after I came and toured the studio, it was very respectable. It was a gorgeous location. It was in Miami, in Doral, Florida. It was clean. Everyone who worked there was nice. All of their cubicles were decorated with family photos.
Banger Donatillers, have you seen this movie? Let me see. Oh my god. Oh yeah, Mousetrap? Is that what the... No, Mouse Hunt. Yeah. That was a big movie when I was a kid. I really liked that movie. Yeah, that was a really well done movie for the time. That was a really adorable mouse. Poor little mouse. Oh, wow. I didn't know snakes could do that. That's interesting. That looks so cool. Oh. Oh my god. That's so cute. The little baby deer has a giraffe friend. You know, it would be fucking sick having a pet giraffe. I really like giraffes. They're fucking cool. Oh my god. So handsome. Look at that nose and those toes. Oh my god, those are good toes. Creepy AF. I don't find that creepy, especially the pizzas. I'd want to eat those pizzas. Thanks for the donation, though, Banger. Will Mage only tell us this OnlyFans model used the move to help her family. Ditching teaching for OnlyFans pulled her family out of poverty. Well, she's gonna regret it later in life because somebody's gonna see her naked or something. Yeah. Yeah, but porn's evil. You know, being naked and having sex on camera, I mean, there's just clearly something wrong with that because I'm an insecure retard. Thanks for the donation, though, Will Mage.
Like, it was nothing dodgy or that made me uncomfortable. And after the first time I went in wasn't the first time I filmed a porn movie.
Oh, weird. So, yeah, guess what? She was already having sex on camera before she did professional pornography. Her and her husband at the time would shoot sex videos and upload them to the internet for fun. So funny, like it's funny how she portrayed the story. Oh, they lied to me about it being porn and sex on camera. They said, oh no, it's just modeling. And then she admits she was already filming her own fucking porn videos. So, does this add up? Like, no, she knew it was porn, she was already doing porn, and then she did it because she was going to make more money anyway.
It was the second time. The first time was more so, do you want to do this? Like, sign the paperwork, etc., etc.
So these guys, they just saw you, frankly, as a money machine.
Absolutely.
But you still had no advisors, you had no lawyer, you had no nothing. So
I was what 21-year-old has a...
So, that is the most bullshit excuse. So, by the way, this woman claims to be college educated. So, you're telling me a 21-year-old college educated woman would not have the wherewithal to consider getting an agent or getting a lawyer to manage contracts. Right.
The lawyer on retainer.
I'm just trying to get my head around how stressful this must have been, and whether even now, because you sit here so poised and obviously a lot of time has passed and you've moved on, but do you think there is some sort of post-traumatic stress that is in you from this experience?
Yes, and I think...
No, there isn't. There's no... She does not have PTSD. By the way, she was still doing porn. She made her own fucking OnlyFans account.
It kicks in mostly when I go out in public, because the stares I get, I feel like people can see through my clothes, and it brings me deep shame. It makes me feel like I...
Cool story. This is the girl who got, like, massive, like, double D fucking implants, by the way.
I lost all right to my privacy, which I did because I'm one Google search away.
Yeah.
It's days like
You're the one who chose to do porn. Why is it anybody else's fault?
this where
By the way, Mia Khalifa also lied about how much money she earned while doing porn. She claimed she only made $12,000 when the one porn company she worked for proved she made nearly $200,000 over like a 2-year period. And that was only filming something like 27 scenes or something like that, I think, in total. That was with one company. I think she was working with 3 different porn producers, so she probably made way more than $200K over that, like, little few-year period. She's also a fucking Nazi anti-Semite. She wants to kill Jews. Forgot my namification, donate $2. What about rehabilitation? Seems that there may be a case that rehabilitation may prevent more crimes than sentencing. If so, who's better at it? The prison system is the prison system, dude. So there haven't been any significant prison reforms in the US or Canada. So you can talk about rehabilitation rather than sentencing and all this stupid shit. But nobody's getting rehabilitated. We have the prison system we have. So yeah, I'd like to see prison reform. I'd like to see studies on whether or not certain rehabilitation programs work, and maybe we can use that to reform the prison system. But overall, when it comes to actually reducing the crime rate, it seems that conservatives are generally better. Thanks for the donation, though. I forgot my namification.
Big Lenny special report from Dan 1010 News.
Good evening.
Big Lenny reporting at the Trump International Golf Club, which is 5 minutes away from where I reside. And I'm representing the 10-10-10 News organization, which will give you the honesty, no censorship, and facts, as I have in the Big Lenny Show. Now, as you can take a look...
Little boys' butts drive me nuts. There, I said it. I look like a Chinese retard. Richard, please give me your cock. I need that meat.
No thanks, Frank Tefano. You're kind of a gross freak, but thanks for the donation.
There's quite a bit of police presence and media presence, and I would like to discuss the alleged assassin, or would-be assassin, Ryan Ruth. Now, a lot has been brought up about him. He's from North Carolina. Well, Big Lenny and all of us know that North Carolina is America. They bleed red, white, and blue. Hell, it's the home of Dale Chance. So that really doesn't factor anything into the picture. Now, Mr. Ruth's social media, according to his words, stated that he was a radicalized Marxist. And the fact is, a Marxist, they have a plan for violence.
I don't know if it's been established whether or not he's left or right wing. Apparently, he was a massive Ukraine supporter, but he was also a fan of Vivek Ramaswamy.
This Constitution of this country uses violence as a last resort, and certainly not in these types of matters, elections, or what have you. Crews here with their glitz and their glamour, and you see her all dolled up in her little Hillary Clinton red dress. Isn't she darling? But you're going to get the facts from the 10-10-10 News Network, I can guarantee you. And I would assume that they will be holding up traffic for 24 more hours. And there you have it, the initial reports.
You know, I just thought of the most epic troll. If you ever find some news organization doing a story, and there's like a reporter and everything, and the camera set up, dress up in a suit with a microphone, and have your own camera guy and go up to the reporter and act as you're reporting on their news story. So try to interview the reporter and ask her what the fuck she's talking about while they're trying to do like a live interview. I think that'd be pretty funny. Aaron P. donated $2. I need help streaming from my PC. I need help with my OnlyFans. The license photo says it's too dark when I upload them. The room is bright as fuck. I need help with money. How much to be friends with you? You said you watched the UFC with friends. Poopy bum bum. Well, Aaron, I have good news for you. Tomorrow night, there's going to be a lottery draw for $80 million, and I'm going to win that. So I'll give you money for your computer and whatever else you need. Thanks for the donation, though, Aaron.
How good are you with identifying colors? Like, can you distinguish between maroon, burgundy, cardinal?
I'm okay at it. Not as good as Jasmine, but I'm pretty good at it. Thanks for the donation, though, Speed Racer.
Okay, we've been listening to the latest update from the Secret Service.
Accused in apparent Trump assassination attempt, never fired weapon. So it was probably the Secret Service that fired at this guy, and that's the shots that people heard. So he never even fired his weapon.
The FBI and local officials as well in Palm Beach County regarding the apparent assassination attempt of Donald Trump over the weekend. Now, we heard from those officials there the suspect's full name, which we had heard reported from U.S. media, but now from the source of the officials there, Ryan Wesley Routh, 58 years old. The U.S. Attorney's Office is pursuing criminal charges, firearm offenses for possession and receipt of a firearm with an obliterated serial number, so they're not able to see what the serial number of that firearm is. Routh was previously convicted of felonies in North Carolina, possession of a weapon of mass destruction, numerous charges for stolen goods.
Wonder if it was like a pipe bomb.
So he was prohibited from purchasing a firearm. He was also the subject of a previously closed 2019 tip alleging that he was a felon possessing a firearm. So some history there to know about this suspect so far. Also some further details about the events of Sunday. And I want to bring in journalist Benji Heyer to walk us through what we heard there, Benji, because they did talk about the moment ahead of what sort of led up to the agents seeing this firearm sticking out of the bush, and then what went down just after that.
One main takeaway, which was news to
Ice Cream Fitness.
Let me see.
Came to terms with the fact that I am a hunter, that I'm a killer, and I'm okay with that. I am trained in knife fighting, but actually real fighting with a knife. I am trained in them, but the purpose of it.
Do you think if I paid Blaha enough money, he'd try to assassinate Trump? We need Agent Blaha on this case. The world's best CIA-trained assassin.
A knife of any training that I have is an advantage against someone who's unarmed, and basically to kill people quietly. I tell my friends and family that just straight up. If you crack a window on me when I'm riding in a car going fast, it's going to be so painful for me, I'm probably just going to draw my gun and shoot you. If someone becomes a threat to me or people that I love, I make them go away. If you come at me, you better be a stone cold killer. I want you to know, son, it's not going to be me who goes in the ground. When confronted in a physical conflict, I'm going to go from 0 to 100 immediately. I know that I'm going to shoot someone who I feel is a physical threat to me, and I'm not just going to shoot them one time. Some group force had hired a street gang to kill me. They put a hit out on me. All I do is make ammo and
You know, he almost got charged with a felony.
There's a tweet from the shooter where he tagged Elon and asked if he could buy a rocket from him and that he wanted to put a warhead on it and use it in Ukraine.
Okay, I don't know if that guy was trolling or if he's just genuinely insane. Probably just crazy. Thanks for the donation, retard. That's interesting. Yeah, Blaha almost got a felony. Trolls found out where Blaha was living, and they put out an ad saying there's a transsexual prostitute that wants to hook up at his apartment that he was living in. Some black dude shows up at his door, just knocked on the door. Blaha comes out with a gun, holds him at gunpoint, forces him to show his ID, and then gets the guy to leave, and he didn't let him keep his ID. And Blaha was about to be charged with it's like aggravated assault with a firearm, and there's some other like hostage taking charge. It was like some sort of kidnapping charge. Turns out that black guy was married, and he didn't want to pursue charges against Blaha because his wife would find out that he's looking for trans prostitutes. So Blaha dodged a huge bullet there. He would have gotten all of his guns taken away. He probably would have gone to jail, and then we wouldn't have heard from Blaha for a few years.
Did you watch Degrassi?
No, never watched Degrassi. I saw trailers for it and shit, and it looked gay, so I never watched it. Thanks for the donation, though, Speed Racer.
Shoot guns all day. I'll be more than happy to kill those people when they show up. I actually know something about advanced interrogation techniques. I used to do snatch and grabs and interrogate people out in the field as a contractor years ago. I am a very intense person. However, I do have that intimidation factor, and I do come across, especially a lot of other guys, as very intimidating. I have a presence when I come in a room, and that's been told to me by quite a few people that I'm a very intimidating person, and I'm very scary in some ways, and I have to try to keep that real. Make all the money you want off of it, but if I decide that it's my money that you earned, I don't want to hear any crying when I come to collect it. It's just business, nothing personal.
That's a great fucking video. Blaha is such an idiot.
People who had been following this incident in the past 24 hours. Lots, as you say, was repeated and confirmed about the charges, but one fresh piece of information confirmed at that press conference is that the suspect, the defendant, did not fire at Donald Trump or his protection team. This was assumed, given that the charges that you spoke about did not relate to firing a weapon, but instead just owning the weapon. But for the first time, we had that ultimately declared by authorities that he did not fire. But this is still, nonetheless...
How good are you at sucking and gobbling down some cock? I'm looking for a male, mixed-race actor to be in my next high-quality film. I will pay you well. More than you're making now.
I don't know. I've never done it before. But, maybe send me an offer on Instagram and I'll take a look. Thanks for the donation, pussy-ass Nair.
Being described as an attempted assassination. They're thinking, therefore, that it was the intention of Ryan Ralph, despite the fact that there was no public record that Donald Trump would be on that golf course, that he would still chance his luck and try to take aim at the former president. We heard lots more, not just about the build-up, the actions being taken by the Secret Service, and there'll be plenty of discussions, I'm sure, about resources and the efforts ongoing to make sure that political candidates, past and present, are protected. We heard also about the FBI's ongoing investigation, the fact they're speaking to witnesses, they're looking through that evidence that was pretty much left at the scene by the gunman, his GoPro, his bags, his gun, and then I think what I think will be the crux of discussions and discourse going forward, which is ultimately the level of security that we're told in that press conference by local law enforcement is at the highest.
Blaha's the type of dude who probably dressed as a secret agent for Halloween one year, got a little too into it, and just refused to drop his character even though people kept telling him, dude, it was cute when you were 10. You're 30 now. Please stop.
That's basically what happened to Charlie Zelenov. He made some prank video with a friend where he was pretending to be a boxing champion, and then he literally believed it and went crazy. Thanks for the donation, though, Tyler.
That it can possibly be, that it was ratcheted up following the previous attempted assassination attempt 2 months ago, but ultimately that there are calls from the head of the Secret Service, the acting director, that the agency needs to prepare, be ready for readiness rather than just reactiveness, that ultimately the agency may be requiring further resources for the duration of this very fraught political campaign.
Yeah, some real reflection following not just this assassination attempt, but the one not too long ago in July of
Yeah, people are making way too big of a deal out of that story.
I realize I need to go play with myself for a living. I just like ate. I'm tired. And then I think to myself,
why people want Puerto Rico to be the 51st state. 50 is such a perfect number. Why ruin that?
I don't know, man. Some pretty hot Puerto Rican women. Thanks for the donation, though, Speed Racer.
Since you and Jasmine have an open relationship, would you be okay with her doing extreme fetish content for her OnlyFans with another guy? Like he pisses and shits in her mouth on video?
No. And it's only open one way. Jasmine's sort of okay with me dating other girls. I'm not okay with her seeing other men. I'm fine with her dating girls, but she's not lesbian or bisexual. So, I might end up doing some OnlyFans content with Stefania, but, yeah, I wouldn't be comfortable with Jasmine, doing OnlyFans with another dude. She can do it with another girl if she wanted to, but... Thanks for the donation, though, Elias.
maybe a 9 to 5 won't be so bad, you know? I know you don't feel sorry for me, but after 4 years, you know, my clit just sits there. It's like, please, please, ma'am, no more.
This is clearly sort of a joke, and she's made her own choices.
Bury the pain, and around about women. I began to look at them even more so as a sexual object. I lost the ability to have a loving and caring relationship.
By the way, there are both male and female porn actors who are married. Nina Hartley has been doing porn for like 50 fucking years or something crazy. She's been married for a long time, and her husband's just okay with her doing porn, and she's okay with him fucking other chicks. So this is all just stupid.
I would pay my rent because I had a really, really bad drug addiction. I would spend thousands of...
Okay, so this video is just fucking stupid. Lies donate $2. And what if Jasmine eats her own shit and drinks her own piss on video for OnlyFans? Well, if she really wanted to do it, then she can do it. I'm not going to stop her. Thanks for the donation, though, Elias.
We are going to make our country great again.
It's January 15th, 2017. In 5 days, Donald Trump will be sworn in as President of the United States. Thousands of miles away in Cairo, Egypt, at this bank, 11 kilometers from the international airport, a bank manager receives a handwritten note from someone who holds an account at the bank. The note asks him to, quote, kindly withdraw a sum of $9,998,000 US. This was unusual. But, according to bank records, bank employees did what they were told, heading to a vault full of US dollars and assembling stacks of $100 bills into 2 large bags. It all weighed about 200 pounds and comprised a large part of all of the US dollars that were in Egypt at the time, now sitting in bags in the manager's office. Until later that day, when 4 men showed up. They verified that they were associated with the account, and they took the money, put it into a truck, and left. The bank account where that $10 million was taken out of belonged to a shadowy organization called the Research and Studies Center. It was an Egyptian entity, but it's an entity that US intelligence believes is a front for the general intelligence.
Genuinely wondering what would be different about Jasmine being with another man versus another woman. Like, I mean, it's... What's the difference between pineapple being on pizza and off pizza? It's just a preference.
Jan 15, 2017, a day that will forever live in infamy.
Yes, it will. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Yeah, I just don't like the idea of Jasmine having sex with another dude. I'm okay with her having sex with a girl, not with a dude. Same as, like, how I don't like pineapple on pizza, but pineapple on other things might be fine, you know? Sorry, ABC donated $2. Oh my god. Whoa. Oh my god, here's a person. He's eating that little lettuce just like a person.
There we go.
Oh my god. That's amazing.
She like really wants to give it a try.
He's a person.
Did you go trick-or-treating as a kid? Do you remember your costumes?
Yes, I used to go trick-or-treating. I usually dressed as some kind of, like, demon ghoul thing. I think one time I dressed up as Ghostface Killer, maybe? And, I think one time I was a Power Ranger. Another time I was a ninja. Those are all the costumes I could remember. Thanks for the donation, though, Speed Racer. Oh my god. Wow. That is amazing.
Bye.
I really like prairie dogs. Thanks for the donation, ABC.
Intelligence Services of Egypt. Basically, Egypt's international spy agency. The Egyptian CIA, let's say. So the Egyptian CIA takes out $10 million, and from here, the trail goes cold. Because shortly after this transfer of $10 million, the account is closed. And that entity, the Research and Studies Center who owned the account, apparently doesn't exist anymore. Why did the Egyptian CIA need $10 million in cash? Who were these men who collected it? What were they doing? And what, if anything, does this $10 million have to do with former President Donald Trump? This is a really important set of questions. One that the FBI and federal lawyers have been secretly investigating to try to answer for years. Because they strongly suspected that this $10 million made its way into the hands of the Trump campaign.
Yep. Egypt took out $10 million of US currency from their bank. And then suddenly Donald Trump, around that same time, got $10 million for his campaign. So there's a very strong likelihood Trump received money from fucking Egypt. Which I'm pretty sure would be illegal if he didn't, like, disclose any of this. I don't think... No. It just would be illegal. I don't think anybody running for president can accept money from foreign nationals or governments. Elias donated $2. Hope they all rob leftists and break into their homes. Birmingham is no longer an English city. White British people are less than half the city's population. Okay, the great replacement thing is stupid, but... What does that sign say? Bro, if I knew there was an event like that happening in my city, I'd put on some body armor and then hold up a picture of the Prophet Muhammad. Just, people have to show how bad they are, you know? People like Tommy Robinson, and to be fair, Tommy Robinson is not the perfect guy, okay? He has problems, but, you know, so many people are insulated from this crap where they don't realize how much of a problem some of these Muslim immigrants are. Just hold up pictures of the Prophet Muhammad. Hopefully you're around some police when it happens. Let them attack you. It'll make the news, and you know, and people should keep doing that. And then, you know, everybody will get a good idea of who these people really are, and you know, then we can make a decision on whether or not we allow them to immigrate into the country. I don't have a problem with Muslim immigrants. I just have a problem with Muslim radicals, and a lot of the people who are coming to the UK are Muslim radicals. The UK is one of the terrorist capitals of the fucking world. A bunch of Islamic terrorist organizations are based in the UK and send money over to ISIS and shit. That guy Chowdhury just got locked up for being part of a terrorist organization in the UK. Thanks for the donation, though, Elias.
I know Trump should be in jail for treason.
Yeah, he should. He absolutely should. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Bootycum, donate $2. 012 Vegan Gains. Iconic burp lives on. Another late night video. So I know everything's all shot, and I wanted to make this video right now because what the fuck was it? Yep. Thanks for the donation, Bootycum.
Lol. For this Halloween, you should stream just as the Prophet Muhammad. Or will that give you a guideline strike?
I don't think it would give me a guideline strike. Not unless I did like brown face or something, and I don't really need to do brown face because I'm already brown. Thanks for the donation, though, Vegan Irishman.
A foreign country trying to buy the election, and in exchange, buying loyalty from the new president. And they suspected that Trump may have known about this and accepted this bribe, and if he did, that would be a violation of federal law. I want to tell you the story of this investigation and how it was suddenly shut down by Department of Justice officials who were appointed by Donald Trump. This recently released Washington Post investigation reveals that there was much, much more going on that we didn't know about until just now. So I'm going to try to visualize this story, show it to you in the clearest way possible. Now listen. I know that this is a very politically sensitive topic. There's an election coming up. We all are taking our sides. I commit to you that I'm going to stick to rock solid facts here. I'm going to lay them out the best I can and show you the evidence that clearly demonstrates how we know these facts. Whenever I'm making circumstantial connections or my own analysis, I will try to make that very clear. Ultimately, I want to lay this all out and let you make a decision as to whether you think there was wrongdoing here. Whether you think something needs to be changed or someone needs to be held accountable. As always, every assertion in this video is fact-checked and linked in my sources by timecode. You can always check that out, scrutinize it, leave comments if you have issues with it. And with that, let's dive in.
Today I wrote another check for $10 million. I'm spending money like crazy.
President El-Sisi has been somebody that's been very close to me from the first time I met him. I met during the campaign where I could stand in the middle of Fifth.
Yeah, a guy who gave him $10 million and he is friends with him.
Avenue and shoot somebody and I wouldn't lose any voters, okay?
Hey, before we go on, I want to explain something about our methodology of reporting on stories like this. Going deep on stories takes weeks, like sometimes 6 or 8 or 10 weeks to really understand these stories. And a tool we've been using more and more is Ground News, who is the sponsor of today's video. Ground News is a website and an app. All right, hold on a sec. 10 years as my note-taking platform, and I don't know why, but I love it. Okay, what we know. And in this box, on this list, I am going to put the things that we truly know, that are rock solid facts, to keep us crystal clear. Number 1, we know that Egypt wanted to give money to Donald Trump's campaign. They planned on it. They approved it. How do we know that? The CIA. Johnny Harris talking about the CIA again. Here we go. The CIA spies on everyone. We know that. We know they spy on foreign countries and foreign leaders. And during the 2016 presidential campaign, we know that they had a confidential informant within the Egyptian government. This was a reliable informant who had given the CIA reliable information in the past. They trusted this person. Between this informant and, quote, other operations, the CIA learned that, quote, Egyptian leaders, including President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, had signed off on sending $10 million to Mr. Trump's cash-strapped campaign.
How is Trump not in jail for this?
They say this happened just before the 2016 election. Okay, let's go back to our list here and make this more specific. The CIA is actually saying that they know that the president of Egypt, El-Sisi, actually signed off on giving Donald Trump $10 million, specifically $10 million. We were never supposed to learn about this intel, by the way. This was totally classified, part of a secret investigation. And in my mind, this intel is quite reliable. It comes from multiple sources. It comes from a reliable informant. And the CIA used it as a way to pass along to the Department of Justice their concern that there may have been some foreign interference from Egypt. And with that, let's get back to this guy, Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, the president of Egypt. He's a military man who rose to power in 2014 after kicking out Egypt's first democratically elected president, who, by the way, was horribly unpopular, and the people also kind of wanted to kick him out. But yeah, he rose to power in a coup and then just held on to power. And, predictably, once he consolidated power, he started silencing the press, squashing political dissent or political opponents, locking people up, arresting journalists and activists, etc., etc. Same old story. But his record was so bad that during the Obama administration, the US cut Egypt off of billions of dollars of military aid that we usually send them. We cut it off to basically punish El-Sisi for all of these horrible human rights abuses. So Egypt gets cut off from all this vital military aid, but not for long. Okay, here's the second thing we know. Trump and El-Sisi met up in New York during the campaign, like when he was still a candidate. It was September 2016, a few weeks before the election. They're at the UN headquarters, and they have this closed-door meeting. And according to the Trump campaign, Trump was very warm to El-Sisi. Now remember, the US was keeping Egypt at arm's length because of all these human rights abuses, so that was the MO for diplomats. Trump totally breaks from all of that in true Trump fashion, says that he loves El-Sisi, he's gonna invite him to the White House. The campaign says that the US will be, quote, a loyal friend to Egypt. Here he is on Fox News right after the meeting.
He's a fantastic guy, took control of Egypt, and I thought it was a great meeting. We met for a long time, actually. We had a long meeting.
Okay, Trump received money. There's no reason for him to talk about him like this. You know, it really makes me wonder. He also is really nice with Putin. He's nice with Orban. I wonder if all these other, dictators and shit have found ways to smuggle money to Trump. It just doesn't make sense why a fucking racist shithead like this would like some, brown Persian guy, you know? He's probably receiving money from a bunch of dictators. He's got to.
So that's the other thing we know. That's why it's on this list. Trump loves El-Sisi. They have a good chemistry. Trump wants to help Egypt. So it's actually not surprising that Egypt wants to help Trump win. This would be very good for El-Sisi, which explains point number 1 here. El-Sisi signed off on this plan to give $10 million to Trump, according to good CIA intelligence, because he wanted him to win. It would benefit him and his regime if Trump won. Now, a little context here. Presidential campaigns are really messy and hard in the last few weeks. Campaigns kind of have to spend millions and millions of dollars in like the last 2 weeks leading up to the election to blitz on advertising, on travel, on like get out the vote campaigns. But the Trump campaign found itself in a tricky situation in the weeks leading up to the 2016 election. They didn't have the money to do this. They were running out. So what did the campaign do? They asked Trump himself for money. This post-investigation reveals that they pleaded with Trump to write a check to his campaign for a final blitz of television ads. And the response was no. Trump repeatedly declined. He didn't want to give any more of his own money to this campaign. That is until October 28th, 2016. It's 5 weeks after Trump and El-Sisi met in New York, and Trump suddenly changes his mind and announces that he's going to write a check to his campaign for this final blitz. And how much is he going to give? $10 million.
Today I wrote another check for $10 million.
Yeah, he received the money.
I'm spending money like crazy.
Now, one small thing here. Trump advisors told the FBI that while this $10 million looked like a contribution, like a donation from Trump to his campaign, they actually structured it as a loan. $10 million that could be paid back to Trump. Okay, so we know that President El-Sisi signed off on giving Trump's campaign $10 million. Why? Because Trump and El-Sisi are friends, and a Trump presidency would benefit El-Sisi and his regime greatly. We also know that Trump, who refused to give money to his campaign in the final weeks leading up to the election, suddenly changed his mind and wrote a check for $10 million to his campaign, which was a loan to be paid back. Okay? I'm going to add that to the list. Does this all feel solid to everyone? These are rock solid facts in my mind. And now let's just add the point that we talked about at the very beginning, that 5 days before Trump was inaugurated, $10 million of cash, $9,998,000, $2,000 away from $10 million, was loaded up in 2 bags in cash and carted away, taken out of a bank account that is associated with El-Sisi's intelligence agency. I'm going to add this to the list. So looking at these 4 items, doesn't it kind of feel obvious? Doesn't your brain want to connect the dots and paint a picture that it feels very clear in my brain? President El-Sisi, who we know wants to give $10 million to his new friend Donald Trump, orders $10 million to be taken out of a bank and secretly transferred to Trump's campaign. And Trump, knowing this, suddenly feels comfortable loaning his campaign exactly $10 million, knowing that he'd be repaid from this money from Egypt. Doesn't it all lined up? Like, case closed, we can just convict somebody? No. That's not how it works. That's not how the burden of proof works. It's not how our justice system works. This list, while full of robust facts, still doesn't paint a picture of any wrongdoing. It is in the realm of circumstantial evidence. $10 million over here, $10 million over here, they must connect. But investigators never found the connection. They never found the $10 million flowing in to Trump's bank account. And therefore, this is circumstantial evidence and not rock solid, provable anything. But luckily, when we have this, that's what investigations are for. Soon after Trump takes office, the Department of Justice launches an investigation. Because remember, this is when the CIA told them that, quote, El-Sisi signed off on giving Trump $10 million. This was concerning intel, and it was happening at a time, if you remember.
Not all of this is circumstantial. Definitely the informant is not circumstantial evidence.
That there was a lot of concern about foreign interference in American democracy. A lot of that focused on Russia. That was public, that was a big thing. We all talked about Russia, foreign interference. But at the same time, there was this investigation happening into whether Egypt helped buy the 2016 election. It was all happening quietly in the background because it was pretty sensitive. We're talking about potential bribery of a sitting president. So the FBI and investigators are looking into this, trying to find evidence of potential wrongdoing. Meanwhile, President Trump takes office and starts to do exactly what he kind of promised he would do when it came to Egypt. He invites El-Sisi as one of the first guests to the White House. He calls him, and this is a direct quote from someone who was in the room at the G7 summit in France, quote, "My favorite dictator." God, Trump. Boy, my favorite dictator. And then, remember how Egypt had been cut off by the Obama administration of like $1.4 billion of military aid? Trump unfreezes that money, and it starts to flow to LCC, not for anything in return, just give LCC the money. And this was against the advice of his first Secretary of State, who said, like, this is not a good idea. And Trump's like, yes, it is. $1.4 billion to Egypt. Now listen, if, big word, if, put if on the screen, if LCC had bribed Trump with $10 million to help get him elected, then his investment is paying off. He is benefiting a ton from a Trump presidency. Now, we don't know if he did. We don't have any direct evidence that he did. But if he did, pretty good investment. So while
Knowing
this is all
Trump,
happening, the
he
FBI
did.
and federal investigators continue to try to find a link. $10 million leaving Egypt, did it ever enter Donald Trump's bank account somehow? To find this out, they took the investigatory step of requesting Donald Trump's personal bank records. They were going to look at them to find large transactions to see if $10 million showed up sometime before the election. So let's get a calendar out here. The FBI requested records spanning May to November 2016, the months leading up to the election. But guess what? They didn't find anything. They found no suspicious deposits from foreign entities of $10 million. So then they decided to go look at the Egyptian bank and get their records. And they fought in this massive battle that is wild and it's detailed in the Post's investigation because the Egyptian bank didn't want to give over their records. They're like, no, we're not going to give over our records because that would, quote, wreak havoc on American foreign policy, possibly alienating U.S. allies, undermining diplomatic efforts, and inviting reciprocal treatment. Jeez. What's in these records, Egyptian bank? Like, what is in these records that's going to topple American foreign policy? So this epic court battle goes down. There's like a secret investigation and court thing happening in D.C. It goes all the way to the Supreme Court. And finally, the Egyptian bank has to surrender the records. And this is how we learn about the big transfer in US dollars that happened from the Egyptian bank in cash. They didn't know about this before. But the investigators noticed something weird about all of these records that they got from the Egyptian bank, which is that other than that tiny handwritten note that said, put $10 million in 2 bags and 4 guys are gonna come pick it up, they felt like something was missing. And I'm gonna quote directly from the Post here, just so clear. They found that the bank, quote, had not turned over a single email of that enormous same-day transaction, the $10 million of cash, and that the lack of any internal communication on such a huge sum of money, same-day transaction, was unthinkable. The US prosecutor who was heading this case continues with, it strains credulity that the bank kept such a stockpile of US dollars on hand, let alone that it was able to be gathered up in less than 24 hours. Translation? The bank probably didn't give over all their records. Like, really, there was no other like emails being like, hey, there's gonna be a $10 million transaction.
Dude, I love potatoes and ketchup. Convince me to give up ranch. Or convinced me to give up ranch. Ranch sucks. Like, who the fuck dips their potatoes in ranch? Yeah, ketchup is way fucking better.
From this bank branch near the airport. So they're probably missing some records, but they did get that handwritten note that talked about the $10 million transfer in cash 5 days before the inauguration. January 15th. Let's get back to the calendar. Now remember, the FBI had access to Trump's bank records from May to November 2016. So if the $10 million was going to the Trump campaign, the FBI wouldn't see it because they only had Trump's records up to November 2016. Okay, well that's easy, says the FBI. Now that we have new information about this $10 million transfer from Egypt, let's just get a wider set of records from Trump's bank. Something after January 15th so that we can see if some $10 million deposit shows up there. This is like standard investigatory procedure. One FBI agent told the Post that if this were any other investigation, they would have a justification to get these records, quote, in a heartbeat. But because this wasn't any other investigation, this was investigating the finances of a sitting president, they would have to ask their boss for permission. And who is their boss? This guy, Bill Barr. And here's where the investigation starts to deteriorate, unfortunately.
Oh my God. Trump definitely did it.
Bill Barr was appointed by Donald Trump to be the Attorney General. That's the head of the Department of Justice.
By the way, Trump has a long track record of doing this. He builds personal relationships and like just very inappropriate conflicts of interest with people like this so that he can get away with crimes. He did that during the discrimination case with his apartment buildings and shit. Similar thing kind of happened with Trump University. This is why he wants to replace all of these different civil servants with Trump loyalists so he can get away with these sorts of crimes.
Top law enforcer of America. Bill Barr can reasonably be considered a Trump ally. You may disagree with me on this, and if you do, please say so in the comments. I'd love to hear your rebuttal to what I'm about to say. His job is to keep the president legal and honest.
Do you always tell the truth?
Yes, unless it's about cleaning something. Then I'll say, yeah, I'll do it, and then I won't do it. Thanks for the donation, though, Speed Racer.
Nobody's talking about Trump signing a deal with Saudi developers to build a luxury Trump hotel in Dubai.
I think somebody told me about this. There was some concern this is probably going to be used to like launder money or something, but Trump can't really be investigated for this right now. Yeah, but I know about that. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
And yet, what he showed during his tenure is that he would often side with Trump. He would undermine investigations against him, and he even stoked fears of voter fraud in 2020 without real evidence, though he did eventually come out and affirm that the 2020 election was not stolen, because there's no evidence that it was. But yeah, the guy's a Trump ally. And the big question is, why does the president get to appoint the person who is supposed to keep him legal and honest? The American system is not perfect, and there's also other special sort of controls on how we keep the president honest, even if this guy's biased and politically motivated. And anyway, I'm not going to go into that. It's a story for another day. The point is, Bill Barr, we can say, is a Trump ally, and he is the boss of all these people who are investigating the Trump-Egypt connection. So he hears about this investigation. He hears that the agents want to expand the amount of bank records that they can get on Trump so that they can see if there was a $10 million deposit after the cash left Egypt. And he doesn't like it. He doesn't like it one bit. He goes to the FBI director and he says, hey, you need to, quote, impose adult supervision on these agents who are, quote, hell-bent on getting a wider range of Trump's records. Adult supervision. Yikes. That doesn't sound good. Barr starts voicing doubt about the actual agents who are working on this investigation and starts to question whether or not there's even enough evidence to continue the investigation. Now, a note about the agents. If Bill Barr is politically appointed and potentially marred by political bias, the investigators in this case often are not. They are career employees of the department. They are there because they are good at their job. They have shown that they are committed to the values of justice in America. They've not risen because they have garnered favor with some political person, at least not as much as political appointees. Politics is in everything. It's impossible to escape it. But these career investigators have different incentives. And these career investigators felt strongly that this investigation needed to continue, that they had evidence, that the next logical step was to get a wider range of Trump's records so they could see if this $10 million shows up. And they are met with more and more resistance by Barr and other Trump-appointed leaders within the Department of Justice. This drama, this tension, which was all happening in secret, is now thoroughly documented in this Washington Post investigation. I recommend that you read it because the Post interviewed like dozens of these people who were in the room, and it paints a picture that is very clear. The political appointees didn't want this to happen. It all comes to an end when Barr kind of suddenly replaces the prosecutor who was working on this case with someone who was more aligned with him. And he almost immediately pumps the brakes on this investigation. He halts it. A few months later, Barr replaces that person with a new prosecutor who then sends out an email with the subject line, Egypt investigation. The Post looked at this email, verified it, and it states that, quote, based on review of this investigation, we would be, quote, closing the above matter with no conviction or indictment. So it was over. That was it. Whether or not that $10 million from Cairo ended up in...
Trump clearly took what is essentially a $10 million bribe from LCC. Clearly.
Trump's world. And whether or not Trump knew that that $10 million was coming, and therefore he gave $10 million to his campaign, knowing he would get paid back. Whether Trump's actions as president, actions that greatly benefited Egypt, were the result of this money, influence.
Warhammer was so good I wish it was longer. Also check this out.
Yeah, Warhammer was fucking good. Love that game.
Pull the seatbelt all the way though. Alright. Pull that lever right there and push it back. So it worked out good for you, huh? It worked out good for you. Yeah.
Yeah. So what I did was I stepped up, you know, like a man, and talked to this dude about hitting on a woman. They said no names or nothing like that.
Yeah.
But now I feel like, hey, you know what I mean? Like, community should get my back.
You need to put your seatbelt on. The car's making noise.
Okay. Are you a hero?
Right or left?
Make it right.
Okay. Are you a hero? Hero? I don't know. How do you find a hero?
We got one right here.
All right.
Let's go check on see make sure this shit's cool. Make it right here.
Right here. Okay.
I'm just going to.
I would already think that is highly, highly suspicious. I would have told that guy right then and there, get out of the car.
Me down. I actually feel more. But I want to check or something. I ain't, you know, trying to get the dude locked.
Anonymous Vegan donate $2. Friend of mine, share this to me. Hope this post makes your day. Dear non-Jews who are fighting beside us against Jew hatred, thank you, Jewish people. Well, like I've said before, I am an honorary Jew because of my support for Israel, and Netanyahu has anointed me as an honorary Jew. But thanks for the donation, Anonymous.
Locked up. You know what I mean? You gotta do the right thing?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I would never bring you nothing that you ain't, that doesn't concern you.
Dude, why is this idiot driving into an underground parking lot with this fucking weirdo who's clearly trying to lure him?
Down there?
Yeah.
No, not right here.
No, just go straight.
I'm not going down there.
I want to check on this girl, man.
Nope, I'll let you out.
Here's the $10, man. Go take him to me down.
No, I don't want to
Well, this is not where I want to go.
Oh, where you go?
To me down.
All right, let's go to McDowell. All right.
You scared to check up on the girl?
No, I'm not going down there.
Where to? I'll make it loud. take Fifth Avenue all the way through.
What's that? Are you asking me?
I said, am I right about that?
Right about what?
Bro, I had to say something like, bro, don't be hitting no woman, bro.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
That's all I did.
Yeah.
Do you think Trump really needed the money? Yeah. He's massively strapped for cash, and he wasn't able to fund his campaign. So he needed the money.
And then what?
And then that was it. I'm trying to like protect myself as well. Sure it's Tate. Would you have did the same thing?
I don't know. It's hard to tell without
This guy's a dumbass. I would have kicked him out of the car.
actually being there. So he was physically hurting?
Yes.
Oh.
She was screaming.
Oh, yeah. I thought you meant hitting on, like, you know, trying
No.
to flirt. Oh, yeah, of course. That's of course. Yeah.
That's what I was trying to tell you. I wanted to make sure they ain't even there no more.
No, I want to stay in a public area.
Yeah, it's cool. I ain't gonna call the police on you. Go talk to them, right? Right?
Right.
What if it's your sister, your mom, your daughter?
What's that?
What if it's your sister, your mom, your daughter?
Of course, yeah.
What would you do?
I'd fight.
I didn't want to take it there. I wanted to just talk to sister to the guy. I don't know.
Why you have your seatbelt on?
I'm trying to freaking, I put my shirt on. I'm safe.
Is that a knife in his hand? Or is that just the seatbelt? Yeah, I know Destiny's streaming. Is he doing anything? Fuck. What are we thinking, honey?
Everybody, I got everybody's attention on.
Have you seen Erin Janus's back? I'm confused by her arguing in her latest video comments about accusations of her no longer being vegan. Have any intel on whether she is actually not vegan anymore?
Yeah, she's not vegan. She hasn't been vegan for like a year or something at least. I think she's schizophrenic. And she got a boyfriend who convinced her to stop eating meat, and then she was also talking with this, like, fucking moron who convinced her that if you eat meat, it doesn't make any difference in the animal products industry. So, yeah, she's not vegan. She's a dumb bitch. Thanks for the donation, though, maybe Dodo.
I'll let you out right here.
No, just take me to Fifth Avenue, please.
I'll let you out right here.
I can't get out right here. I'm in danger.
No, you're not. This is bus
No, seriously. Please. This is not safe for me. You gonna look me out right here?
Yep.
Oh, nah. Come on, man. This dude is tripping.
Sawed-off crutch. The hell's a sawed-off crutch?
Get
out of my car.
We had a verbal contract.
Get out of my car.
I already paid you.
Get out of my car.
No, you can't do that as an Uber driver.
Get out of my car.
Why would you do that? You don't call the police like we had a verbal contract.
Get out of my car.
I don't get that. What are you doing?
Get out of my car.
No, we have a verbal contract. You're freaking...
Get out of the car.
Are we with him?
Get out of my car.
You call the police and see what the police got to say about it. It's retarded. You see, I used something on you? I used something on you?
Get out of my car.
Did I use something on you? I can't believe you called the police, Bob.
Yeah, that guy was clearly trouble.
And seeing his decisions, we will probably never know any of this. And in the eyes of the career prosecutors working on this, because the mechanism through which we know things, investigation, was shut down too early and through politically motivated bias. Now that's my read. I'm going to make it very clear that's my read on this. You should read the accounts of these prosecutors who felt like it was shut down too early. My read, my connection is that it was done by a Trump ally for politically motivated reasons. And so all we're left with is this. A list of some rock-solid facts that look pretty fishy, but nonetheless are not rock-solid evidence of wrongdoing. In 2021, a new administration came into the White House. They could have reopened this investigation and seen it through properly. And yet the new Attorney General wasn't briefed on this until a year later. But by then, it had been more than 5 years since those 2 bags of cash were filled with $10 million in Cairo, meaning this thing called the statute of limitations had expired. It was too late. They couldn't actually prosecute this. The Post reached out to the Trump campaign, and in reply, they said, quote, "The Washington Post is consistently played for suckers by deep state Trump haters and bad faith actors peddling hoaxes and shams." Okay. And then, just recently, in September 2023, New Jersey Democratic Senator Bob Menendez was charged in a case that alleges that he used his political influence to benefit Egypt in exchange for cash, gold bars, and other luxury items.
Trump definitely fucking did it, dude. He did it. He's guilty. But, yeah, there you go.
Accepted these gifts from businessmen acting on behalf of the Egyptian government.
He was bribed.
Are you aware that the Conservatives lost the election in UK? Just wanted to tell you, in case you didn't know. Conservatives ended their 14-year reign over the kingdom. Would you rather live in UK or America, and why?
Yes, I did know that. The Conservative Party completely fucked over the UK. They destroyed the NHS. They destroyed public infrastructure. They destroyed a number of social assistance programs. Childhood poverty has increased. Families that have food insecurity have increased. They literally ruined the fucking country. So, yeah, it makes sense that they'd lose the election. I'd rather live in the United States than the UK, because the UK is a complete and utter shithole where you have a lower standard of living and you have absolutely no rights and freedoms. Thanks for the donation, though, Riley. Appreciate it.
Everyone knows Johnny Harris is a two-faced cuck who lies and spreads propaganda for money and views. Anything he says should be taken with a grain of salt. Not to mention all politics is corrupt. This is nothing new.
Yeah, Johnny Harris isn't a reputable guy, but I've researched this myself, and pretty much everything he said is true. Thanks for the donation, though, fake news. Usually political corruption isn't like this, though.
Is an exaggeration different from a lie? For example, if you say you're 6'8", is that an exaggeration or a lie? When does an exaggeration become a lie?
You could say an exaggeration is a type of lie. Also, there's a difference between exaggeration and hyperbole. So if I told you I made $1 billion last month, I might really just be saying that I made more money than normal, and I was just being hyperbolic. That's not necessarily a lie. But if I were to tell you I made $20,000 when I only made, I don't know, $10,000 or something, you could say I exaggerated, and depending on the intention of that exaggeration, it might be a lie. Thanks for the donation, though, Speed Racer. Dodo donated $2. What % chance do you give Kamala Harris to win the election? I would say like 95%. I'd be very surprised if she lost. Also, isn't it interesting how everyone calls Trump by his last name, Biden by his last name, but everyone says Kamala or Kamala Harris, never just Harris? Will it be President Harris or what? Well, I don't know. Harris sounds like a very common sort of name, so maybe just not to confuse people, they say Kamala. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Dodo donated $2. What do you think is going to happen with Trump if he loses the election? He's going to try to do another insurrection. He's already trying to do some election rigging. The Trump lawyers are also trying to develop new legal theories to contest the outcome of the election, so it's going to be pretty much the same thing. It's been 9 years since he's been the main political figure on the right when he started running for president in 2015 for 2016 election. Will he be forgotten, then die, or run again? Well, he's going to be 82 by the time Harris ends her campaign. If he's still alive, I really doubt he's going to try to run for president again. Especially with all these legal cases and shit piling up. He's likely not going to have enough money, enough supporters, and he might just die like he's old as shit and not very healthy. Like, I don't even see any of these big political donators donating to a guy who's 82 years old. He's just too old to run. Like, nobody's going to finance his campaign. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
By Egypt. Like, we know Egypt does this. I mean, we could add this to the circumstantial list. Egypt likes to bribe people. Okay, to end this, I just want to make it crystal clear, like crystal clear, that I am not saying that Donald Trump or anyone in his campaign should be convicted or found guilty for a crime in this case. It is so tempting to connect all the dots here and just...
My entire life, I've been very apolitical. Not only, of course, required because I was a active duty general and also a National Guard officer.
Vegan Irishman donate $2. Can Trump still go to jail after he loses the election? Yes. With all the criminal cases against him, yes. Thanks for the donation, though, Vegan Irishman.
It's something where, ever since 2016, where I've seen what Trump has done, how he has treated people, how he has dealt with crises, I've been just absolutely opposed to such a very dictatorial, strongman, bully type of a leader. And so it was easy for me to add my name to this list of those 10 officers.
Dodo donate $2. Guess this person's age, then look it up. Everyone, chat, do the same.
Well, I think my favorite line is, I had all the disadvantages necessary for success. You know, when you're raised on the south side of Chicago, you probably want to move.
Looks like he's gotten cosmetic surgery done, and he has very gray hair. I'm going to guess he's between 58 and 62. He's 80. He's 80 years old. Holy shit. Either he has a very good lifestyle or he has fucking amazing genes. Dude. This does not look like an 80-year-old man. Holy shit. That's nuts. I hope I end up aging at least that well. That's crazy.
Well, I think my favorite.
That is insane. Apparently he's a longevity fanatic. He exercises a lot, has a strict diet. Ellison worked out for several hours daily while she worked with him in the 1990s, 2000s. Never drank anything other than green tea and water. He's so-called veg-aquarian. Vegetables, fish, fruit, so he's pescatarian. So his diet overall is probably pretty good. That's really interesting. Are there any videos about his diet and training?
The island of Lenny. Tell me how you did it.
Well, I think my favorite line is, I had all the disadvantages necessary for success. You know, when you're raised on the South, I've been very curious. But the way I supported myself was
You're competitive, and you've got 440,000 customers.
Well, we'll see how I age. I'll keep exercising, dieting well, and maybe I'll turn out pretty well.
And NCOs.
Hi again, everybody. It's 5 o'clock in New York now. We're at a remarkable and unprecedented point in our...
I miss you guys.
Well, we can't stand you, Christy. You're a disgusting, meat-eating bitch with a stinky hole. Thanks for the donation, though, Christy. Well, it's not just his face, like his body. 80-year-olds usually look really weak and frail. He looks big and strong. You know, he does not look like a fucking 80-year-old.
Our history and our politics, the staunchest of conservatives are coming out and announcing their plans to vote for a Democratic candidate for president. And the kinds of people who usually remain steadfastly apolitical are being driven to speak out of their sense of duty to the country. That was retired Major General Randy Manor, one of 10 retired generals and admirals who just signed on to an extraordinary letter calling the ex-president and current GOP nominee a danger to our national security and our democracy. These men and women who served our nation in high-ranking positions are emphatically endorsing Vice President Kamala Harris, calling her, quote, the best and only presidential candidate in this race who is fit to serve as our commander-in-chief. They underscore Harris's record this way, quote, she has demonstrated her ability to take on the most difficult national security challenges in the Situation Room and on the international stage, from rallying our allies against Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine to standing shoulder to shoulder with our allies in the Indo-Pacific against China's provocative actions, to advancing U.S. leadership on space and artificial intelligence. She is a steadfast supporter of service members, veterans, their families, their caregivers, and survivors, as opposed to her opponent, about whom they say this, quote, at his core, he does not understand selfless service and sacrifice, and he should never be allowed to again serve as commander-in-chief of the greatest fighting force in the world. Meanwhile, someone who understands service and sacrifice on a very personal level, Gold Star father Kaiser Khan says the danger a Trump presidency poses now is even greater than 4 years ago. Listen.
In 234-year history of United States, there had not been a president or vice president convicted of felony charges. Here we have Donald Trump, and that is where I say that in 4 years it has gotten worse. Donald Trump is convicted of 34 felonies, and he owes $554 million fine, monetary fine, that he still owes. It has gotten worse, and he has announced it in his own words that I will be a dictator on day one.
As we alluded to at the top, the appeal of the current vice president has become so far-reaching that former Vice President Dick Cheney and his daughter, former Congresswoman Liz Cheney, are throwing their support behind the Democratic ticket for the first time in their lives. To them, there's only one candidate who puts this country first.
If you look at Vice President Harris's speech, for example, at the Democratic convention,
there's only two things I can't stand: people who are intolerant of other people's cultures and the Dutch.
You know, the Dutch aren't that bad. I lived in Belgium, so, they're a lot like Canadians. When I moved to Belgium, I did not have any culture shock. It really was not practically any culturally different. So, I don't know where Austin Powers' father got his, weird Dutch racism from, but the Dutch are pretty cool. They make dope bread. The best bread I ever had was in Belgium. They also have the fucking best French fries, dude. Holy shit, you have not lived until you've had Belgian French fries. God damn, are they fucking good. You don't even understand. You think like McDonald's fries or A&W or whatever good. You do not know French fries until you taste Belgian French fries. I'm not fucking kidding. They are amazing. When I win the lottery tomorrow night, I'm literally going to go back to Belgium just to eat their fries. Thanks for the donation, though, Speed Racer.
It is a speech that Ronald Reagan could have given. It's a speech that George Bush could have given. It's very much an embrace and an understanding of the exceptional nature of this great nation, a love of America.
All right. There's some Andrew Tate shit that I wanted to watch.
Are not looking too good for the Tate brothers. The charges just keep piling up, and it's looking worse and worse for them. Even the biggest Tate fan account on Twitter can't deny how bad this looks. So it's getting really hard for the Tate fanboys to defend them at this.
Dodo donate $2. Let me see.
Here's the shit you won't see on Kimmel. Have you heard that the IDF is now using tickle torture as a weapon of war in Gaza?
That's crazy.
No, but I totally believe it.
Like, is that a war crime in your opinion?
I mean, torture's in the name, and the whole thing is kind of a war crime, so it's kind of like under the bundle of war crimes.
Have you been hearing about what's happening in Rafah? How Israel wants to turn it into like an amusement park, allegedly?
Yes, a little bit.
What do you guys hear about the tunnels in Gaza? Apparently Israel's trying to fill them with lava.
Of course.
Yeah.
Everything they do is inhumane. I don't support Israel.
And apparently it comes from Ozempic Mountain, which is like literally one of the most holy sites to them.
What?
Yeah. What about the report that Bibi Netanyahu was actually the great grandnephew of Adolf Hitler? Al Jazeera just posted a story about it.
Sure. Sounds right. Sounds white.
The new CNN report that bar mitzvahs are apparently just an excuse, so the IDF, they can start recruiting at 13.
Bar mitzvahs, like the parties are like a distraction for like them to like recruit.
No, yeah, it's their way for them to get around like international law.
Maybe like 15, 18 or something would be better.
Did you hear that Harvard reached an agreement with their encampment today? They'll work with the group to keep out pro-Israel Jews next year in admission.
Then it's just nice to hear an institution support their student body. I think a compromise is always nice.
What about the story with science?
College students are dumb. Really fucking dumb, bro.
The White House just released a leak that he might actually be part of the Israel war cabinet.
Interesting. Yeah, what does he know about foreign affairs?
It doesn't surprise me. I wouldn't say it surprises me that the Jews did that.
Well, it's clear that when it comes to the Jews, people...
Yeah, wow. Really shows how anti-Semitism spreads so easily. This would be great. Do you think Musk would sell it? Billionaire Mark Cuban says he's interested in purchasing Fox News and X. Well, he could get X for a pretty good deal right now, I bet. So what, Musk paid something like $60 billion for it? Mark Cuban could probably get it for like $250 million or something? I wouldn't buy Fox News. Way too many legal liabilities.
Kamala Harris is a stupid corrupt puppet. I hope Trump wins and I'm not even American, I'm British.
That's a cool story. Sure you're not, messaging this from Russia right now? Thanks for the donation. What are you talking about? Nerd Rap donated $2. AVG, hope you're doing well today, buddy. Can you rate this verse from 1 to 10? I thought it was pretty good.
$10. Cinnamon roll. Pillsbury big biscuit. 7.62. 2 and 5.56. Telling is prohibited. Snitches witness. Turn a blind eye in a deaf ear. You probably want to mind your business. Act like you can't see or hear. A tisket. A tasket. Now the fuck nigga in a casket. My money stretched like elastic. Serving that tragic magic. That nasal candy. That nostril dust. You don't really want to go to war with us. Ashes to ashes. Dust to dust. Bringing in work in U-Haul trucks. Got more backs than Chris Kringle. Puffing on a split of Winko. Manipulate a broad with the lingo. She let me hit it, we ain't even have to mango. All up in her panties like a single. Put it down like a mandingo. Having my chips like Reno. Guns longer than the neck on a flamingo. If you ready already, then you ain't gotta get ready. I'm out here selling it Becky by my chalupa, my fatty, hoping the law don't catch me gritting out here pushing that white. Serving fiends, smoking out of homemade pots.
I don't think that's that great. Thanks for that donation though, Nerd Rap.
this point. And it seems like the only prominent media personalities that will still support them are people who are either being paid by them or are personally connected to them. Like this guy, Ryan Dawson, he admits to being paid by the Tates. And Fresh and Fit, Myron admits to spending a month with the Tates in Romania. And then Candace Owens, who's probably the most influential person to still support them. She has a picture of Andrew in her home office, and her husband said he's known the Tates for years, like well before they're famous. So of course she's going to defend them, because I'd imagine her husband has at least known about and possibly participated in some of the Tates' degeneracy. I mean, like Tate said himself in an old tweet, people were friends with him for the same reason people were friends with Jeffrey Epstein. And if you remember, I talked about Candace and her husband's connection to the Tates in a previous video about them. And coincidentally, the next day after I posted that video, the Tates' house was raided and they're charged with trafficking a minor, along with a bunch of other terrible stuff. And one of the accusations is in 2020, not too long ago. I mean, a lot of Tate fans say this all happened 10 years ago. It's all old news. He's changed. Even though it doesn't matter when this happened, it'd still be terrible. But Andrew's being accused of having intercourse with a 15-year-old girl in 2020.
Hey bro, can you rate this and let me know what you think of this?
You didn't give me a link. If you give me a link, I can take a look. Thanks for the donation, Gay Niggas VG.
And apparently there's a chat transcript that's...
Apparently there's a Trump shooter interview? Oh, Jesus Christ.
I'm 56.
Okay, that'll be interesting.
Going to be released or has been released that people say is too disturbing to even post on Twitter. And even the Tate fan account, the Tate news account, which is usually pro-Tate, they said there are official transcripts released by the Romanian courts that involve a 15-year-old minor Tate is allegedly accused of sleeping with, and they're truly disturbing and horrifying. I will not be posting them here as I risk my account being suspended. And then also Tate is being accused of trying to bribe the alleged victim. They said, Andrew told me when I got to Dicot, I should only say good things about him, just like the other person did, and he offered me the sum of 5,000 euros. And I wish I could say this is surprising, but the Tates have made it very clear they don't think there's anything wrong with having...
Groundhog Break donated $2. Oh my god. What the hell? He is a person. Oh my god. He is just like a person. Oh, look at his little hands. Oh my god. Dude. I wish I could talk to animals, and if I saw a groundhog, I could just, chill with a groundhog. Pet him. Oh my god. They're just so sweet. Look at that little groundhog just munching on his little snack. Oh my god. Oh. Look at him having his little nap. Oh, what a sweet boy. Oh my god. So nice and cuddly. Holy shit, dude, I love groundhogs. Oh my god. So handsome. Look at that handsome boy. Oh my god, look at his little toes. Jesus Christ. Oh. Oh, he can't get up. Oh no. He has to stay on the ground. Oh, what a sweet little chonko.
Hog is
oh my god. Have you ever seen a creature so round? He's like a perfect circle.
Fattening nicely for the winter.
Oh my
That's
goodness.
some hibernation pudge you got there, groundhog.
What a nice little chonko boy.
Now, normally, this wouldn't really be a great thing for an animal, but they kind of have to survive the winter.
Oh, what a
An
sweet
obese
little
rat is actually a good
chonker.
thing. Right, buddy?
Look at him eating a snack.
how
Oh,
you've
he's
lived so
got
many
such
years.
a good snack.
Early?
Oh my God, what a sweet boy.
Groundhog.
Oh, that's a good snack. Thanks for the donation, Groundhog Break. Gay niggas, here's the link, my B. Rate this, let me know what you think.
When the time's right, unload. Go more gold than a detox. Calm shit, I didn't wanna talk this smoke. Or I pull out like I'm itchy, go. I don't wanna hear no he say, she say, for like I go to Jeremy's show. Crack eggs, now I'm saying bear yolk. Yo, you better do it, you say boat. Yardie one, wild out. Chocolate beauty, breast and booty. Shit, never tell her go on time out. She want ride it right now. I don't wanna see you ash Joe Biden when you realize your time's out. When it starts raining, man, out. Man, hit once and I sign out.
I don't care. I'm not a big fan of rap music. And, like, underground rap, to me, like, pretty much all of it's trash. Thanks for the donation, though. Gay niggas VG.
Intercourse with a 15-year-old. You know, I played that compilation in my last video, but also there's some tweets from them. Like Tristan, he said, remember guys, 30 is the first year you can legally F a woman half your age. And some Americans call me P-word because I don't think 18 is the age of consent. It's 15, 16, almost everywhere else. And Andrew, he said, in the West, they've convinced everybody that a man who wants to have sex with a bunch of young models is a bad person and a weirdo, when it's actually the most natural thing in the world. So many people marry for image and F kids on the sly for pleasure. Kids don't talk. And these tweets are from around 2020.
He is projecting like crazy. So yeah, Andrew Tate clearly has a fetish for underage girls.
In 2021. So when you hear Andrew might be having intercourse with a 15-year-old around this time, does it seem that surprising? And then also there's another minor he's being accused of trafficking. And this is the girl that he admitted himself he met when she was 15.
So Vivian's been with me 6 years.
So he's been with Vivian for 6 years, right?
Because Vivian's younger. Melissa's like 28. Vivian's like 21.
Vivian's 21. And at this point, he's been her girlfriend for 6 years. It means that they met when she was 15 years old.
Because Vivian's younger.
And then apparently Dicot was able to get evidence to corroborate that she was only 17 when she first started her cam model account, which is obviously under the legal age of making adult content. And that was in 2014. And this is the same girl that Andrew was beating with a belt in that video that got him kicked off Big Brother. And he said that was in 2012, so that would make her 15 years old in that video. And this girl has also talked about how she's seen guys choke their girlfriends so hard during sex that they kill them.
Behind like why some girls don't like it because they're scared they're gonna die. I've actually seen some guys actually accidentally, how funny is that? Actually accidentally kill their girlfriends during the sex because they were choking them that hard.
This chick is severely damaged. This is a girl who's like, what, 15 or something at this time? Saying she has seen men choke their girlfriends to death while having sex. Like, she's either making that up or, like, what kind of fucked up shit has she seen? That's insane. Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
Complain about Haitian migrants taking geese.
Whoa, that was a Freudian slip if I've ever seen one.
Complain about Haitian migrants taking.
Wow. That's what they're all thinking, by the way, when they say Haitian migrants. They're thinking the N-word.
Legend. Why is Donald Trump a legend?
He'll be the first convicted felon running for president.
That's a legendary thing?
To me it is. I mean, we have morals in this country.
Morals just one follow-up. Morals, there's Donald Trump cheated on his first wife. Is that morally right thing to do?
No, just like 34 felonies, just like being convicted and held liable in raping. I'm not a Trump fan.
You don't like him, but you're here. You're supporting him.
I'm supporting him.
You're just wearing this to support him.
I'm showing him the error of his ways. All these people being ridiculous out here. 100 degrees out.
I think this confirms that Trump supporters are just, like, not right in the head. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Is Jasmine from Belgium? Is that why you live there? Also, do you talk to your in-laws?
Yes, Jasmine is from Belgium. I don't live there anymore. I was living there for 3 months, 6 or 7 years ago? I don't talk to Jasmine's parents or any of her family members. Thanks for the donation, though, Speed Racer.
And it's insane how casually she says that. Like, yeah, I've seen guys choke their girlfriends to death before during sex. It's no big deal. I mean, this girl has some serious problems, which would make sense if she's been with Andrew Tate since she was 15 years old. Like, I'm sure she's been through a lot of shit and seen a lot of shit. Like, also in the indictment, they talked about Andrew and this other alleged victim and how he was choking her so hard it burst a blood vessel in her eye. Like, they said Andrew was hitting her in the head with one hand and choking her with the other, which resulted in immense pressure felt by the victim as a result of strangulation. And according to the victim, she felt like she was on the verge of death. And obviously, these are still just allegations. I know Tate fans.
I wouldn't say Jasmine's mom is hot, and no, she's not vegan.
Their main defense is just, well, it's innocent until proven guilty. But I understand that. You know, I'm not saying they're guilty. I'm just stating some of the facts and talking about what's in the indictment and occasionally giving my opinion. And honestly, before he was ever charged with anything, I really didn't have anything against him. I thought he was pretty funny and I'd actually defend him. So I'm just trying to look at this objectively, which I know a lot of people have trouble doing. Like, I guarantee every Tate fan that's currently defending him, if you were to take somebody they dislike and basically accuse them of all the same stuff Tate is being accused of with all the same evidence, you know, take Hunter Biden or somebody on the left or somebody they dislike and put him in Tate's spot, they would definitely be the first ones to call him a PDF file and a trafficker and say they're R-wording girls, and, you know, they would never give them the benefit of the doubt. Like Candace Owens, when she's talking about the Tates, she just sounds completely delusional. You know, she'll spend all this time on her podcast talking about how bad adult content is and how the people that make it are using trafficked women, and everybody in power is a PDF file and the media is always trying to cover for them and all this stuff. But then when it comes to the Tates, who are known for making adult content and made a lot of their money through that and have been accused of trafficking and having intercourse with a minor, what does she try to do? Cover for them. And she says people are just after them because they don't like what they say on the internet and their case is completely bogus. Like, it's insane that anybody could take her seriously after this. She's just destroying all her credibility, and it just makes me think, what is the dirt they have on her husband?
Men are cowards. You know, I've been saying this for a very long time. I was trending over the weekend speaking about how we have people in the media who won't even stand up against pedophilia. Men that won't stand up against pedophilia because they're worried about losing their station in life if they offend the wrong people. That's pathetic. It defies common sense when you understand what's happening in this world, when you understand what's happening at our border, when you understand the network of...
And she's friends with a guy who is being charged with raping a 15-year-old. Yeah. Who's the one who's pathetic?
Files that are in power, when you understand how the mainstream media works overtime to defend and protect those pedophiles. It boggles the mind that there would be this much effort and coordination to take down the Tate brothers because some people don't like what they say on the internet. The Romanian case against them has been bogus for a very long time. And as I have said...
They literally have phone conversations of Tate admitting he's raped women, stolen money from them, forced them to work, beat them. This is all recorded. He self-snitched harder than anyone I've ever fucking seen.
I believe that in the end, in Romania, they will prevail. Now it's about money laundering. Is it about a webcam business? Is it about human sex trafficking? Is it about all three, according to the public? Why does the media hate these two men so much when we know there are worse villains? The people that are making billions off of pornography get arrested because we know for a fact that those websites are trafficking or are using trafficked women. You ever seen them crack down on any of those? Why haven't they done that? So you want me to believe, you want me to essentially...
If you agree with society, which is a man-made anti-nature construct, then you are insane.
Alright, well, have fun eating people and having sex with your own children, Sverige. I guess I'm insane. Thanks for the donation, though, dude.
Just, I guess, defy all of my sensibility for a moment and believe that it's Andrew and Tristan Tate.
Yeah, so she's just completely losing it here. I mean, I don't know how she doesn't realize how ridiculous this sounds. It's just so ironic. She's talking about how the media protects PDF files when it kind of seems like that's what she's trying to do. And it's just unbelievable. While she's defending the Tates from trafficking accusations, she says that adult content producers are using trafficked women to make the content, and the authorities should crack down on that. When that's literally what they're doing with the Tates. They're being accused of trafficking women and a minor to make adult content. And I'm pretty sure they're running their cam business basically up until they got raided the first time. And then also they used to teach a course on how to pimp out women, so they're probably responsible for a lot of people getting into it. So she just sounds ridiculous. And I've been covering this a lot over on Patreon. I've been talking about how Tate has been trying to clean up his image for the past few years by becoming religious and donating money, claiming to donate a lot of money to Palestine and different charities.
Yeah, that is fucked. All right. Alleged attempted Trump assassination interview.
From the U.S., from North Carolina originally, so live in Hawaii now, so flew all the way from Hawaii here. To me, you know, a lot of the other conflicts are gray, but this conflict is definitely black and white. This is about good versus evil.
What are you doing here in Ukraine?
My initial goal was to come and fight. I think, you know, everybody around the globe should be motivated to come here and support the Ukrainians and support the army. So plan B was to come here to Kyiv and promote getting more people here. You know, we need thousands and thousands and thousands of people here fighting with the Ukrainians.
So you are working with the International Legion?
Yes.
And you are trying to convince people to help, to donate, and to join?
Yeah.
Okay, this guy is clearly just crazy. He's got the crazy eyes and the crazy eyebrows and the crazy hair. So that explains why he was on Trump's golf course. He's just kind of nuts.
Are you here?
56 from the U.S. And it's just a matter of, you know, we need to stand up for that. That is the most important thing in the world, is just to show human beings that we're kind and we're caring and that we take care of one another and that the world is united so that we feed each other and make sure that, you know, we all move forward as one collective whole unit. So, you know, we feel the pain of one country's failure and their conflicts, and we enjoy the successes of other countries that are doing good, and we all work together. And for some reason, Russia does not grasp this concept that we're all one unit, and we have to get along and work together and be normal human beings. This is 2022. We have to work together. It seems asinine that we have a leader in a country that does not understand the concept.
You know, I wonder if this guy's an anarchist.
Of being unselfish and being generous and being kind and just the basic moral values that are required by human beings these days. It blows my mind.
And what are you doing here in Ukraine?
My initial goal was to come and fight. I think, you know, everybody around. So they said, not right this minute. So plan B was to come here to Kyiv and promote getting more people here. You know, we need thousands and thousands and thousands of people here fighting with the Ukrainians. We need, you know, We've got 190 countries around the world, and we eat thousands from...
Cute gains and utilitarians may you enjoy, sir. Let me see. Oh. Oh. Oh, that cow likes the donkey. Cow says you are my friend. Those are good friends. Oh my god. Those are animal friends. I like cows and I like donkeys. Oh. Dog do not understand cow. That's a lot of cows.
He naturally stands out from the crowd. This enormous steer named Knickers is said to be the tallest bovine in all of Australia. The 7-year-old Holstein Friesian stands more than 6 feet tall, towering over the others on the farm, and weighs almost 1.5 tons. That's a lot of potential steak and burgers. One would think Knickers would fetch a hefty price from a slaughterhouse when his time comes. Except, to his relief, that time will never come. His owner reportedly tried to sell him to a meat processor last month, but was turned away. It turns out Knickers is too big and heavy for the slaughterhouse machines to handle, and his...
Well, that's a very lucky cow. Feel bad for all those other cows. Aww. That's a nice cow. Aw, poor cow. India sucks. Poor little moo-moos. Aw, those are good moo-moos. What sweet little moo-moos. Thanks for the donation, Cute Gains.
From all of it, if the governments will not send their official military, then we civilians have to pick up the torch and make this thing happen. And we've gotten some wonderful people.
Veganism is the new gateway drug to homosexuality.
Well, how about you come fight me and I'll show you just how gay I am. Thanks for the donation, this Farage.
People here, but it's a small fraction of the number that should be here. If we have 5,000, to 10,000 people here fighting, that is just a minuscule amount of the 5 billion people on the globe. We need everyone here fighting. That's why I'm in Kyiv. So every project that I promote is about getting people here to support the Ukrainians. We were at a critical juncture in this war where we are sitting on the fence as far as whether good or evil is going to win. Right now we're looking at a situation where the world is waning and it's thinking that this is important or not. And we're at a point where, all right, are we going to stand for humanity, for human rights, for everything that is good with the world? Or are we just going to ignore it? If everybody is complacent and doesn't join this fight, then guess who's going to win? It might take 10 years, but we're going to lose this battle if everyone around the globe does not stop what they're doing and get off the couch and come to Ukraine and defend the human rights of everyone around the globe. This is the most important thing going on in the world today. So sitting around and letting life go on as normal and complaining about gas prices and
Did you see the video of the cow that killed the Muslim guy who was about to kill her in the street? No, I haven't seen that one.
Complaining about, you know, your luxury life in whatever country you live in is unacceptable. As human beings, we must support each other. We cannot turn our backs on anyone around the world and expect the problem to go away. So I've been dealing with Russia for my entire life. You know, we had one period where it was okay, but now we've let it slip back into terrorism. So it's just, the world needs to respond. You know, why world leaders are not sending military is beyond me. We're going to have to elect new leaders the next go around that have a backbone and that, you know, have the fortitude to say, hey, we're not going to tolerate this type of behavior. This type of behavior is unacceptable anywhere, any place, you know. So it's totally unacceptable. And why people are not responding, I do not know.
What impressed you the most since you are here?
My trip to Irpin was pretty emotional. So, you know, going and seeing the buildings that were burned and destroyed and things of that nature. I think more emotional for me is just talking to the guys that have come here.
Maybe this was the motivation for him, I don't know, trying to track down Donald Trump, shoot him, if that's what his goal was. He really doesn't like Donald Trump's position on Russia-Ukraine. Could possibly be it.
You know, when you talk to a 20-year-old guy that sold everything he owns to come here to fight, that is heroism. You know, he's coming here to risk his life for humanity, for the Ukrainians. You know, guys that sell everything they own to come here and support the Ukrainians while others sit at home and do nothing. You know, it's totally mind-blowing how we have this divide of people that are selfless and courageous and wonderful and willing to sell everything they own to come here and support, you know, keep people from getting killed, to shelter kids and protect Ukrainians, and others that just, you know, want to sit at home and not. It's just, you know, it's an indictment of our entire human society to say, hey, you know, where do we stand? Do we stand for good, or do we just not care? I mean, does the world not care? That's the feeling that I wrestle with every day in my interactions with everybody. You know, every one of us is responsible for the outcome of this war. Every one of us, you know, by our actions and what we do. And, you know, when I call back home and say, hey, I need $5 so I can, you know, put enough money together to get a vest for a Ukrainian, and I get no response, I'm like, I'm not sure that the world is as wonderful as I once thought it was.
International legend.
Yes.
And you are trying to convince people to help, to donate, and to join.
Yeah.
21st Savage and Tillers. Interesting how all these New Yorkers are voting for Trump, yet somehow he only gets 30% of the vote there. Funny how we criticize countries like Russian elections, but our own election isn't transparent.
For Trump or Kamala? Oh, Trump. Trump? Why Trump?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Like, look at this. It's like World War III, man. Yeah. It's worse than third world countries. How do you think it's got?
New York is not worse than a third world country.
Not so bad. Like, what do you think's happened? What's caused it?
Well, you know, the crook politic and the mayor, he's a crook. He's doing business with the hotels to rob the taxpayers. You know, it's all a scam. All the hotels, all the asylum seekers, they get in the hotel. The mayor is getting paid. And
protesters, okay, which were supposed.
Free Palestine, 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 free Palestine.
Yeah, I agree. Free Palestine from Hamas. Thanks for the donation, Idiots for Palestine.
My final question is, what would you say to the people in order to convince them to join the International Legion or to donate for it, or to be involved in the humanitarian aid to Ukraine?
Right. It's just extremely important, the whole thing. As far as joining the military, you know, yes, if you have some military experience or know people with military experience, encouraging them to come and fight. We have units all over the place. So, you know, there were some leadership issues initially, but we've got so many units available to us: Georgian, Crimean, Ukrainian, Territorial Defense, Foreign Legion. We have, you know, so many paramilitary groups. I put a 74-year-old Japanese guy in a unit. So, you know, we have girls in units. So we have two girls that are in the unit up the street. So any gender, any age, any skill level to no skill level. But yeah, if you want to fight, come here and see me, and I'll put you in a unit so you can go fight. But regardless of that, we should have thousands upon thousands of people standing here with the Ukrainians. This Maiden Square, Independence Square, we should have millions of people in this square, filling the square from every country around the world. And why we don't, I don't understand. I'm here every day with all the flags from all the supporting countries, with the memorials for the people that have died. And, you know, I've had several people come, but just a handful, you know. So it blows my mind that I'm standing here alone without thousands of people from every country, from Asia, from Africa, from Australia, from Canada, from everywhere in South America, every place.
Europe.
Europe, everywhere. We need everybody here. You know, if you have no skills, just come. You know, we need to be cheerleaders. Just being here and saying, hey, I support the Ukrainians, and I support human rights, and I support good and generosity and caring and kindness and altruism, and it's just, you know, we need to show the world that.
Well, that's a little odd. Let me see.
Arrest.
Here we go. Twitter Spaces fucking sucks. Yeah, hummus with bread and olives would be fucking dope.
How's everybody doing today? Thought I would do a little space. I had some free time to catch everybody up on what we know from Andrew Tate and Tristan Tate's second case in Romania. We have since been able to get our hands on a document from the Bucharest court. It's almost 100 pages.
21st Savage Donate $2. Good job ignoring my last donation. You have no argument. Also, Howard Stern is Jewish. Yeah, I know. A random video where a guy can edit or talk to whoever he wants doesn't prove the election's rigged, dumbass.
N-word a lot. You said
really? I used the N-word.
Yeah, you did.
Wait a second. Hold on before you say that.
It.
Whoopi, hold on.
Wait.
Oonga boonga. Now, I'm just trying to improve my image. The black people are against me because they say that I'm not a real black man. Ain't that right, you smelly nigger? I didn't write that. Well, you is a smelly nigger.
And I don't mean this in a disparaging way since this is your, but nigger, let me say something.
No, nigger what?
Nigger what? Let me say something. All right, go ahead.
Okay.
Nigger what? Go ahead.
Black people want slavery as much as white people want. The slaves we want is the Indo-Chinese.
Oh, no.
You understand? If we could enslave them, then the blacks and the whites would be equal, Petey. Follow what I'm saying.
Papa Boo is my very own lazy big-ass nigger.
That did not age well.
What does you call a black rocket scientist?
I don't know,
A
Ted.
nigger.
You use the N-word a lot. You
No,
said
I
really?
didn't. I used the N-word.
Yeah, you did.
Wait a second. Hold on.
I do.
Before you
I
say
remember
that.
it.
Yeah, that did not age well. There it is.
And it details what they know up to this point, and it summarizes what's going on with some of the victims, what's going on with some of the charges, etc. And we have some of the judicial information.
Age of consent in Romania is not 15. You're just retarded.
As to why Andrew was put under house arrest. So we're going to get through some of that a little bit later. But first, let's do a recap, bring everybody up to speed. For those of you who don't know what's going on, there's always people who are just stumbling onto my account for the first time. So there is a first Romanian case. The brothers have already been indicted for that. The trial was approved. However, the Tate brothers did file an appeal. They do not want to go to trial. And there's going to be a decision on that hopefully next month. It's going to be heard in front of the Court of Appeal. The charges on that for Andrew are for human trafficking, rape, and forming an organized criminal group. Tristan has charges of human trafficking, incitement of violence, and forming an organized criminal group. There are 7 victims in the first case, and contrary to what the Tate brothers and their entire PR team have been telling everyone, 5 out of those 7 victims have given statements against the brothers, and 4 of those victims are going to trial as injured parties. So they will go to trial and testify against the brothers in court as an injured party. Now, there's a second case in Romania. And a lot of people think that the second case has something to do with the fact that the Tate brothers were on Candace Owens' podcast, or they've been speaking out against what's happening in Palestine, or they've been speaking badly about Jews, etc. None of that is true. We've known about the second case since they were indicted on the first case. We knew about it because in the indictment that happened in June of 2023, it mentions an entire list of offenses that were disjoined from the first case and put into a second investigation that has since become the second case. The reason they did this is because once they put them under, if you remember, they put them under preventive detention, then they were under house arrest and judicial control, etc. So the time before they went on judicial control, which is
No. Free Palestine from the illegal sentiment called Israel and the Zionist regime. Then there will be no need for Hamas.
Yeah, because a Muslim radical jihadist organization is just going to not exist anymore magically. Thanks for that donation, dumbass.
Similar to bail, but without the financial requirements. They had 180 days from the time that they originally put them under a preventive measure, which is preventive detention. And that went all the way through to the end of their house arrest. They had 180 days to charge them or to set them free. So they indicted them on the charges that they were ready to go to trial on at that time. Everything else that was under investigation got disjoined, and that is now the second case that you're seeing. Okay, so here's what we know about the second case. And by the way, I will be bringing people up, so if you have questions or comments, then go ahead and raise your hand, and I'll bring people up in the order that I see them here on my end. So the second case, we know that Andrew has a charge of forming an organized criminal group, which is similar to the first one, human trafficking in continued form. He has 6 victims in this second case, and out of those 6 victims, 5 of them, Tate is alleging he used what's called the Loverboy method of human trafficking.
Have you seen American History X? If so, how did you like it? And if we have time, could we watch this later?
It was a good movie. It's not one of my favorites, but it was a good movie. I'm not gonna watch that later.
It's crazy how Vegan Gains has a worse rep than Andrew Rape I mean Tate, when a nigger just trying to save the animals, save the planet, and save a hoe.
Well, at least I'm not going to jail like him. Thanks for the donation though, Chamomile Cam. Yeah, I'm not watching this. This is just a stupid, boring, dumb dating show. Thanks for the donation though, Farce.
trafficking, where he lured them. They essentially lured them into sexual exploitation, commercial sex work, through the idea that they were going to be in a romantic relationship with him. So 5 out of the 6 were lured that way, according to Tate. He's also getting charged with trafficking in minors. One of the victims is 17 years old. We will get to her a little bit later. He's also being charged with sexual intercourse with a minor, with a victim who is 15 years old. We'll get into some of her details a little bit later as well. There's also influencing statements, which is essentially witness tampering. This happens if you try to intimidate or bribe or pressure a victim or a witness into not cooperating with the police. And there are multiple victims and witnesses who they tried to intimidate, bribe, or pressure to not cooperate with the police or to lie to the authorities on their behalf. So they're picking up additional charges for that. And of course, money laundering as well. Money laundering is going to be a big one. Pax, I saw your message, and I don't know if you meant, I just sent you an invite. I don't know if you meant you have to wait an hour and a half, or if you can come out now and you only get an hour and a half, but I sent you the invite nonetheless. Tristan Tate is being charged with forming an organized criminal group. He's also being charged with human trafficking in continued form. And the reason it's why it's in continued form is because it happened over a period of time and happened more than once. And here's the thing. He has 28 victims. 28 victims in the second case, which is a staggering number. He also has influencing statements. We know that he was putting pressure on one of the witnesses to not go to a mandatory hearing with DCOT. So he's getting influencing statements as well, which is witness tampering, and also money.
Dajar Besiar said a ye castigari nist. Bagi koja bodand on agakate and jangle, bod var javab telefon dio di alan kojast. Ini tefa e kodita bodi, man shakes and bedon garas e be in mozo e mundaram. Shoma, midunaiki mikoni bayad hamintori bayad bigzari.
Well, I don't speak Spanish, but thanks for the donation, Mandalam. I appreciate that.
Laundering. Now, in the new case, we know there's a total of 35 victims.
Dodo donators, do you think the bad things happening in the world are especially bad, or has the world always been like this? Well, the world was worse. Things are getting better, but, it's still pretty bad. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Already labeled as victims in one classification or the other, and 2 of them are underage. However, we recently found out that there's at least a dozen more possible victims that are under investigation. So they could add at least 12 more victims to this 35 victim count for the second case. And it's between 12 and 14. There's kind of a little bit of confusion in the file here. But that means if they do get added to the case officially, that's going to bring the victim count to this case, the second case alone, to somewhere between 47 and 49 victims, which is a staggering number. Currently, without those numbers, there are 49 victims across all of.
There are some people that don't receive enough shit, even though they deserve it. Usha Vance and George Farmer. Melania Trump is no victim, she should divorce Trump. Or matricide. Also, Tulsi is a childless Russian asset and not anti-war.
Yeah, Tulsi Gabbard's a piece of shit. I don't know who Usha Vance and George Farmer are, and I don't know why Melania doesn't divorce Trump. It's kind of weird. It might be because she knows he doesn't have any money, so she can't get anything out of the divorce. Thanks for the donation, though, Goomba.
All of their cases, which would be the Romanian first case, the Romanian second case, UK criminal case for human trafficking and rape, where the brothers will both be extradited for whenever Romania is finished with them, and a UK civil case for rape, where 4 victims are alleging that Andrew specifically raped them. So between all of them, there's currently 49 victims. If these new alleged victims that are currently being investigated get added to the second case, it's going to bring their victim count up to 61, at least 61, which is a mind-boggling number. in terms of potential women who have been trafficked or abused or exploited in some way by these guys. Absolutely mind-boggling. Okay, so I made some notes out of the document. I'm just gonna go through them, and there's no order of importance here. I'm just going to address some of the notes. So just as I was reading through the documents, I jotted down some notes. And again, there's no order of importance here. There's no weight to any of this. So regarding the trafficking in minors charge, we know, and there was huge misinformation and propaganda that was pushed out by the Tate's team on this. This is from a victim named Vivian, aka Cobra Baby. She was Andrew's girlfriend for a very, very long time, and her age has been confirmed both by the government in Romania, her home country, witnesses, and chat messages that have come off devices. She was 17 years old, according to DCOT, when Andrew started exploiting her in 2014. So it is confirmed that Vivian was underage, and in 2014, she was 17 years old. This has been confirmed. Whatever the propaganda is coming out from the Tate camp, this has been confirmed by two governments. That's why he's being prosecuted for trafficking of minors, because they've been able to confirm her age. Now, the bizarre part about all of this is if she was 17 in 2014, some of you might remember that there was a quite infamous video that got released of Andrew beating a woman with a belt. Some of you might remember that. It came out many years ago, and allegedly that's what, well, he claims that's what got him kicked off the Big Brother TV show, is that this video leaked of him smacking a woman across the face and beating her with a belt. And the woman came forward and said that it was just kink and it was how they played around, etc. At that time...
Do you support Muslims immigrating to the West? As a leftist, I suppose you do. How do you reconcile the fact that Muslims are overrepresented in prison by 200% in Western countries?
I don't know if that's true, but no, I don't want a lot of Muslim immigration into Western countries like the US and Canada. It's a really, really bad idea. They do not fit in line with the culture here. And with the issues with radical Islam, Muslim terrorism, and how they frequently abuse women, you don't want too many people coming from like Pakistan over to here. If there is a way to filter out some of the immigration requests, like finding out if they're like what exactly their religious beliefs are, look, you know, obviously looking up the criminal history and shit. If you could filter out the Muslim radicals, I wouldn't really see a problem with it. But there have been 2 cases in the last couple months where Muslim terrorists linked to ISIS immigrated into Canada. So, like, the more Muslims you let in, the more of those people are going to come in, the, like, crazy, wacko ISIS supporters. So, I don't want them here. We don't really need that much immigration either, so... yeah. Thanks for the donation, though, Daddy.
At that particular time, Andrew told the media that that video was filmed in 2012. Now, the girl in that video was Vivian. So if Vivian was 17 in 2014, which has been confirmed, then that means in 2012, when that video was allegedly shot, she would have been probably 15. Depending on where the dates fall, she might have even been 14, which is really disturbing. So confirmed age.
I cannot fucking imagine ever being attracted to a 15-year-old. Like, when I was that age, obviously I was attracted to other people my age, 15, but as a guy in his 30s, like, teenagers have absolutely zero appeal to me. It is highly, highly unusual for somebody Andrew Tate's age to be attracted to a 15-year-old. He has fucking problems
17 years old in 2014. We also know that Andrew is specifically under house arrest now because of the sex with minors charge. And we can get to that a little bit later. He went to court today to see if he was going to be under house arrest for another 30 days. He's going to get this reviewed every 30 days until they get indicted for this second case. So the first time the judge put him in for 30 days, they went in today and it was postponed until Monday. So we should get some sort of a decision on Monday, what's going to happen with that. But it is specifically because of the sex with minors charge. Now, moving on to her. The sex with the minors charge is for a 15-year-old child. Her age has been confirmed as well. And what happened to her has been corroborated by multiple witnesses and a telephone conversation. They had wiretaps, and they have multiple witnesses to what happened to this 15-year-old. And I'm going to read a clean version out of the document of what happened to her. There's some pretty disturbing chats from that conversation that I'm not going to read, but I'll give you the clean version. It says, sexual acts with a minor in continued form. And I'm going to be redacting some of this in real time, so apologies if I'm stumbling through it. Without being able to establish the number of material acts, which means how many times they did it, and punished by Article 220, etc., some legalese, consisting that Andrew Tate, starting from a particular date in 2020, being at the home address, which was him address, or at a complex at another address where he had rented an apartment for the victim, repeatedly had sexual intercourse and anal and oral sexual acts with the victim, knowing that she was 15 years old. Knowing that she was 15 years old. Now, that's the clean version. And without reading the chat messages, and I'm not going to read the chat messages because she's saying something about what happened to her when she was a minor. And without her permission, I don't feel comfortable putting that information out there. But I can summarize it and say that according to her and according to DCOT, he very violently anally raped her and choked her unconscious as a 15-year-old child.
So, I think this just puts to bed the idea that Andrew Tate's possibly innocent in some of these cases. There were 4 women that accused him of rape in the UK. I think all of them, maybe it was 3 of the 4, but I'm pretty sure all of them had the exact same story where Andrew Tate choked them. And now there's another girl who's 15 who's admitting Andrew Tate choked her. So, when 5 different fucking women all have the exact same story that don't have any connection to each other, they're not, saying, oh, yeah, let's all make up the story. 5 different women, no connection to each other, they're all saying the exact same thing. This guy is guaranteed a fucking rapist. And practically without any doubt, we do have to wait till the trial's over, but...
Do you think the Tates will be abused in prison because they are child RTS?
Yeah, in all likelihood. That's kind of what happens to them. Thanks for the donation, Jacked Up. Hopefully they get exactly what they deserve in prison. That is insanely fucked up. I hope Tate gets a fucking life sentence and they put him away. Honestly, he deserves the death penalty for that.
I'll put that out there for the clean version. Now,
that's the clean version, dude.
He caught, and the minor is also alleging that he bribed her.
But don't you watch hentai with teen girls in it?
I mean, it's cartoons, and I don't watch Lolly, so... Thanks for the donation, though, Daddy.
They're stating that he offered her 5,000 euros to go to DCOT and lie on his behalf so he would look good. And he also bought her a new phone, and told her to take the new phone.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he's the guy that Vivian was talking about who accidentally killed women.
Phone to Decot and leave her normal phone behind because he knew they would take the data off the phone. However, he goofed because he offered her 5,000 euros and he only paid her half. And I guess that upset her. I don't know what the details is, but they know. She knows, Decot knows that he offered her 5,000 and he only paid her half. And the same victim, the 15-year-old, is also testifying against him going to trial. So he's going to have a 15-year-old. Well, she was 15 at the time. So he's going to have someone who was 15 years old at the time who was essentially violently anally raped, and he tried to bribe her silence. She's going to testify against him in court. If that play.
He is fucking toast. He is done, bro. Absolutely done.
Plays out the way that it sounds like it's going to play out. He's done. Okay, we also know that most of the girls in the second case, there were a couple of girls who made some money. For example, Vivian, the first victim that I mentioned, who started with him at 17 years old, Decot says that they were able to track down over $1 million plus tokens that she was able to make, and essentially she gave it all to him. And the fact that they've got the token number, and we saw this in the previous case as well in the documents, OnlyFans was cooperating with the authorities in the first case, so I can only assume that they're cooperating with them in the second case. And the webcam company would be cooperating with them as well, which was called My Free Cams. So besides a couple of the girls, we know that most of them only made a few $100s or a few $1,000s at most. So this notion that Tate's girls were all millionaires and making tons of money and are having a great life with Tate, and their life was better off with Tate, that's been verified as being false. Yes, a couple of them did.
You know, with the kind of money they're talking about, like, you know, $1 million over the course of a few years, Tate is not getting as much money as he's claiming from his webcam business. I think the real money he's making is from other criminal activity, like the illegal casinos and drug dealing and money laundering.
But the majority of them did not. We also know that so far, out of the 35 victims, that 7 of the victims in this case are considered injured parties and will be testifying on behalf of the prosecution. So 7 in this case so far, and 4 in the first case. This number could change as the investigation goes on. Between today and the time that they actually go to trial, that could increase or decrease. We know that there's at least 4 people, and I believe they're either victims or witnesses. They may be charged with perjury because they were caught lying to Decot.
No, there's no way somebody is delaying the case for Tate. No chance. It's taking a long time because it's a big, complicated investigation, and Romanian Romanian law is different too. You don't have the same right to an expedient trial as you do in the U.S.
Trying to cover for the Tate brothers. So there's at least 4 people, victims and witnesses, who may be charged with perjury as well. We also know that for influencing statements, there's a total of 4 people in this second case that were pressured to give false statements to Decot or to not attend mandatory hearings. And as I mentioned earlier, Tristan specifically pressured one of those witnesses to not attend a mandatory hearing. Let's see here. We also know that the judge says that most of the accusations are well-founded, and he declined putting them in jail. Decot wanted to put them in jail for 30 days, but the judge declined putting them in jail, partly because the human trafficking and organized crime allegations were already used for preventive measures in the previous case, and the Tates, for the most part, had adhered to those measures. So the judge recognized that they were already under a preventive measure of judicial control and didn't see that it was necessary to put them back in jail. However, due to the sex with minors accusation with Andrew, that did get him put back in house arrest.
Tate likes kids, don't need $2. Always knew there was something weird about the Tate brothers. Same. I knew something was going to happen with them where something like this would, come out. They were probably those two awkward motherfuckers back when they were in class that didn't talk much. Not to mention they have no care for animals.
It's like, fuck off, mate. You don't pay the fucking petrol bill. Do you know what I mean? It's like, what the fuck would I read for you? If you've got a fit sister who's 16, maybe.
Muslims have the best frame on earth.
Crazy.
I want this.
Yeah.
And this is my society, and they're coming along telling me they're going to blow this up and take this away from me. No, I want a virgin wife at 16 who's going to obey me. That's what I want.
I was working as an IT technician in my former high school, fixing laptops.
Okay.
Got fired.
How did this guy, the amount of people... So there's only two explanations for this. Most of his fans are around the age of 16. So they're either a bit younger, the type of kids who just start getting interested in dating, or maybe they're like 18, 19, 20, where dating a 16-year-old, there's only a few years difference. Like, there are 18-year-old kids still in high school, with girls in their school that are like 2 years younger than them, something like that. So when they see somebody like Tate saying he wants to marry a 16-year-old, they're not really old and mature enough to understand why that's fucked up. And they're also thinking, oh, well, I want to date, 16-year-olds. So he also wants to date 16-year-olds, Or there's way more fucking like pedophiles than we even realize. Because, like, I just don't understand how we wouldn't have been canceled for this shit, like, way long ago, So it's either all of his fans are, like, teenage boys, or there's just an insane fuckload of pedophiles, maybe particularly in that community.
From there, for sleeping with the head girl, you know how it is.
It really makes sense why he converted to Islam, because it justifies raping kids.
It's hard out here. How old? I was like 18, and she was 16. So I was like, what's the problem? And they're like, oh, yeah, but you're a member of staff. Whatever. So
I was contacted by Andrew Tate, the older of the Tate brothers, 3 years ago when I was just 16.
I messaged her. She's like, I'm only 16. I was like, give a fuck. Know about me. I'm 21. I don't care. Bro, I was banging her, like looking at her Facebook on the phone, like just staring at a different face, because I had to bang her.
So Vivian's been with me 6 years. 6 years.
So he's been with Vivian for 6 years, right?
Because Vivian's younger. Melissa's like 28. Vivian's like 21.
Vivian's 21, and at this point he's been a girlfriend for 6 years. It means that they met when she was 15 years old.
I'm fucking all these 16-year-old women or 18-year-old women, whatever the law is in America. 18?
It's 18 usually. You get married at 16. I think.
All right, in Romania it's 16, sorry.
Yeah.
So if I'm fucking all these 18-year-old women, blah, blah, blah.
16, I think.
All right, in Romania it's 16, sorry.
That is absolutely fucked.
Arrest for 30 days. Their accomplice, Luana Radu, who's a former police officer, she actually has the least amount of charges again in the new case, and she's only being accused of being complicit in human trafficking with 3 victims.
555, Donny Tillers is getting beyond crazy.
3 years after the Taliban's return to power, a new law has been passed saying that women must cover their face and body completely if they leave the house, and their voices cannot be heard in public. Despite the risk to themselves, some women have spoken out and have been telling the BBC's Yogita Limai what life is like for them now. We have hidden their identities and used actors' voices to protect them. It's increasingly difficult for foreign journalists to report from Afghanistan. This is Yogita's report, compiled along with camera journalist Sanjay Ganguly and producer Imogen Anderson.
Every moment you feel like you're in a prison. Even breathing becomes difficult.
We're like dead bodies moving around. We can't talk. We can't do anything.
This is a country where women are increasingly being pushed out of view. Their freedoms crushed bit by bit by a relentless series of diktats. The latest, a published law. This section says that if a woman must leave her home out of necessity, she's obliged to cover her face and body, and her voice must not be heard.
We've had to be very careful and discreet when talking to women here because they're already operating in an environment of brutal restrictions. And now the Taliban's morality...
Sengoku donated $2. Thoughts? Let me see. ADHD is a scam, does not exist, invented by drug companies. Yeah, that's not true. You can make an argument for ADHD diagnoses, especially in boys. Being inaccurate and overdone. But ADHD certainly does exist. It's kind of like saying schizophrenia doesn't exist. It's made up by drug companies. Like, there are certain patterns of behaviors and symptoms, and we classify those patterns and behaviors and symptoms under certain, certain terms like schizophrenia, sociopathy, bipolar disorder, crap like that. And ADHD is one of them. It's a number of symptoms and behaviors. And when you're clearly far outside the norm when it comes to things like lack of attention, forgetfulness, hyperactivity, crap like that, you get an ADHD diagnosis. But you can certainly make the argument that it is overdiagnosed in boys. Thanks for the donation, though, Sengoku. It's my 5-month anniversary. Oh, joy. What do I get? You get a Prismo badge. But thanks for the support. Less is more.
She's not under a new preventive measure in the new case because the judge said that she's already under judicial control in the first case, which is sufficient. So in the first case, she has the least amount of charges, and in the second case, she has the least amount of charges as well. So surprise, surprise, she's a former police officer. Not surprised with that at all. And by the way, if anybody wants to come up, feel free. Just go ahead and raise your hand. I'm going to bring some people up now. I'm going to continue reading, but I'm also going to bring some people up if you want to have a conversation or ask some questions about this. So what else do we know here? Let's see here. I'm going to read some things directly from the document here. So we know with sexual intercourse with a minor, it says, with regard to the crime of sexual intercourse with a minor held against the defendant, Andrew Tate, the judge in Rights and Liberties finds that the administered evidence leads to the reasonable suspicion that it was committed by the defendant. Thus, the corroboration of the statements of the injured person, who's heard as a witness, with the statements of two different witnesses, they're redacted here, it follows that the defendant, knowing that the said victim was 15 years old, had normal and anal sexual relationships with this. The veracity of the aspects related by the persons heard and relinquished by the prosecutor in support of the accusations is also given by the minutes of telephone conversations made by the victim on a particular date with a female person who I will not name, including describes a part of the criminal activity. The victim making repeated reference to sexual abuse, and they put sexual abuse in quotes, to which she was subjected to, being a minor. I just brought people up on the stage and they just left. Where did you go? Where did you go? We know, we're going to go on here and mention, I'm going to read something here from influencing statements. Regarding the crime of influencing statements attributed to the defendant, Andrew Tate, in relation to the injured party, redacted the name, the judge in Rights and Liberties finds that the evidence supports the reasonable suspicion that he attempted to persuade her through bribery to give statements inconsistent with the truth in front of DCOT prosecutors, promising her the sum of 5,000 euros in exchange for help. And then he actually handed over the sum of 2,500 euros. This is evidence by the corroboration of the victim's statement with the conversations between her and the defendant through WhatsApp applications. So not only do they have the...
Dude, Tate has to be the biggest fucking retard imaginable. So he's under investigation, and he ends up talking to a witness and bribing her, and he puts this all in a text chat that the police can easily get access to. He is the dumbest fucking criminal imaginable.
The victim's statement regarding that he tried to bribe her, they also have the chat messages from the devices where he tried to bribe her as well. So this is not one of those scenarios where she's making the claim without additional information. They actually have the chat messages as well. Anthony, welcome. How you doing, man? Nice to have you back.
I'm good. How are you?
Great. What's going on?
Oh, nothing much. Just listening to the juicy gossip.
What are your thoughts, man? There's a whole lot of victims for this new case. What are your thoughts on this?
My first thought is, I think it's ironic that Andrew Tate's misogyny was his downfall, because why would you he decided he was going to be a cheapskate and give her 5,000 euros and then only give her 500 because
2,500. 2,500, half. He gave her half. Yeah.
Oh, 2,500, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, his misogyny and his thinking that women are idiots and lesser human beings, like, was one of his downfalls.
Yeah, I think he can't help himself. I think that's just how he's wired to try.
How much longer am I streaming? Probably for a few more hours.
And again, this is my personal opinion. I think he views women who he can exploit and manipulate. I think he can't help himself. You know, we've seen chat messages where they're talking about, you know, she made 40%, but tell her she made 30% and make up some story for why it happened, etc. So I think it's just built into his DNA that he has to constantly get one over on people. Hold on here. I'm adding some more people to the stage.
Well, not only that, it's he just, I think personally he had a bad experience. Maybe he got jilted by his first girlfriend, and ever since then it's been just implanted in his brain.
Yeah, it's possible. He's a broken man. Is it Rosa or Raza?
It's Rosa.
Hey,
Hi,
Rosa. How you
I'm
doing?
speaking from the UK.
Hey.
Hey, it's my first time on one of these threads, but I've been really following the Andrew Tate case since 2022, just before he was arrested. And it was just when he was cancelled, I couldn't understand why people were still following this guy and praising him, and he seemed to blow up. And I thought straight away, there's a cult-like misogyny to him. And I just watched his interviews and could see the narcissism just pouring out of him. The reason why he is still everywhere and giving his point of view and thinking he's going to win this is because his narcissism will not allow him to believe that anybody is going to take control of him.
Yeah, I agree. I think both of them are raging narcissists.
Yeah. And I think it comes from their father as well, and also psychologically in this way, when children,
as you were alleged crimes as shown in the previous arguments, the judge notes first that the criminal group was dismantled by prosecutors in December 29th, 2022. What that means is, and we've been saying this the entire time based on information that we've had and the evidence that we've seen, these guys were fully involved in all of this until they were finally arrested in December 2022. They didn't quit making pornography. That never ended.
No,
they were forced to quit.
No, I've said this.
Yeah, they were forced to quit.
Yeah, I said this.
Yeah.
How many times have I said
100%.
this?
They do have vegan Slim Jims. They're not made by like the Slim Jim company, but they do basically have vegan Slim Jims.
So
It's only when yeah, I've
Yep.
said it 1,000
Yeah,
times.
so it says the judge notes that in the first criminal group was dismantled by prosecutors December 29, 2022, with the defendants being subjected from that moment to preventive measures depriving of liberty whose intensity has reduced over 9 months. Currently, all 4 defendants being under preventive measures under judicial control. Thus, contrary to the prosecutor's arguments, who mentioned that the defendants left Romanian territory when they continued criminal activity, the judge finds that since the moment the organized criminal group was dismantled, no new crimes of human trafficking or minor trafficking.
Dodo donated $2. Did you hear about the release of ChatGPT 01?
I thought it plateaued. I thought the bubble was about to burst and the hype train was derailing. I even thought my software engineering job might be safe from Devin, but I couldn't have been more wrong. Yesterday, OpenAI released a new terrifying state-of-the-art model named 01. And it's not just another basic GPT, it's a new paradigm of deep thinking or reasoning models that obliterate all past benchmarks on math, coding, and PhD level science. And Sam Altman had a message for all the AI haters out there.
2 steps ahead. I am always 2 steps ahead.
Before we get too hopeful that 01 will unburden us from our programming jobs, though, there are many reasons to doubt this new model. It's definitely not ASI, it's not AGI, and not even good enough to be called GPT-5. Following its mission of openness, OpenAI is keeping all the interesting details closed off, but in today's video, we'll try to figure out how 01 actually works and what it means for the future of humanity. It is Friday the 13th, and you're watching the Code Report. GPT-5, Orion, Q-Star, Strawberry. These are all names that leaked out of OpenAI in recent months, but yesterday the world was shocked when they released 01 ahead of schedule. GPT stands for Generative Pre-trained Transformer, and O stands for oh shit, we're all gonna die. First, let's admire these dubious benchmarks. Compared to GPT-4, it achieves massive gains on accuracy, most notably in PhD level physics, and on the massive multitask language understanding benchmarks for math and formal logic. But the craziest improvements come in its coding ability. At the International Olympiad in Informatics, it was in the 49th percentile when allowed 50 submissions per problem, but then broke the gold medal submission when it was allowed 10,000 submissions. And compared to GPT-4, its Codeforce's ELO went from the 11th percentile all the way up to the 93rd percentile. Impressive, but they've also secretly been working with Cognition Labs, the company that wants to replace programmers with this greasy pirate gigolo named Devin. When using the GPT-4 brain, it only solved 25% of problems, but with GPT-01, the chart went up to 75%. That's crazy, and our only hope is that these internal closed-source benchmarks from a VC-funded company desperate to raise more money are actually just BS. Only time will tell, but 01 is no doubt a huge leap forward in the AI race. And the timing is perfect because many people have been switching from ChatGPT to Claude, and OpenAI is in talks to raise more money at a $150 billion valuation. But how does a deep thinking model actually work? Well, technically they released 3 new models, 01 Mini, 01 Preview, and 01 Regular. Us plebs only have access to Mini and Preview, and 01 Regular is still locked in a cage, although they have hinted at a $2,000 Premium Plus plan to access it. What makes these models special, though, is that they rely on reinforcement learning to perform complex reasoning. That means when presented with a problem, they produce a chain of thought before presenting the answer to the user. In other words, they think. Descartes said, "I think, therefore I am," but 01 is still not a sentient life form. Just like a human, though, it will go through a series of thoughts before reaching a final conclusion, and in the process produce what are called reasoning tokens. These are like outputs that help the model refine its steps and backtrack when necessary, which allows it to produce complex solutions with fewer hallucinations. But the trade-off is that the response requires more time, computing power, and money. OpenAI released a bunch of examples, like this guy making a playable snake game in a single shot.
Yeah, you know, I think in the next decade or two, AI is probably going to be pretty fucking scary. That's interesting. Yeah, I wonder how the world will change. This is probably as big of a deal as, like, electricity.
Or this guy creating a nonogram puzzle. And the model can even reliably tell you how many R's are in the word strawberry, a question that has baffled LLMs in the past. Actually, just kidding, it failed that test when I tried to run it myself. And the actual chain of thought is hidden from the end user, even though you do have to pay for those tokens at a price of $60 per 1 million. However, they do provide some examples of chain of thought, like in this coding example that transposes a matrix in Bash. You'll notice that it first looks at the shape of the inputs and outputs, then considers the constraints of the programming language, and goes through a bunch of other steps before regurgitating a response. But this is actually not a novel concept. Google has been dominating math and coding competitions with AlphaProof and AlphaCoder for the last few years using reinforcement learning by producing synthetic data. But this is the first time a model like this has become generally available to the public. Let's go ahead and find out if it slaps. I remember years ago when I first learned to code, I recreated the classic MS-DOS game Drug Wars, a turn-based strategy game where you play the role of a traveling salesman and have random encounters with Officer Hardass. As a biological human, it took me like 100 hours to build. But let's first see how GPT-4o does with it. When I ask it to build this game in C with a GUI, it produces code that almost works, but I wasn't able to get it to compile, and after a couple of follow-up prompts, I finally got something working, but the game logic was very limited. Now let's give the new O1 that exact same prompt. What you'll notice is that it goes through the chain of thought, like it's thinking, then assessing compliance, and so on, but what it's actually doing under the hood is creating those reasoning tokens, which should lead to a more comprehensive and accurate result. In contrast to GPT-4, O1 compiled right away, and it followed the game requirements to a T. At first glance, it actually seemed like a flawless game, but it turns out the app was actually pretty buggy. I kept getting into this infinite loop with Officer Hardass, and the UI was also terrible. I tried to fix these issues with additional follow-up prompts, but they actually led to more hallucinations and more bugs, and it's pretty clear that this model isn't truly intelligent. That being said though, there's a huge amount of potential with this chain of thought approach, and by potential, I mean potential to overstate its capabilities. In 2019, they were telling us GPT-2 was too dangerous to release. Now 5 years later, you've got Sam Altman begging the feds to regulate his strawberry. It's scary stuff, but until proven otherwise, O1 is just another benign AI tool. It's basically just like GPT-4 with the ability to recursively prompt itself. It's not fundamentally game-changing, but you
Yeah, just wait another few years. Sure we'll be surprised. I'm just gonna go take a piss and get a drink. I'll be right back in a minute. Ugh. I have returned.
Police have been given sweeping powers. It's only been a few weeks since the law was announced, so it's unclear how stringently it'll be implemented, but already there's a ripple effect of fear that you feel when speaking to people here. We meet teenage girls who've already lost 3 crucial years of education. Their voices might need to be hidden, but they want their words to be heard.
If we go out, we're scared. If we take a bus or remove our masks, we're scared. If we speak louder, we're scared. There's so much fear and stress. If we can't speak, then why go out at all? Why even live?
Until last year, groups of women took to the streets demanding their rights, risking violence and detention. The Taliban cracked down on the marches until they stopped altogether. This woman broke down, telling us how she was detained last year while participating in protests.
The Taliban beat me and dragged me into a vehicle saying, "Why are you acting against us? This is an Islamic system." They took me to a dark, frightening place and insulted me with terrible words. We were treated...
You know, I really wonder... what percentage of women actually believe in Islam? Because I've seen so many women who've immigrated from Iran, Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, where as soon as they get here, they renounce Islam, become atheist, and a lot of them end up protesting against Islam. It would be interesting if you could find out some way, like, how many of them actually believe in this dumbass religion? Because women in particular do not benefit from it at all. So, when people are treated like this, like women in particular, you would have to think they would start thinking, okay, there's no way a god would allow this. It's just bullshit. Like, Islam is bullshit, but they have to play up the, like, put on the act.
treated like animals. After being released from detention, we weren't the same people we were before.
Now, this is how Afghan women are showing dissent, posting videos of themselves online, singing songs criticizing the Taliban's actions. We met Hamdullah Fitrat from the Taliban government. He didn't want to be seen with a woman or sit directly opposite me, but he answered my questions. We asked how he could justify the law.
The laws that have been introduced have been approved by the Supreme Leader in accordance with Islamic Sharia. Any religious scholar can check their references.
You know what, like, I don't even know where they're getting this from exactly, because the Prophet Muhammad allowed women to speak in public. So, if the Prophet Muhammad allowed women to speak in public, I don't know. I don't know exactly where the justification comes from. Like, obviously Islam leads to things like this, but I'm just curious what their actual reasoning is.
Most of the girls and women we've spoken to in your country say they are prepared to wear whatever it is that your government prescribes as...
Oh, dude, like these white European women who join these Islamic cults, like there was that, I think, Dutch woman who got hooked up with a terrorist leader in Syria. It's a domination fetish. They like the idea of being, like, put on a leash, having to wear certain clothes, not being able to speak until spoken to. It's a domination fetish. Absolutely. It's just a weird sex fetish.
long as you allow them to study. And because they're not being allowed to do that, they're being driven to the point of depression, even suicidal thoughts. Isn't it your responsibility as a government to listen to those voices and act on it?
Absolutely. Our sisters' education is an important issue. We are trying to resolve this, which is the demand of a lot of our sisters. We have mentioned it several times in the past too, that our leadership is working on it. A solution will be found.
It's been...
What kind of response is that? The solution is to give women rights.
3 years now since girls were locked out of schools, but it hasn't happened on the ground. Do you really expect people to believe that you are committed to actually doing it?
We are awaiting the decision of our leadership.
In a province not far from Kabul, we found some evidence that at least a section of the Taliban differs with the supreme leader. We were given rare access to a midwife training course run by the Taliban government. All the students are in their 20s. Here, they're being taught how to nurse a woman in labor. It's a rare exception. But behind closed doors, some Afghan women are taking matters into their own hands. We meet a teacher who runs a secret school for girls.
When the new law came, I explained its rules to my students and told them things would become even more difficult. Every day I wake up asking God to make the day pass safely. Several times I've had to change the location of the school.
Jesus.
It's a quiet act of defiance and hope.
Yeah, that's why you don't ever let the government take away your guns.
I'm now in Delhi after more than 2 weeks of being in Afghanistan, and one of the other ramifications of the new law is on relations between the Taliban and the international community, which have become increasingly difficult and unpredictable. And it had seemed quite different just about 2 months ago. At the end of June, for the first time ever, the Taliban went to attend UN-led talks in Doha. It was seen almost as a breakthrough at that time. It was a meeting that Afghan women rights activists and civil society activists had been kept out of. The UN had come under fire for that, but people within it obviously had thought it was worth the risk. But now they're questioning whether there was any point in conceding to the Taliban's request for that meeting, and whether there's any point in engaging with the Taliban in the future.
Yeah, that's insane. Entire country just absolutely fucked because of the fucking Taliban. Just nuts. Let's watch some Dr. Disrespect shit from Willie Mack.
Months ago, Dr. Disrespect was eating a cupcake.
I'm gonna eat my cupcake and I'm gonna celebrate. Nothing you're gonna do about it.
I was actually coming out here to pick up a cupcake when he was exposed by an ex-Twitch employee for messaging a minor and allegedly trying to meet up with her at TwitchCon. Doc responded by admitting he inappropriately messaged a minor and then he fled on vacation for 2 months.
I'm actually tired of being on social media.
Upon his return, he would say that he purposely made himself look like a pedo to bait journalists. He's been playing chess this whole time.
You also said the word minor, Cody. I even made sure that word was emphasized in my statement, edited, etc., just to make sure these so-called journalists would pick up on it.
Yeah, that's a lie, and he's coping hard.
And boy, oh boy, did they ever, champs.
The logic makes no sense. It's comical. At one point, he starts to compare him messaging a minor to a guy saying the N-word.
Take a look at some of these horrendous acts of Twitch streamers that were never banned. I've got some examples right here. A streamer that frequently used the N-word while publicly streaming.
And for the second time this year, the most incriminating part of the Dr. Disrespect allegations is coming from...
Like, what a rich white guy thing to say, right? He literally thinks saying the N-word is as bad as trying to sexually proposition a minor.
Oh, it's a Damantine fest, all right, the same way the female black widow spider eating her husband and him enjoying is a Damantine fest.
I don't know if spiders have fetishes, but yeah, sort of. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Dr. Disrespect himself, acknowledging that he did message a minor.
I'm not denying the exchange of whispers, champs.
It was inappropriate, but she was above the age of consent in her state, so it's fine.
Twitch makes this decision to terminate my contract and ban me.
I think there's a province in Japan where the legal age of consent is 14, might even be lower. Oh my god. Great. Yeah, there goes my keyboard. Yeah, the lowest age of consent in Japan is 13. There's a province in Japan where it's 13. So if I were to contact a 13-year-old minor from Japan and sexually propositioned her, do I get to use the excuse? Well, I mean, the age of consent there is 13, so I didn't break the law. Like, what if I were to message a minor in a country where there is no age of consent? So, I don't know. Afghanistan, maybe, or some Muslim country, or maybe some shithole in Africa. Like, can I talk to a 6-year-old on the internet, try to sexually proposition them? Well, there's no age of consent in that country, so I didn't break the law. Like, this guy is... Wow. Yeah, how do predators always make up the worst excuses? They're either, like, just outrageously stupid, which you'd expect them to be. Like, if you're 30, 40, 50, and you're interested in having sex with, like, 10-year-olds or something, you have to be developmentally challenged. Like, you have to be fucking dumb. When you, like, you're so much smarter and more wise and everything as an adult, like, even if a 10-year-old looked like a 30-year-old, you would just have no fucking interest in them just because of how fucking stupid they are. These people probably never developed, you know, like, mentally, and that's part of the reason maybe why they're interested in minors. But, like, my god, they make up the stupidest fucking excuses.
Me while admitting that they never investigated the age of consent in the jurisdiction where the user's messages were sent and received.
Despite all of this, Dr. Disrespect came back to a loving audience that ate up his story. Over 200,000 live viewers.
I love the Champions Club. That's one thing that just stands out. We're actually real people here.
And it's because of the horrendous way Twitch engaged.
I don't know what the fuck YouTube is doing, by the way. So he is clearly violating terms of service with that live stream. Clear violation of terms of service. That would be doing so it would violate harmful and dangerous acts, and it would also violate promoting harmful and dangerous acts or criminal activity. So he's literally telling his audience of probably mostly teenage kids that it is okay to be a sex offender as long as the minor you're trying to proposition is in another state. So he's encouraging people to break the law in a really heinous way. Clear violation of terms of service. Why the fuck is he still on the platform? He's literally promoting pedophilia. But I get banned for hurting people's feelings. I've gotten like totally banned from YouTube for bullshit fucking reasons because I just said things that were offensive. I ended up getting my channel reinstated, but I've gotten, like, probably over the course of my channel something like 7 or 8 fucking strikes on YouTube. I get that shit, but this guy is claiming that it is okay to fucking sexually proposition minors as long as they're in another state? He doesn't get banned? Openly promoting pedophilia?
Gaming journalists have handled...
Only if Adolf Hitler killed of pedophiles, but too bad he was a white supremacist who hated Jews, and considered Slavs the scum of the earth and didn't like Southern Europeans.
I mean, if he was only going after pedophiles, I wouldn't really have a problem with that, but didn't turn out that way. Thanks for the donation, Johnny Bravo.
this entire situation. This is a story filled with lies, backstabs, and demeaning people for asking the right questions.
People want to show the message, release the messages, show the messages. What are we in 2nd grade?
But ultimately, it does provide us with enough information to finally have the full story when it comes to Dr. Disrespect's Twitch ban. It's disturbing, it's gross, like the crust and dust in your ancient computer that blue screens all the time. You don't have to live like this anymore. Meta PCs is the gold standard for pre-built gaming computers. Putting together some of the clean Meta PCs for sponsoring this video. I find it hilarious that Doc is trying to frame himself as a super genius at the moment when his entire downfall is due to his own actions. When the Dr. Disrespect allegations first aired, most reasonable people were willing to wait for Doc's response.
Where are YouTube fucking parites, man?
Yeah. I mean, even if YouTube isn't going to apply their terms of service equally across all, content creators, I understand it's a business. I understand it's their platform. I understand, if a big creator like Logan Paul does something fucked up, they're going to give him a bit more leeway than, a little peon like me. But the guy is encouraging people to have sex with minors. Give me a fucking break, dude. Like, that's not at the upper limit of tolerability? It's just insane. I just don't get what fucking YouTube is doing. And I mean, on top of that too, Dr. Disrespect might pull in a lot of money and attention for the platform, but in the broad scheme of things, if advertisers see shitheads like this on the platform, they're either going to pull out or start arguing for lower ad dollars because there's literal pedophiles on the fucking platform, and then they're going to end up making less money anyway. Fuck me. Dodo donated $2. Would you sacrifice yourself and die if it meant the world would become vegan? Yes. And if I asked you this 1 year ago, would you have the same answer? Yes. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Before forming an opinion. At this time, former Twitch staff was giving testimonies and it seemed like the messages were going to leak, so Dr. Disrespect gave a statement coming clean.
Do you think the notion the Second Amendment is to overthrow a tyrannical government is true? I always thought it was for self-defense, against other citizens and foreign powers/militaries. Do you think US citizens could win against the US government?
I could be wrong about this, but I'm pretty sure most historical scholars agree that the Second Amendment had to do with, mainly to do with the interest of preventing either a fascist government uprising or the invasion of foreign entities, because it explicitly talks about militias and shit. So it's when they wrote the Constitution, again, I'm sure they had in mind personal self-defense is important. There wasn't the same kind of police force. A lot of people lived in rural countrysides where there's no way to ever call for help. This is before the telephone. So, I'm sure when they wrote the document, they weren't even really considering explicitly talking about self-defense, because they're probably thinking, yeah, obviously, everybody should be able to protect themselves with a firearm. You have to. Again, this is before the telephone, where so many people were living in backwoods bumfuck nowhere, where a bear can eat you out of fucking nowhere, where there's tons of criminals, gangs, or ne'er-do-wells everywhere. But they more explicitly mentioned that the right to bear arms had to do with militias and preventing a tyrannical government or foreign powers from taking over the government. I'm pretty sure that's what most historians agree on when it comes to the Second Amendment. So if we were to interpret it from a historical perspective, it's an obvious given that an American citizen has to be able to protect themselves with a firearm. Just because that's how society was back then. Again, there weren't police everywhere like there is now. There weren't telephones. There weren't ways to communicate. So if you had a personal problem where you had to use self-defense, you had to rely on yourself. But the concern, like their big concern was with like the British Empire. Self-defense was just an obvious given, but they were worried about like the British or some other foreign nation either taking power or agents of those foreign nations infiltrating and creating a like totalitarian rule. And that's why explicitly in the Second Amendment, it talks about like militias. So yeah, the whole stupid thing, like the dumb argument against the Second Amendment, there's two main ones, was that one, it talks about militias, and personal defense isn't really explicitly mentioned in there, so you don't need to own a firearm personally to be a part of a militia. So a lot of like these dumb anti-Second Amendment fuckwits, they'll say, oh, well, why can't you lock your gun up in some communal area, like at a firing range? And then if you need to grab it, either for training or if there was some sort of totalitarian government or something, or foreign invasion, then you can pick it up and then use it, but you don't need to have it on you. Like, again, putting it in a historical context, there's no fucking way the Founding Fathers had that idea. Totally different culture back then. They weren't thinking that kind of way. And the other stupid argument is, oh, the Founding Fathers never could have imagined there would be like fully automatic machine guns that had 100 rounds. I find that incredibly hard to believe. Even at that time, they did have repeating rifles and cannons that could fire multiple rounds. So even at that time, everyone knew eventually there would be some sort of repeating rifle that could like automatically fire. Like, you can go back hundreds of years and people were predicting a future where there would be carriages that drove themselves. So, it's not like the Founding Fathers would have been completely ignorant that there would be future firearms technology where, you know, you could have detachable magazines, quickly reload. Those sorts of concepts were already around at the time. They just weren't realized primarily because of black powder. Black powder made it, you know, practically impossible to have, you know, reliable repeating rifles, especially semi-automatic. And on top of that, like the metallurgy and shit at the time. Yeah. Second Amendment's a good fucking thing. I really wish Canada had something similar. But thanks for the donation, Goomba.
I'd like to make a quick statement. Let's cut the effing bullshit. Were there Twitch whisper messages with an individual minor back in 2017? The answer is yes. Were there real intentions behind those messages? The answer is absolutely not. These were casual, mutual conversations that sometimes leaned a bit too much in the direction of being inappropriate, but nothing more. So when Doc was 35 years old and actively cheating on his wife, he admits to inappropriately messaging a minor. Yeah, you just gotta read in between the lines a little bit there to see what's happening. His own friends abandoned him.
He was messaging a minor, and it would sometimes lead to teeter on inappropriate if he knew that was a minor and those were the messages being sent. I cannot support that.
He was texting an underage girl and it went weird sometimes, you know, and look, just to be blunt and straightforward, man, that's inexcusable. It's unacceptable, right?
That should be a wrap. The problem is the messages never leaked. The people who saw the messages spoke anonymously about it, saying the girl made aware that they were underage during the conversation, after which Doc reiterated that it was no problem and continued on. There was no confusion. Messages sent out here.
I really hope these messages end up leaking. I think there's a good probability that they will eventually end up leaking. But Dr. Disrespect knows they are extraordinarily damning. That's why he won't show them. So if they're leaked, his career will be officially over.
Were no less graphic or sexually explicit in nature than before, saying it was more than the
And YouTube would probably be forced to ban him.
word inappropriate might indicate. And although it provides some insight, it's anonymous. No public-facing person has seen the messages. Not Cody, not the journalist who spearheaded the story. Its credibility can only go so far. In fact, Slasher, the main journalist behind this story, would go on his Son stream and spew out unverified information that would be proven wrong less than 2 hours later.
I did get a DM about an hour ago from someone who lives in Encientas, near Rancho Santa Fe. That is the area that Dr. Disrespect lives in. And he sent me a screenshot from his next door, which is in that area. And there is a comment that says, "We just saw Dr. Disrespect in handcuffs." He lives right there. Assuming it has something to do with the accusation.
This allegation would be revealed as completely fabricated. This guy calls himself a journalist. He's the best thing to ever happen to Doc. So the stage was set for Dr. Disrespect's comeback. All he had to do was recontextualize his statement and call the Twitch staff liars. But what I didn't expect was him to incriminate himself even more. Him teasing his return was insane. First, he posted a picture of him playing chess. "Doc, is you getting canceled for being a pedo a game to you? Is this all part of your plan, huh?" People responded by showing that Doc was playing a kid. Doc would continue to tease that this was all part of his master plan. He wanted people to think he was a pedophile. He would change his Twitter wallpaper to a bobber, with his tweet admitting to the allegations being the bait. It was at this point I realized that Dr. Disrespect eats crayons, and he's hoping that we all eat crayons too. This master plan of his makes no sense. He thinks we're all stupid. The day before his stream, he posted a hype video of him driving a boat, teasing that he's coming back to streaming. People would joke that he's returning from Epstein's Island. Doc did not like that. His return stream was huge. When I was watching it, peaked at over 220,000 live.
Oh my god. The boat thing especially, he didn't think far enough ahead that they'd make that connection.
Viewers, the VOD is sitting at over 3 million. Everyone is dying to know, what is Doc's defense? It's him playing word games, defending himself from allegations that were never made. He addresses the allegations as if they're a joke.
Elephant in the room, Doc, we're waiting.
Oh my god, oh god, it's the worst of the worst of the worst of the worst of the thing I've ever.
Just relax, man.
He spends most of the time being mad at Cody for leaking why he was banned.
Cody, why do this? What was the point? And you, knowing how black and white the internet is, you decided, you fucking rat, to leak the reported reason Twitch banned me in 2020. I mean, for what?
The problem isn't that Cody leaked it. The problem is that Dr. Disrespect let people find out this way. Bro, you had 4 years to tell people, and instead you let them believe in all of these false conspiracies. You were being sneaky about it. He threatens to sue Cody.
Did you not know the repercussions from spewing lies about the 2-time? Did you not know the repercussions of accusing me, Cody Connors?
Cody never signed anything and was simply relaying why Doc was banned from Twitch. Cody didn't lie anywhere. This is exactly why Doc was banned. Doc would never win a defamation case with this. Doc's main defense is to play semantics. When Doc gets accused of sexting a minor, he doesn't deny it. Instead, he redefines the word.
You didn't have any firsthand knowledge of my dispute with Twitch. You said that I got banned from Twitch because I was sexting a minor through Whisper's messages? Do you even know what the legal definition of sexting is?
Doc's not denying sexually messaging a minor here. Instead, he redefines it to be about the legal definition of sexting, which is exchanging images or video. Out of the 3 allegations to come out against Dr. Disrespect, none of them accused him of sending or receiving pictures. Twitch whispers don't even allow that. If he did that, he'd be in jail. Doc pretty much entirely sticks to a legal argument because that's all he's got. Hey guys, I may have flirted with a minor, but at least she didn't send me CP. What a defense.
You also said the word minor, Cody. I even made sure that word was emphasized in my statement, edited, etc., just to make sure these so-called journalists would pick up on it. And boy, oh boy, did they ever, champs.
He is unironically going with the narrative that he purposely made himself look like a pedo. Am I supposed to
Yeah.
believe that? He lost his gaming company, his bourbon company, was dropped from the 49ers, and was kicked out of the YouTube partner program. But hey, Doc, at least you got the journalist as well as most of the online world to think that you sexually messaged teenagers. You really did win.
You also tried to tell the world that I was trying to meet up with this user at TwitchCon, but you're wrong. Let's set the record straight. I never intended to meet this user ever. We never made plans to meet at TwitchCon.
Yep. Every pedophile on Chris Hansen has said a story like that. Oh, I never intended to actually meet her. I thought it was like an older woman, or I thought nobody was going to be here. You know, it's all. They all use the exact same excuse.
Or anywhere else, and in fact, we never met in person ever.
This is the first and only time Doc ever outright denies an allegation. The anonymous Twitch employee alleged that they talked about meeting up at TwitchCon. Now, Doc has relied on a lot of technicalities for his defense, but he hasn't outright lied. In fact, he's actually been pretty truthful if you really pay attention. So he could be telling the truth here. We'd have to see the messages to come to a more accurate conclusion.
They conveniently left out is 1. Twitch's trust and safety team, the same employees that decided to ban me, internally admitted that the whisper messages were not sexting.
Again, this is Doc relying on legal technicalities to defend his actions. Nobody ever alleged that Doc did anything illegal. You don't have to do something illegal to get banned from a social media website, and you don't have to do something illegal for it to still be wrong.
Twitch's trust and safety team, the same employees that decided to ban me, internally acknowledged that the whispers did not constitute child sexual abuse material CSAM. I'll say it again. Neither I nor the Twitch user exchanged any sexual graphic messages or images.
Wow, the bar is so low.
Cody Connors and these other anonymous sources are trying to paint a picture that I was exchanging sexually explicit messages and photos with this Twitch user. That never happened.
He's doing it again. Nobody ever alleged that he exchanged photos. You can't exchange photos over Twitch whispers. Nobody thought that. This is when Doc's dishonesty becomes clear. He's going to misrepresent allegations and call them lies, when in reality, they line up pretty accurately to his own story.
I even used the word inappropriate, purposely. And look at how it's defined by everyone, champs. Huh? Including these defaming articles. I'm sorry, but mutual bantering with inappropriate jokes taken out of context should have never led to me getting banned from Twitch in the first place.
Doc is straight up rewriting history. He's already described the messages himself as a moral wrong. In his initial statement, Doc says, from a moral standpoint, I'll absolutely take responsibility. I should have never entertained these conversations to begin with. That's on me. That's on me as an adult, a husband, and a father. It should have never happened. I get it. That's it. That's why Twitch made the decision to ban me in 2020. So is Twitch really in the wrong when Doc himself describes the situation as a moral wrong that Doc as the adult should have had better judgment on? No, of course not. You should get banned for this. Doc is backpedaling this statement because it makes his audience feel better about watching him.
How would each of you look if all of your private DMs, your text messages, your chats were looked at, dissected, and taken out of context by someone who's deliberately trying to find something inappropriate in those words?
I also have inappropriate messages on my phone, but none of them are to minors. I feel like we keep forgetting that key component here. Doc then tries to spin a narrative that his ex-partner manager was out to get him, and that's why he was banned.
We got zero support from this guy. And it was just so obvious that he carried a grudge against the two-time. So after we signed with Twitch in 2019, we asked for a new partner manager. And just a few months later, that ex-Twitch partner manager is directly involved with getting me banned. Coincidence? The Twitch user tells this ex-Twitch partner manager that they do not want to report anything to Twitch. But this ex-Twitch partner manager encourages the user and even directs them to file a report directly with Twitch, even though
I will play Sekiro again. Don't worry, Alawali. It might not necessarily be soon, but maybe in the next few months.
the user told him clearly that we never physically met anywhere and that no photographs were exchanged.
Unless you think it's okay to sexually message someone who's under 18 years old, I don't see the relevance of this story. If you just don't send the messages, you don't get banned. Why is that so much to ask for?
LER analyst cherry picks and sends a few targeted excerpts out of context from the whisper messages to this director. Now, if you do this, you can make anyone's messages look inappropriate, even when they aren't.
But you called them inappropriate, something that should have never happened, that you need to take more responsibility for. So which is it?
The NCMEC, Twitch submits that report. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Guess what? As far as I know, and over 4 years have passed, they didn't do anything with the report. As far as I know, they didn't escalate Twitch's report to law enforcement.
He acts like this is some big revelation. Twitch has to do this according to federal law. If Twitch finds inappropriate messages involving a minor, they are legally obligated to escalate it to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. If the messages aren't illegal, meaning no images or videos were sent,
No, haven't beaten Sekiro, but I got pretty far in the game.
then nothing happens. It's a standard operation. Yet he keeps bringing up the legality as if the only thing people care about is whether it's legal or not.
The same people that made this decision at Twitch admit internally that the messages did not warrant any child sexual abuse material charge. Twitch makes this decision to terminate my contract and ban me while admitted they did not perform any legal analysis of whether the messages exchanged were illegal in any way. Twitch makes this decision to terminate my contract and ban me while admitting that they never investigated the age of consent in the jurisdiction where the user's messages were sent and received.
He thought this made him sound good. Again, this is an admission of guilt. He's acknowledging that she was a minor. Also, if these messages weren't sexual, then why would the age of consent interstate matter? Doc seems to spend a lot of time on that.
So then why did Twitch use these messages against me?
Because you sexually messaged a minor, and that's a terrible look for a billion-dollar company.
Why did Twitch treat the doc so differently from
what a dumbass.
their other streamers?
They didn't. In 2020, Twitch started an initiative where viewers could report allegations about streamers, saying we take accusations of sexual harassment and misconduct extremely seriously. We are actively looking into accounts concerning streamers affiliated with Twitch and will work with law enforcement where applicable. During this time, over 70 allegations surfaced, leading to dozens of Twitch bans, like Zero, Nairo, Method Josh, and Shinshin. Doc is one of many streamers that got caught. He wasn't some special target by his
Notice how all these guys look exactly how you would expect a sex offender to look?
manager. None of these other people were ever charged, and they all talked
rapist glasses, pedophile beard.
Just like Doc.
Now I need to make this very clear to everybody watching this video. I have never received explicit images from any underage individual. I have never sent explicit images to any underage individual. I have never made travel arrangements with ulterior motives with any underage individual.
But he did message a minor inappropriately.
Katie sarcastically asks him if he wants a girl that bad, to which he responds that he wants her. She questions him, but he tells her not to worry and fulfill his request.
Since they weren't arrested because text messages aren't illegal, they claim that they didn't do anything wrong. This is always the defense.
And trust me, we've worked hard for over a decade to improve as a person, a husband, and father, and to get where we're at today. I mean, I'm in such a good place today. And all these people, they all act like they're just so perfect. I'm not perfect.
Apparently asking a streamer to not message a minor, it's too much. It's demanding they be perfect. Doc would then compare what he did to someone who said the N-word.
They wanted to cut down the Doc. Plain and simple. Take a look at some of these horrendous acts of Twitch streamers that were never banned. I've got some examples right here. A streamer that frequently used the N-word while publicly streaming, which constitutes a violation of Twitch's policies if accompanied by hateful intent. Twitch scheduled a meeting with the streamer to ascertain his intent to determine whether his conduct was a violation of Twitch's policies, ultimately determining it was not a breach of Twitch's policies.
Hey, Doc may be a pedophile, but at least he's not a racist.
Example number 2. Streamer was reported for discussing doing things with deceased animals and discussing pedophilia, all while live streaming. Never suspended, but instead given a multi-million-dollar contract.
The obfuscation is crazy. Doc, if you joked about messaging a minor, that would be fine. The problem is you actually did it.
Streamer was reported for a sexually explicit stream involving children and telling children to send Snapchats of them playing with themselves. Never suspended, but instead, given a multi-million-dollar contract.
That person belongs in jail then. But who are you talking about? Doc never names them because odds are his retelling of the story is inaccurate. Doc then cries about having to lay people off.
We just lost. Fuck, man. Unfortunately, we have to lay off people from Midnight Society.
Again, it's all your fault. Am I supposed to feel bad?
And I'm not denying the exchange of whispers, champs. I'm not denying that to all of you out there. It looks bad. I have no way of knowing if the Twitch user thought our exchange of whispers was inappropriate. If it was, I apologize. That's it. I'm not saying anything more about any of this.
What about showing the messages?
People want to
Show the message. Release the messages. Show the messages.
What are we in second grade?
I don't get it. It would be the quickest way for him to exonerate himself. He makes it seem like the courts gave him access to the messages.
Let me just remind you, I went through a multi-year,
The funny thing is the N-word thing he's talking about was a situation that happened with Kai Cenat. Who's fucking black? Smiley face.
Oh, really? Oh my god, that makes it even worse. That's hilarious. Thanks for the donation, Pharaoh.
Big time arbitration, okay? And, you discover a lot of stuff.
At this point, whatever NDA was in place has surely been broken, so show the messages, or at least describe them in detail. Show how they were taken out of context. He doesn't because odds are the messages are pretty bad. So what really is the truth behind Dr. Disrespect's ban? Well, with Doc's new testimony, we could actually paint a full picture. In 2017, while Doc was cheating on his wife, he messaged a 16 or 17-year-old in Twitch whispers. They may or may not have talked about meeting up, but everyone agrees that the messages were inappropriate and morally wrong to have with someone who was under 18.
I'm not denying the exchange of whispers, champs.
3 years later, in 2020, Twitch would launch an initiative where viewers could report allegations against streamers. Now, whether Doc's ex-partner manager encouraged the minor to file the report or not doesn't matter, because the messages exist, so Doc was banned and his contract was terminated. Contracts with talent tend to have a vague morality clause where if the talent does something deemed immoral, the company can terminate them. Doc sees this and he goes, oh shit, I'm about to be labeled a pedo, so he sues them.
There's a reason why we're suing the out of him.
He sues Twitch and Doc takes the stance that he didn't do anything immoral because it wasn't illegal.
Allegations that Twitch made without even a legal analysis of whether the whisper messages were legal!
So now it's being argued between lawyers if Doc messaging a minor is immoral if the age of consent in her state is 16. If it's not illegal, how can it be a moral wrong?
That the messages did not warrant any child sexual abuse material charge. Twitch makes this decision to terminate my contract and ban me while admitted they did not perform any legal analysis of whether the messages exchanged were illegal in any way.
Twitch may have realized that this is uncharted waters and a potential PR nightmare, especially if they lose, so they pay him out. And they come to an agreement. No party admits to any wrongdoing. So finally, after all these years, that's more or less the full picture. And if you see any Dr. Disrespect fans that disagree with this analysis, link them to this timestamp. I am only citing Dr. Disrespect for these receipts. This is his story. So is he guilty? Yes. Is the reality probably worse than his retelling? Yes.
Fuck you and everyone who looks like you.
Doc's return stream surpassed over 3 million views, and this narrative that he purposely made himself look like a pedo as bait worked for him. His viewers have to be children. Someone explain to me how that makes any sense. They were all over Nick Merck's channel, calling him a backstabber. Nick isn't smart enough to understand any of this.
Actual bantering with inappropriate jokes taken out of context should have never led to me getting banned from Twitch in the first place.
If this is true, if what he's saying is true right now, why does he not show everybody the whispers? I mean, it would be instant. Instant. Why can't we see the whispers? Because now he's saying that they're jokes. I mean, I make jokes all the time. And if I made a joke and people were saying that it wasn't, I would show everyone it's a joke. Confusing, man.
Pretty rational take. He's not showing the whispers yet because he's probably in the process of suing the fuck out of them. Doc is not suing anyone, and Doc is never going to show anyone the messages. If they exonerated him, he would have shown them by now.
Vibe that I'm getting from Doc is that original tweet he had put out, he's backtracking.
Yes.
And in that tweet, he had admitted to sending inappropriate texts or whatever to a minor. Those were his words. Not mine, not Tim's, not whoever. Now, he later deleted this tweet. Personally, I don't think it changes much. I know his premise and what he's dying on is that what he did was not illegal. And look, I get that. But at the end of the day, you messaged a minor. and it was inappropriate. For me, this is not about legality.
This is not something that takes a high IQ to understand. Unless you think Doc should be able to sexually message 16-year-olds, he's in the wrong. This is not a backstab. Nick would respond to the hate, tweeting, "This retard Dr. Disrespect is married with children, pushing 40 and admits to sexting a minor inappropriately. His words, not mine. So I cut ties because obviously that's inexcusable. Now I'm a shit friend for not having his back? Bunch of brain rot morons on this app." A Doc fan replies, "A real friend would have called him and talked to him, man to man." Nick says, "I've said multiple times he sent a text to the boys and I apologizing for us being dragged into it. Regardless, it doesn't matter." Ninja, Tim's, Laner, they've all remained silent because once you take out the semantics, all Doc's response does is confirm the allegations. Even Myron, who defends Andrew Tate, has trouble defending Doc.
Like, yeah, this is fucked up. But I would say give him a little bit like text him on the side like, "Bro, let me see the messages."
Jeremy has been trying his best to defend Doc. He's basically had to make up parts of the video that don't exist.
The same employees also internally acknowledged that the messages were not sexual in nature. Okay.
Dr. Disrespect never even made that claim. I'm convinced that Jeremy never actually watched Doc's video. He read this guy's tweet and then decided to upload his opinion. Classic Jeremy.
A toast to the bad guy. Bitches
doesn't have the messages, and the journalist doesn't have the messages, and the journalist's anonymous source isn't even willing to state their name. Well, then that leaves the door open for Doc to backpedal his statement and rewrite the narrative. The only reason he admitted to anything is because he thought the messages were going to come out. I called this over 2 months ago.
Yeah.
Everyone agrees on one thing though: if the DMs don't leak, Doc is going to be able to set the narrative for his comeback.
Is there some bizarro world that he gets more popular?
I don't know.
Yes, it's happened, all because these journalists couldn't lock down a shred of evidence. He streamed to 80k people yesterday. I am convinced Doc is guilty.
Jesus.
Apparently women can't speak in public in Afghanistan. It's fucked. Watch if you feel like it. It's 6 minutes.
We literally just watched this exact video like 10 minutes ago. Thanks for the donation though, ABC.
Guilty because his own retelling of the story is him being guilty. If you still want to watch him, that's fine. If you still like him, that's cool. But let's not defend what he did.
I think that Doc is existing inside of the scope of ambiguity, and he's not using specifics because he's relying on people's trust in him and charisma for people to assume that he did the right thing and he didn't do something wrong.
That'll be it for today. Subscribe to the channel.
It's absolutely fucking baffling that YouTube won't delete his shit-ass fucking channel. Just totally crazy.
Care about you. So this is why I asked the question, why are you here? Are you here to tell us religious people we're all crazy for believing in God? Yeah, in some ways, yes. Okay, beautiful. So this is what I do care about.
So that's why I believe God is a dictator, is a cruel person.
I don't care what you believe about God.
So no, you asked me, and I.
What did I ask you? What was my question?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
Get out of it! Are you an ex-Muslim?
The universe that is this big, not in the books.
Are you an ex-Muslim? No. Where are you from?
Iran.
Iran?
Oh.
You're an ex-Muslim.
What's wrong? Nothing. So why you?
So you weren't a Muslim?
Uncovering the truth. My god. This guy's the most cowardly, weaselly dipshit on the fucking planet, and he runs away from anybody who is a competent debater.
Are you a Christian?
There's no argument.
You're an atheist? Why are you here? Why are you here?
Well, look, who said I cannot be?
No, why are you here?
Oh, I just said that.
What are you inviting us to? What do you have for us? Nothing. What are you here for?
What do you have?
I have the truth, mate. I believe Islam is truth.
In what way?
Okay, it's a truth from...
Define the truth.
Oh, okay, let me make it easy for you.
Define the truth.
I'm going to make it easy for you. The reality of the truth.
That's easier for me.
The reality. Absolute reality.
This is reality.
Okay. Do you believe in the concept of the absolute truth? I might have to school this guy, man. Do you believe in the concept of the absolute truth?
I don't know what absolute truth is.
It means if there's two explanations to the same phenomena, they can't both be true. So, for example, the moon landing. Yeah? Neil Armstrong. One small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. Yeah? Okay. There are some people who believe this happened in history. There are some people who believe it's all a hoax. Can they both be right?
You don't know the truth, yeah.
How can they both be right if it's contrary? Contradictory.
If you don't know the absolute truth, they both could be right.
Can you land on the moon? Can you land on the moon and not land on the moon?
You can land on the moon.
And not land on the moon. So how can they both be right?
If forced perspective, think that's
atheist. Why are you here?
That's what they believe in, right?
Okay. I'm not. That wasn't my question, was it? That wasn't my question. My question was, if some people believe man landed on the moon, and some people believe man didn't land on the moon, can they both be right?
No contradiction. I don't know, sir. No.
No. Right. Only one can be right. Yeah.
Yeah, this debate sucks.
On my officer again, we're going to add an additional charge. Do you understand that? Do you
Police
understand?
brutality!
Shut up.
Did you eat too much watermelon last night? Is that what it is?
The more you raise hell, the less we do for you. You're not going to see medical until we get you booked in.
Do you want me to take you in watermelon?
I don't.
On May 25, 2022, officers responded to the local target in Athens, Georgia, in reference to a disorderly man. He was yelling racial slurs to people inside. The longer the video goes, the worse he gets. You'll see what I mean.
10-4, I have contact. What's going on, my man?
I'm looking for United States Navy vet. I'm looking for those little mobility scooters.
Okay. Hold on just a second, okay? Will you hold on?
Enforcement?
Yeah. Hold on just a second, okay? So, they're telling me that y'all had an incident in the back where you were being disorderly with people in the back of the store. No? Okay. What's your name, my man?
Hank Blair Wittenberg.
Hank Blair Wittenberg? Okay. Here, step over here for me real quick.
I'm fine where I'm at.
Okay. Appreciate it. 6-2 Central, 27 out of Texas. So what happened, man?
I'm trying to get medicine. My toe is in bad shape.
Okay. Come on.
You want to see
it?
it? You want to see my toe?
0. 5 out of Texas.
Do you want to see my toe?
No, I'm okay.
You're with Athens.
Yes, sir. Athens, Clark
Do you
County.
know Appling?
It sounds familiar.
She's in the jail.
I don't know. So that would be.
You know John Q. Williams.
Yeah, he's the sheriff.
That's right.
For that would be. So I'm a.
How long you been with him?
About 2 years, but I'm a county, like a county police. I'm not a sheriff's deputy. So
y'all have so many different types of police here.
We do.
So you don't work for the sheriff's department?
No, I work Clark County Police Department.
There's such a thing?
Yep. Clark
So
County Police.
Is this Clark County?
Yeah.
This is not an incorporated area?
No.
It's not a city?
No, I have jurisdiction in all of Clark County, though.
Yeah, but is this a city at all?
No, we're outside of the city limits, I believe.
That's why you're here.
What do you mean?
Well, this is your jurisdiction.
Central. Will you see if you can get the caller to meet me at the front?
Are you wanting to take me to jail?
No, I don't want to take anyone to jail. So basically, they called and said that you were being disorderly and you were throwing out like racial slurs and stuff like that. So I'm going to talk to them, see what they want to do, if they want to just have you leave, if they want to have you barred, and see what they want to do.
Okay,
and then
I'm trying to get my medicine. My toe.
I understand.
A doctor told me that it may be amputated.
Okay.
Including the foot.
Carly H. donated $2. Let me see.
Well, I'm black now. So the first thing I did was quit all my jobs. I don't know how I'm supposed to pay the bills. Probably have to start selling crack. Or rapping. Or rapping about selling crack. You know, I might not even have revitiligo. Okay, I'm black. What am I supposed to do now? So this is it, huh? Is this what you do all day? Sit there reading books that make you think better of yourself, huh? Black man can't get nowhere with his little pecan-sized mind. So now you can read. Now what? What you gonna do now? Oh, nothing. That's what I thought. You know why? 'Cause we niggas, both of us. And that's all we ever gonna be.
Yeah, Boondocks was good. Thanks for the donation, Carly.
Okay.
Can I show you this?
No, I don't care to see it.
Trust me?
It's okay.
Do you trust me that what I'm telling you?
I mean, I understand that your foot's probably hurt.
No, it's
Go
not.
ahead.
There's a hole in it that big around.
That sounds.
United States Navy veteran. Did you
Clark County Police?
Did you serve?
No.
Thank you for your service.
I appreciate it.
As a county police for 2 years.
Yep. Well, just over 2.
How old are you?
30-something.
Okay,
32.
you don't know how old you are. 51st Basic Peace Officer Academy, 1992.
That's impressive.
Is it impressive? Because you were in diapers at the very best.
Probably, yeah.
Were you born in 92?
Yeah.
You were in diapers.
Yeah.
Okay, young. Are we done?
No, not yet.
Well, let me leave.
No, not yet.
Take me to jail.
No, not yet.
United States Navy veteran, and don't you forget it.
Okay.
Hello. Oh, okay.
Let's not go there, okay?
If you don't like it, take me to jail. Take me to jail, bud. If you don't like it. What are you going to do?
Okay.
If you don't like it,
I need
take
you
me
to stop
jail.
being disorderly in public, please. Okay?
Take me to jail.
Let's take him for disorderly. Okay, we got kids in the store.
Are you going to stop?
I'm sitting here trying to get medicine for my toe that might be cut off.
Okay. Well, you're screaming out racial slurs with a whole bunch of people around and kids. And what was that?
I was talking to this.
And I'm asking you, what did you just say there?
What did I say to you?
You have no issue saying it, so go ahead and tell him what you said.
I'll tell you right now, if you throw out another racial slur with people standing here, you're going to go to jail. So stop. Okay, come here.
$10.95.
What a fucking idiot.
Who's our caller and do they want him barred?
No, you're going to stand right here.
Yeah, that's a good idea, Alawali. Maybe we should start making Soylent Green out of retarded old boomers like this.
No.
Are any of you authorized representatives of the store so you can bar somebody? I need one of you to do so, please.
He just spit in my face.
Oh, okay. On top of that,
Police brutality. Police brutality. I got my stuff in there too. I got a chair and a phone charger. Police brutality.
have a seat.
Wait.
Police brutality.
Wait, I'm going to search him
You
real
didn't
quick.
search him yet? Okay. If you spit on my officer again, we're going to add an additional charge. Do you understand that? Do you understand?
Police brutality!
Shut up.
I just need one person to tell him that he's barred from the store and how long for. We recognize up to 2 years, so I need any representative to do that.
So let me ask you real quick before I put you in the car. You got anything you shouldn't have shoved up your ass or anywhere else?
Do you have an ID
Perfect.
for him? Not right now.
I've got a hernia.
Do you have anything I can wipe my face off with?
Yeah, absolutely. Do you have your ID with you?
My ID.
Okay, that's fine. What's your name?
And put him in the car. I'll handle that. Thank you.
I need my stuff.
Shut up.
Okay, Ms. Just let him know how long he's barred for.
Hey, I'm gonna call you as a protection. You will be barred from this location for approximately 2 years.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hugo donated $2 to the retard 1 hour ago who linked to posting ADHD was invented by drug companies. How do you explain that it was first described in 1770 and is being studied since then? Secondly, people with ADHD have physical differences in the brain measurably. Yep, exactly. It's just fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation though, Fugo.
My BFF dad died. I didn't know what to say, so I put my arm around him, pulled him in close and whispered, "Your dad's death doesn't matter. Nothing fucking matters. Not you, me, or your mom matters. You can choose to be happy. So I'm looking for a new BFF."
It's exactly what you're supposed to say. It's just that most people don't realize it. Thanks for the donation, less is more.
Hey, buddy, so when you spit in people's faces, you get a what we like to call a spit mask, okay?
Are you gonna lose
Stand up.
You have his ID, right?
You gonna lose my hat? I need to keep that hat.
So this happens when you spit in people's faces, yeah? See, your nose is not covered, you can breathe. Sit down. Sit down.
Hey, Captain. This lovely gentleman just spit in Officer Young's face.
I'm gonna get my hand sanitizer.
So he's spit mask for now.
Get you some wipes. I got some hand sanitizer to wipe my face off with.
Bring in some patient.
Does he have any other property that needs to go with him?
There's a bag and a chair back there, but we don't know what's inside.
Where in the store is it?
I'll go grab that.
Yeah, that's fine. I just need to get him out of here.
Yeah, if you will.
We can log his stuff in property.
That's what I was gonna say. I'll submit it into evidence for property.
That's fine. It'll go into evidence.
All right. Yeah, it went in my eye.
Sorry about that, boss.
It's all good. It happens. Thank you, my man. If it's unopened, I'll buy them when I'm on the way out.
That's yours.
You sure?
Took care of it.
I appreciate it, man.
Hey, Shane.
Hey.
We're taking him. He just spit in Young's face, so he's going.
I just want to get an eyeball of it.
Yeah, you might look and see if you've dealt with him before.
Everybody else has. This is the sixth call on him in a month. So. Yeah, now I know what he looks like.
Okay.
See what he looks like too. Hey there.
All right.
We got him.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Do I need a seatbelt on?
Are you gonna spit on me? Hey, Rick. Hang tight. Will you come and help me seatbelt him in, please?
While you out of the jail, are you good?
Are you guys wanting to talk to him? No.
Really? Yeah, we just want to see who he was.
Okay. Yeah, no, I think I'll be all right. Thank you.
The VA told me I have slight PTS. I don't like to think of it as a disorder, so I just call it post-traumatic stress. According to the United States Navy, I'm a weapon. I don't consider myself that, but I don't want to get anybody riled up either. They're very violent. I'm from Texas, though. I'm a Texan. United States Navy veteran. Hank, keep your eye on the road. Hey, this buddy of mine, he happens to be an African American, but he owes me a meal up here at Waffle House. His name's Anthony. He's a nice guy, though. Black is the ace of spades, but he's not a like you. He's a nice guy. I gave him $100 and he gave me a ride. He said, Hank, come on back to Waffle House.
This guy is cracked.
Friend of mine, Anthony. He's not violent, though. I don't know why. He's just not. He's just one of them good old boys.
Do you think Kamala is a decent candidate overall, or not necessarily but is just better than Trump?
No, she's a good candidate overall. Especially considering she was the vice president in the Biden administration, she'd be an exceptionally good candidate. Thanks for the donation, though, Vegan Linguist.
Southerner from the South. He's not Yankee trash. And he's not, you wouldn't call him a to his face. Of course, he would give his name. But since you don't give your name, I can't call you by name, so I'm guessing you're just generic, plain. But I'd love to know your name and badge number. And believe me, I'll know it before it's over with. And my lawyer will know it before it's over with. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? I'll call you by sergeant or patrol or whatever you want me to call you. I just need to hear it come out of your mouth. I don't even need to know your name. Is it patrol? Is that how? Cop? I can't hear your head. I need to hear your voice. What is your title? What is your title?
This guy is just
Patrol?
so stupid.
I can't hear you. Cat, got your tongue? Did you eat too much watermelon last night? Is that what it is? Or did that mama of yours train you to be violent? Okay, patrol. Patrol officer, no name. But for short, we'll just call you patrolman. Oh, I forgot, you're a woman.
Dodo donated $2. Can you explain linear algebra vector spaces to me like I'm 12 years old? Yeah, it's a math thing that you do. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
With no military experience, Yankee patrol officer, trying to get Brian Kemp reelected. Oh, you're that other lady, what's her name? Oh, you're a Purdue gal. What's that lady's name?
6-5 Central, will you have a deputy meet me in the Sally Port, please?
Probably be a good dang governor of Georgia. Could vote, but Kemp said they can't. He said, we're going to take our ballot boxes and we're going to let white people vote. And if you're from another state, a Yankee state in particular, you don't get no vote. Take it up with Brian Kemp, the governor of the state of Georgia, if you don't like it.
I got one mail and I'm requesting somebody meet me in the Sally Port, please. Signal 35? Yeah, he's also spit on one of my officers already. Okay, careful. Thank you.
Oh, you must be a sergeant. How about that? I don't see any stripes, though. Well, all I see is blue.
Bad news, VG.
Let me take a look, Dodo.
Okay, first headline today. Our new film, Am I Racist?, finished its first weekend at the box office, and it was a huge success. We were top 5 in the box office among all films currently in theaters. And in fact, we...
So does that mean like 50 people watched it? What films are out right now? I don't think that's really much to brag about. Nothing is out.
Beat a widely released mainstream Hollywood film that also released this weekend called Killer's Game, I believe. And that film was in about 1,000 more theaters.
What the fuck is Killer's Game? Oh, it's the Dave Bautista movie. I didn't even know that was even released. Yeah, so that's not really much to brag about right now. Like, if a new Avengers movie came out and there are a bunch of, like, hot releases, that'd be something to brag about, but,
than we were, and, I mean, certainly had a much larger marketing budget and all that kind of stuff. So we finished the weekend with about $4.5 million. And by the way, our production budget on the film was $3 million, so surpassed our production budget in 3 days.
Wait.
Than we were, and I mean, certainly had a $4.5 million. And by the way, our production budget on the film was $3 million, so surpassed. $5 million. And by the way, our production budget on the film was $3 million.
How in the fuck does a shitty-ass documentary like that have a production budget of $3 million? I swear I could make that movie for, like, maybe a couple grand. How? Like, it's just a shitty documentary where he walks into places, creates a scene, and leaves. What?
So, surpassed our production budget in 3 days. Not too shabby, I have to say. And probably what I'm most proud of is that we're also in the top 5 for opening weekend box office for...
Okay, what I'm guessing is the actual production budget was like maybe $100,000, if that. And they put all the other money into advertising. That is the only explanation. I just cannot fathom that costing $3 million to produce. Production cost of Bowling for Columbine. Bowling for Columbine had a budget of $4 million. How in the fuck did they almost have the same production budget as Bowling for Columbine? A way better fucking movie. Like, they interviewed big celebrities, at the time, like Marilyn Manson. They had to have put all their money into advertising.
Any film in our genre in the past decade. And we're also the top grossing documentary of this year. So it's all amazing. I'm humbled by it, grateful for it. Grateful to everybody who came out and supported the film. If you didn't come out and support it, then you're dead to me. Unless you support it this weekend, then I can forgive you. And this has also given me an appreciation that I never had before, an understanding of how enormously difficult it is to compete in the film industry.
Sure. So, yeah, they probably put all of their budget into advertising, and they released it during a huge lull in content. Like, there's no big major Hollywood releases right now. Like, no fucking movies to watch. So.
I guess you're a patrol officer. Said my officer, like you owned him.
They spent $1 on the film and $2,999,999 on advertising.
Yeah, probably something like that. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Linguist.
I've never known I own anything in the state of Georgia. It's a white man, but I guess you own him. I wouldn't doubt it a bit. Probably paid good money for him. How many gigolos have you had in your day? Is that a better word? That's not racial.
6,500.
Patrolman from Virginia, big fat. They bring a lot less than a white. Got $20 for a blowjob. How much do you charge?
We got Hank Wittenberg.
Hank Blair Wittenberg.
Enjoy.
Dude, you missing me, buddy? Are you going to keep Appling away from me?
Don't worry, Appling. He don't like me neither. Thank you kindly. I want to call you by your name, but I can't because you won't tell me your name, so I'll just call you the N-word. Well, all right then. They told me that I was violent, said that my mom was a taught me how to. Oh, apparently I couldn't talk because I ate too much watermelon last night. Oh, Lord. Yeah, he's been quite colorful today.
Just started ketamine therapy. Just took my first prescribed dose like an hour ago. This may not be for me. I'm dissociating super hard.
Well, yeah, that's what ketamine does. It makes you disassociate. And that could potentially be a benefit. Supposedly, one of the benefits of psychedelic drugs is that they rewire your brain. And you have to create new neurological pathways, and that corrects depression. So, as long as you're not getting like any noticeable bad side effects from it, like aside from the trip itself, stick through it, see how it goes. But like, yeah, not every trip on ketamine or mushrooms or LSD or, DMT is going to be pleasurable. Thanks for the donation though, Kitty. Faraz is talking about you live right now. All right.
Top of it, he's a real asshole. That's the question I'm asking everybody. Salam coach, I'm a blue belt and I'm training my friends in BJJ who is new. Which of your instructionals do you recommend we start with? That's from Shafiq Becca. I would tell you start with speed drills. I have 2 videos called speed drills. Volume 1 is bottom position, guard attacks, open guard attacks, Ashigarami speed drills, really important stuff. And then the passing speed drills. I'll tell you, if you want to go from white belt to blue belt, those 2 videos are the way to go. Coach, please talk on Khamzat versus Whitaker. How does it go? What is your prediction? Thanks. Is that fight booked right now? What's the date? Hold on, let me see this.
Bootcam donated $2, 13608.
Khamzat versus Whitaker. That is October 26th.
I will take a look at that in a minute. Thanks for the donation, Bootcam.
It's co-main event. Is that a 5-rounder? Guys, if it's a 5-rounder, it's going to be really tough. That's a very tough fight, man. Whitaker is a very tough guy. I can't wait to see it. I think it's a 50-50 fight. I'm going to have to go through their video and analyze it. I might do a breakdown on this fight. But this is a very, very difficult fight. Coach, prediction time. One superstar of UFC, Mr. Conor McGregor, puts his drinks down and sobers up. Who do you have for the trilogy against Nate Diaz? It's 1-1. Can Nate Dog Diaz outwork Conor again at the age of 40? Oh, if they fought again, if it was at 170, yeah, it'd probably be at 170. I don't know. Conor's like, he's really juiced up, though. I mean, he's really like ridiculously juiced up. That's a tough call. I think I would go with Diaz. If it's a 5-rounder, no 3-rounder, 5-rounder, I think I would go with Diaz. Khamzat getting knocked out. That's from Larry Bird. That's possible, man. Whitaker's a hard hitter, but believe me, so is Khamzat. And Khamzat's wrestling is ridiculous, man. This is a very difficult fight to call. Very difficult. This is going to be Khamzat's biggest challenge, man. Biggest challenge. It's going to be incredible. Coach, thoughts on Sean's coach talking to Marab and Herb Dean? It's illegal. That's from Smoke TJ. Guys, you're not allowed to talk to the other fighter. You're not allowed. It's called excessive coaching. There is a rule for excessive coaching. You can't bang on the side and yell if you yell too much, if you yell too loud, if you talk too, like, you can. Guys, you'd have to do something crazy to get called on excessive coaching. There is a rule called excessive coaching. There is. It does exist. And I know exactly why it became that rule, because there was a one day when I get GSP on the podcast, we're going to talk about excessive coaching. His old former coach used to yell so much, he used to bang on the apron, he used to scream so much on top of his lungs at George that they created
Well, I'm trying to see if he'll respond in chat.
They created that rule.
I'm not necessarily interested
like
in him, like what he
ago.
said about me.
Ever since then, at the rule meetings, they'll tell us no excessive coaching, no banging, no yelling, no excessive yelling, no threatening, no, because he would like curse. You better get that. You better do this. You better. I'm like, he would curse violently, and they thought it was ridiculous. So they made a rule: you can coach, but you can't get too into it. You can't heckle the other side. You can't insult the other side. They don't, because the thing is, what they're really worried about is not the words, that the corners will start fighting each other. The corners can come around the octagon and start punching each other. It has happened, believe me. Not in UFC, but it does happen. I almost got into a fight once with another cornerman, big time. One of my fighters was in there. It was a regional show. He was beating up this guy, and the guy upkicked him. But when he upkicked him, it stunned the fighter I was working with. The fighter was stunned, and then the guy kept kicking him in the face illegally. And then as he was going down, he kicked him again. It was like 3 or 4 illegal upkicks because my partner was on his knees. And I looked at the other corner. I was like, I was like this, what the hell is that? And they were laughing. The other cornerman was laughing. The other corner was laughing. They were laughing. This is funny. So I got really pissed off. And this fight was actually on Fight Pass. So I get in the ring. I go check on my fighter. He was really hurt. I go to the other the fighter that he was fighting. I pushed him and I was like, I told him, you're a real piece of you know what. And I told him, the cornerman too. I said, you guys are laughing. I'm gonna see you outside. So I threatened him. I said, let's go meet outside right now. I'm gonna show you who's laughing. I was really pissed off because they just, kicked my fighter in the face 3 times illegally, at least 3 times, like a bicycle kick. It was bicycle kicking. And it was like kicking. And I was like, whoa, that's insane, man. Well, 1 illegal up kick accidentally, okay. But he was literally bicycle kicking the face. I was like, what is this? I was really furious. And the fact that the other corner was laughing, I went in there and I insulted them. I threatened them and I said, look, we're going to meet outside. The regie came in, they came in, they grabbed me, they threw me out of the building. That's how upset I was. I was like, oh no, I'm not going to let them go. No. You want to laugh about this? Let's go right now. And they took me out of the building. They escorted me out. They separated us. And then the other side apologized later. They apologized publicly, so I let it slide. I have no beef with them whatsoever, but I let it go. But they apologized for the behavior and what happened, and it was totally wrong and whatever. Since then, we let it slide. But at the time, believe me, I was furious, man. Like, because I've seen it before, corners fight. It's really something I want to avoid. So imagine you're heckling the other guy,
I'll get to the donos in a second. I just want to see if you'll respond in chat.
He jumped off the fence.
Chat.
Things happen like that, So that can start a big fight, and the fans might get involved. Like, they want to stop the chaos, right? 1F3. When doing Kenny Bassami from Reverse X? Okay, what about it? Vegan Gains is in the chats. Hello, Vegan Gains. Guys, Vegan Gains so desperate for clicks and views and this and that. He's going to come and heckle the guys in here. Vegan Gains, the big Vegan Gains is here for his little clicks. He needs clicks, guys. He needs them so bad. He's going to come in here and start insulting people because he wants to trigger us. Oh, we have to go to his site and talk to him. And he's got to get... What a egomaniac. Vegan Gains, get the hell out of here. Vegan Gains. Yeah, someone's triggered. Vegan Gains, you gotta get a slap from me. Why don't you just come on down? Come on down and get a slap. I have to kick out little Vegan Gains. He's gonna go be nice to a lamb now. He's gonna go hug a chicken. But when they bomb innocent children around the world, oh no, that's perfectly fine. Oh yeah, because the war started on October 7th. Nothing happened before then. No. The Nakba never happened. Deir Yassin massacres never happened. All these things never happened. Not that I excuse October 7th. Of course I don't. But however, there's a context to it all. It's a war. There's inhumanities. There's war crimes on both sides. And I always acknowledge both war crimes, and I condemn all war crimes. However, this imbecile here, he's going to go hug and sleep with a little lamb, but then he's going to see little children being bombed and starved. Oh, that's fine. Oh, that's necessary. It has to be done. Imbecile.
Pay for my travel expenses and I'll fight you.
Imbeciles.
He agreed to debate me. He backed out of the debate because his fee-fees were hurt, and he expects me to spend thousands of dollars on travel to come to his gym and fight him when there's no guarantee that would even happen.
Somebody who cites non-academic sources and tries to pass them off as true is an imbecile. Like, you didn't go to university, you didn't go to college, you didn't get a degree. Who the hell cites a source from the internet that's not academic? Oh, look at this source. This happened in history. Who said? Some guy on the internet? Some imbecile on the internet? Some troll site? Oh, look, I'm citing troll sites. What a clown, man. You have to be an imbecile. Like, honestly, what level of debauchery are we at? Like, honestly. Such clowns in the world. It's crazy.
Wondering if he banned me. Does anybody, do any of you guys in chat see my comment when you go on his page?
They're hiding behind their little keyboards and little fingers type away, and they get such a thrill from it. Wow, I got a thrill. Man, such clowns. Mighty Mouse made a vid ranking the best MMA gloves, and the number one are the original Pride gloves. He owns a pair. What do you consider the best MMA gloves? What are the best brand quality? That's from John. John, I totally agree.
He banned me?
Pride gloves were the best.
Wow, what
a
pussy!
So if you
fucking pussy. Okay, dude, I can't stand this fucking guy. If I win the lottery tomorrow, 80 million tonight, I'm gonna fucking come down to his gym and prove this guy is a cowardly bitch pussy, alright? This guy, like a year ago or something, agreed to fucking debate me. He said, oh, I can't right now, I'm just too busy, I run a gym and it's January, and, you know, for the next 3 months, so many people are gonna be coming in, I'm just gonna be too busy, but for sure, just message me a few months from now, we'll set it up. Guess what? He started making up excuses. First, he messaged me saying, oh, I don't really like some of the content you put out. I saw you holding a knife. And then I explained the context with the knife and everything. And then he came up with another excuse. He said, oh, I don't like what you said about Palestine and supporting Israel. And you also insulted the Prophet Muhammad, so I can't debate you. So apparently, if you hurt someone's feelings, or if you have differing political or religious beliefs, well, you can't debate them. They hurt your feelings. You can't have disagreements with anybody and debate them. So this guy is a bitch pussy. He's afraid of debating a competent debater because he knows he'll look like a fucking moron. And what does this fucking coward do next? He says, oh, I can't be afraid of debating you. I do MMA. I fight people. So I can't be afraid of debating. Come to my gym and fight me so I can prove that I'm an actual man and not a fucking bitch pussy. So yes, how brave of him to say, oh, come down to my gym, spend thousands of dollars on plane tickets, travel expenses, hotel room, and then come to my gym and fight me. How brave of him. And again, there is no guarantee if I show up to this guy's gym, he's going to fight me. Yeah, again, just like with the debate. Oh, I'll debate you. Yeah, I'm really interested in veganism. I'm just busy now. Just message me in a few months. A few months later, oh, excuse it. Oh, you hurt my fee-fees. My fee-fees are hurt. I can't debate you. Guess what? I can almost guarantee you if I show up to his gym, oh, well, I hurt my ankle when I was sparring the other day, rolled my ankle, and, you know, I'm kind of busy with clients right now, so maybe if you come back in a few weeks, we can set this up. I'm not afraid of fighting you. I've fought so many other people. I'm not afraid of fighting somebody who's 6'3", 240 pounds, twice as big and strong as me or anything like that. Just come back in a few weeks and I'll fight you. Right. So, again, if this fucker wants to fight me, then pay for my fucking travel expenses, and then I'll fight you. But, again, if I win the lottery tomorrow night, and money's no object for me, I'll come down to this guy's gym, I'll video record it so he can't fucking lie about it, and you can see the excuses this fucking pussy makes. Oh, I rolled my ankle, and I also hurt my elbow, and my tummy hurts, I got an infection, and I'm a little too busy with work right now, I can't, you know, take time off work. Cool story, dude. We'll fucking find out. Alright? So, if you really want to fight me, pay for my travel expenses. I'm not going to come down to your fucking gym with absolutely no promise that you're actually going to fight me, just like with the debate. So why the fuck would I bother? Idiotic. This guy is just a massive fucking coward. Holy shit.
Meilleur gym de la... It was Max Holloway for sure. Vegan Gains is going to be coming for you. That's some great. Well, that's really great. I can't wait. Let him come. Let him walk in my gym. I would love to see that. Can't wait for vegan gains to come for me. Make sure to bring carrot sticks. Pack a lunch.
You want to bet this guy doesn't normally fight people who are twice his size and twice as strong as him? There might be a big skill gap, but guess what? A fucking guy twice your size, fucking pouncing on you, fucking punching you in the face. You can have all the skill in the world, but that can go out the fucking window pretty fucking quick when I can just absolutely dominate you strength-wise, okay? I've rolled with people who are fucking purple belts and shit, and they've struggled with me because I was twice their size. So give me a fucking break. Yeah, as if this guy doesn't understand that there's a risk with fighting me. Again, this guy's too pussy to fucking debate me. Do you think he's really gonna be super interested in fighting me when I show up at his gym? Like, it just doesn't make sense. Oh, my fifis were hurt. You have differing beliefs than me. I can't debate you. I don't debate people that I disagree with. I'm scared. But oh yeah, he'll take on somebody twice his size. Sure. It's just fucking clown.
Andrew Tate versus Sneeko Code. It's a very important tool. It's a very
fucking clown mode, dude.
You lie when talking about Trump economy plan and inflation. The average yearly inflation in the US is 2 to 3%. Inflation is currently 9% and it's as high as 20% in some states. If you think Biden and Kamala have been good for the economy, you are a retard.
Wasn't it like 9% when, like, at the beginning of their fucking term, and they brought it back to like around 4%? So I don't even think that's accurate. Thanks for the donation there, Richard's Gay. Bootycom donated $2. I forgot your dono. 136.
לדוד ברוך אדוני צורי המלמד ידי לקרב אספרתי למלחמה חסתי ומצודתי מירס גבי ופלתי לי מגיני ובו חסיתי הרודד מתחתיו ברוך ברק ותפיצב של
It's a dope song. Thanks for the donation, Bootycum. Retard donated $2 prophetic. Let me see. From 4 or 5 months ago, yikes.
And the whole nursing home situation in Florida has been an area where they've been able to
Wait, I'm
cheat
curious,
elections all the
because you
time.
asked a question kind of, does anybody else up here think that, like, foreign operators on our social media are an issue relating to our, like, media environment?
I don't. I think it's more the CIA.
That's wild. Okay.
I mean, I think there are foreign powers that want to influence our election.
That want to, but they don't.
Well,
they don't operate at all online on this?
I'm sure.
Where's your evidence of that?
No, I'm sure.
Where's I mean, you can look at the Mueller indictments, and you can look at how they completely laid out how the Internet Research Agency was operating from. Oh, I'm sorry, we don't like evidence. I'm sorry. I'll wait for that to show up on a Tim Pool podcast, and then you'll believe it. Jesus Christ. My God, you motherfuckers will cite Russia Today and believe it over your own fucking intelligence agencies. It's so wild.
By the way,
you live.
Yeah, that did not age well for the fucking conservatives, did it? Thanks for the donation, retard. And yeah, it is prophetic. Tim Pool. Kid Voo donated $2. Let me see. Restricted photo. Can't see that. Thanks for the donation, though, Kid Boo. Hate Sneeders donated $2. Please react. Will you play Astrobot? Will you play Call of Duty Black Ops 6? Probably won't play Astrobot, but I will play Black Ops 6. Stop playing after Modern Warfare 2 because the movement is shit.
I was the top debater in California.
I remember I went back and played Modern Warfare. I remember I went back and played Modern Warfare 2 a little while ago, and it is way stiffer than I remember. The modern Call of Duties are much faster and they have much more fluid movement. So I don't know if that's... I don't know if you have a preference for slower movement because it's more realistic. I kind of do. I think the movement speed in Call of Duty has gotten a little too crazy. But there have been some good Call of Duties. Modern Warfare and the Modern Warfare 3 DLC has, well, it's technically Modern Warfare 2 DLC, but, the Modern Warfare 3. That was actually pretty fun. Let me see.
Top debater in California, and I'm going to tell you about the biggest mistake that you are making in arguments. The biggest mistake that you're making is you are not arguing the premise. You are reacting, which is very, very natural and very human, to the thing that has just been put in front of you and defending against that. When very good debaters, they don't do that. Arguments are made like this. They're chains with links here. These links are called warrants.
Yeah, I already know how to debate, but thanks for the donation, Hate Sneeders. Dodo donators, prices inflated 21% of what they were pre-pandemic, but year-to-year inflation is 2.5% right now, which is the lowest of any first world country. There was global inflation due to COVID. Love these based fact checks.
Onto the stage. All right, so Steve, let's start with Donald Trump's claim. It was like the Tonight Show. We needed the curtain, though. Donald Trump's claim about the rate of violent crime across the country.
Under the Biden-Harris, born America, much more the quarter and terror. Laundry machines has now increased by less than the overall sales tax. At the lower end, pay a higher 9%. Why do they? And I think they spend over $180 billion.
Where's the fucking
Donald
inflation?
Trump's claim? The rate
has gone from 300, but not immigrants. So happy to
Didn't he talk about inflation in this video?
And a material amount is the reality of tariffs. Trump says China's going to pay the tariffs, or whatever companies do when they're $75, about 20% on everything, 60% on what comes in from China.
Program which you lay out for our economy.
He didn't talk about inflation in that one. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Rudy Come donators, when the diet's over, you can have food like this or say fuck it and get high and eat shit and train to do cardio.
It's so easy finding vegan food in Israel. Tel Aviv is thought to be the vegan capital of the world. There are vegan meals and restaurants everywhere, including vegan sushi, vegan pizza, vegan ice cream, and you might even be joined by a friend when you dine on the patio. I had no problem finding vegan breakfast options. There are vegan fried eggs that look and taste just like the real deal. I tried the Redefined Burger, a 3D printed plant-based burger that tasted awesome. Be sure to try some local specialties, and if in doubt, you can find lentil soup and falafel everywhere. It's so easy finding vegan food in Israel.
All right, then. I'll have to make that a destination when I win the lottery. Thanks for the donation, Booty Cam. He's talking about you saying you're twice his size. Let me see.
Current world champion. I'm forgetting his name. Literally, you were properly conditioned at a young age, you can go much farther up. Stipe, his last fight was in Ngannou, wasn't it? Yeah, Ngannou. He got knocked out for a long time. And as great of a fighter he is, is one of the great heavyweight. I would have liked to see him fight Pinal, of course. That was in the gym. Oh, the guy's twice my size. I can't wrestle him. Oh, the guy's twice my size. I can't box with him. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? So what? Does he? Yeah, this is what an ignoramus he is. He thinks because he's bigger. Well, I've never wrestled before and I never boxed before and I don't know anything about fight. But I've deduced in my own little mind.
I've boxed and
Hey,
wrestled.
bro. What do you think about those Jews that came out of the ground and ran away while PPF filmed them in New York? Do you think they were sucking babies' dicks? Jewish.
I have no fucking idea what they're doing. I never looked into that. It was really freaking weird. But, Yeah, I have no fucking clue what they were doing. That was wild. Thanks for the donation, though, Nick. Yeah, so I have boxed, I have wrestled. Technically, it's jiu-jitsu, but whatever. It's fucking still wrestling. And I understand the importance of skill, dipshit. The reality is, though, you are at a disadvantage if you're fucking half the person's size. Like, why do you think women have such a problem fighting men? It's because men are bigger and fucking stronger. You can take a female fucking black belt in jiu-jitsu. If there's a man twice her size, she is likely going to get fucking rolled. Okay? So, again, this fucking... what a cope, okay? If I show up to this guy's gym, I know the fucking excuses I'm gonna get. It's either gonna be, oh, well, why would I fight you and give you the social media attention and shit like that when, like, you supported genocide and you insulted my prophet and, oh, I rolled my ankle and I'm too busy to deal with you. Like, this guy isn't offering me any fucking money to cover my travel expenses. Clearly not interested in fighting me. Like, this guy is not willing to give me any kind of fucking guarantee that he's actually going to fight me. So if you walked away from a debate, if you're too much of a fucking pussy bitch coward to fucking debate me, why in the hell would I assume there's any guarantee that if I show up to your gym, I'm going to be able to fight you? Where even is this fucking gym? Fucking TriStar Gymnastics. Where is that? Oh, is he in Canada? Or are there multiple gyms? Am I tripping? I swear he was in, like, fucking the United States. Oh my god, it's in Montreal. I can show up and do it. Holy fuck. Dude, once I'm done dieting and shit, it's on. It's on like fucking Donkey Kong. Unless there's like multiple fucking things. But dude, it's on. I thought he was in the United States. I don't know why I thought he was in the US. Is that him? Oh, fuck, dude. Yes! He's in Montreal. Oh my god. I didn't realize. It's on, dude. Sweet. It's on.
Drum roll. Check out who won the honorary award of being Anti-Semite of the Week from Stop Anti-Semitism Smile.
Let me take a look. Greta Thunberg. Oh boy. Yep. Well, that's not surprising. Swedish-born climate activist. Greta's joined the ranks of keffiyeh-clad protesters brazenly voicing her disdain for the Jewish state. What began as a fight to protect the planet has devolved into a campaign of hatred against Jews. In a now-deleted Instagram post from October 2023, mere weeks after the 10/7 massacre, Greta posted a photo along with other activists proclaiming their support for Gaza. Her caption called for an immediate ceasefire, justice and freedom for all Palestinians affected, and links to help support Gaza. There was no mention of the 1,200 lives lost in Israel, women, babies, innocent civilians taken into Hamas captivity for the brutal sexual assaults perpetrated by Hamas and citizens of Gaza. Additionally, Greta posted with a toy octopus, an anti-Jewish symbol of control that was used primarily by the Nazis during World War II. Greta attempted to defend the symbol, claiming it is a symbol used by people with autism to communicate their feelings? Sorry? It is hard to dismiss the use of an octopus in a photo supporting Gaza and protesting Israel. That is a little fucking weird. As a result, Israeli environmentalists penned a letter to Thunberg expressing their disappointment of her ill-informed decision to support terrorism Additionally, the Israeli Education Ministry said they would remove only mention of Greta from their school curriculum. Remove any mention. Yeah, okay. Sweet. That's good. In December 2023, Greta published an op-ed titled, "We Won't Stop Speaking Out About Gaza's Suffering. There is no climate justice without human rights, unfortunately." Her definition of human rights extends to everyone except the Jewish people. The piece came shortly after Greta was filmed chanting, "Crush Zionism." Yeah, that as if that isn't a dog whistle. In the piece, she cites death tolls from the Hamas-run health ministry, lambasts Israel for bombing hospitals, and they've never bombed hospitals. I don't think there's been a single reported instance of a hospital being bombed. There may have been schools, but those were absolutely being used by Hamas. And refugee camps, again, they're not bombing refugee camps, and perpetuates the false narrative that Israel is preventing food, water, and medicine into the occupied land of Gaza. Furthermore, she accuses Israel of bombing safe zones, yet doesn't mention that those same safe zones were Hamas occupied. She joined an angry mob protesting the participation of Israel's Eden Golan at the annual Eurovision contest. What a fucking piece of shit. Even fucking protested Eurovision. What a loser. Earlier this month, Greta was among 6 people arrested protesting at a Danish university's ties to Israel. Greta joined the group Students Against the Occupation in their demands of Copenhagen University to end all its partnerships with Israel, including a program in which Israeli students come to study in Denmark. Critics of Greta argued her protest was ironic, considering one of the collaborations between the Danish and Israeli students is focusing on solving climate change. Her activism stands performative, especially regarding the current situations unfolding in the Israel-Hamas war. Greta stood silent when Hamas set towns and automobiles on fire while slaughtering hundreds of innocent civilians. And yeah, she's just like, I didn't even realize she made that insane dog whistle, "Crush Zionism." What a fucking piece of shit. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben. Dodo donated $2. They were going to synagogue that was during COVID lockdown, and they made a tunnel to their synagogue, basically, so they can pray. Oh, that's what it is. Okay, that makes sense. All right, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Show up to his gym with an Israeli flag and a sign with some Islamophobic shit. Lol. Maybe a group of friends are posse behind your back just in case.
No. I'm showing up there on my own with an Israeli flag, and I'm going to say, come fucking fight me. And look, he might roll me, he might kick my fucking ass, but I don't care. I'm going to fucking show up there. Thanks for the donation, though, Green Knight. VL donated $3. Let me see.
I'm Zach Sage Fox, and welcome to Live Witness Juice. Here's the shit you won't see on Kimmel. Have you heard that the IDF is now using tickle torture as a weapon of war in Gaza?
Oh, yeah. Somebody already linked me this. This is a perfect demonstration of how anti-Semitism is just so rampant, and people literally make up lies about Jews and are extremely willing to accept those lies at face value just because they hate Jews. And this is a fucking college campus. It's insane. Thanks for the donation, though, VL. Dodo donated $2. You're not going all the way to Montreal to fight a random jackass. Let's be real. What were you originally even going to debate him? It was on veganism. Montreal is twice the distance that New York is. No, it's not. Montreal is way closer. I'm in Ottawa. TriStar Gym. I'm not gonna dox myself. I'll just see how far the travel is. So I'm assuming he's working. Okay, there's multiple TriStar gyms. They're all in Montreal. The furthest one is 2 hours 15 minutes. And goddamn. The closest one is an hour 46. So, dude, it's on like Donkey Kong.
At this point Greta Thunberg can just get kidnapped by Bigfoot and eaten at this point if such a creature like Bigfoot even exits, that is.
Yeah, I would not mind if she gets kidnapped and eaten by Bigfoot, honestly. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Dodo donated $2. If you had to pick one of these options for president and no other, who would you pick? Jill Stein, Code Pink Lady, or Greta? Fuck. I guess I'd have to go with Greta Thunberg because she's the only one who I'd imagine opposes Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The other two are Russian supporters, and they're also against Israel, so...
We have some breaking news in the case of Aisha Noor-Eghi, the woman who was killed in the West Bank. She's a U.S. citizen, and she was shot, murdered by an Israeli.
I'm not going to be able to go this weekend because the Veg Fest is on Saturday. So I'm going to that, but probably in a few weeks I'll head over.
Israeli sniper. We've been trying to get a member of Congress to have an open letter that other members could sign on to, calling for an independent, transparent investigation into her murder. And now we have her congressperson, Adam Smith from Washington, who has agreed to this. And this letter is now available for signatures for the next Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and we need everybody to get on board and get your congressperson to sign on to this letter.
Every congressperson should sign this letter. It's vital that we get some true independent investigation into who murdered Aisha Noor, because we know that we can't have the murderer investigate themselves.
It's so rare for IDF to work for an
Wait, am I... Oh, this is a different person. I was okay. I literally thought for a second they were talking about a fucking Hamas terrorist.
actually be held accountable in the lies that they're telling now.
Yeah, so what do you think the chances are a democratic nation that's beholden to the international community would just kill random civilians because there's political dissent? Not very likely. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Did you hear about Svaria? He was caught self-sucking. I think that is a great milestone to reach in life, and if I could self-suck, that would be when I would know I've made it in life. If I could suck on my own dick, I would be at the highest milestone.
I guess to each their own. Thanks for the donation though, Jewish. And she just learned to twerk, donated $2. How attractive sub-5 Egyptian immigrant able to get in relationship and marriage with kids with a beautiful Scandinavian Irish woman. They live in Canada. Skipped 4 minutes. He does real estate, not rich. 4. She is not attractive. So.
Okay, so let's say what we.
She's not attractive. Thanks for the donation though, dude. Gulag donated $2. says he'll call police if you show up at his... He might. Wouldn't surprise me. But, yeah. For the next... Yeah, so for the next few weeks, I'm just gonna do some extra cardio work, just so that I'm cardiovascularly prepared. And then I'm gonna show up at his gym. Likely, like, mid-October, I'll probably... I'm definitely going within the next few weeks. It's happening. Bend over, donate $2, critical race theory in action. Let me see.
A. Ryan presiding. Good morning. You may be seated. After more than 13 years on the bench, Oakland County Chief Probate Pro Tem Judge Kathleen Ryan is out of her courtroom. Chief Probate Judge Linda Hallmark removed Judge Ryan from her docket last week, announcing that a complaint about internal allegations of unprofessional conduct was sent to the Judicial Tenure Commission. Judge Ryan was arrested in 2021 for domestic violence, but those charges were later dismissed. And now she's back in the headlines.
Well, if you're black from any other country, you're doing way better. If you're an American black person, then you're a lazy piece of...
The 7 investigators have obtained the recordings that...
Yikes. You know, it really explains the disparity as well in sentencing for black versus white people. Black people do more time in prison for committing the same crime, even when you account for prior criminal history and socioeconomic status. So it wouldn't surprise me that a lot of white, older judges think this way.
County officials say prompted Judge Ryan's removal.
Oh, he's just I have no use for him. I can honestly say that. Okay, I'm not systemically racist. I'm a new racist.
Can you say before you go the day, time you'll be there at, and there's 0 chance you'll call the police, LMAO, he's had walk-ins before. Do you know which exact gym it is? Because there's like 4 gyms. Do you know which one he works at, or does he work at like multiple and he just goes from gym to gym?
I never was, but now I am because you're shoving the down my throat and making allegations that you don't know about. You're telling me who I am and you've never met me. You. You.
Hutton says the judge also used homophobic slurs about other elected officials.
You know.
The Honorable Kathleen A. Ryan presiding. Good morning. You may be seated. After more than 13 years on...
What a piece of shit. She should not be a judge, clearly. Retard, donate $2, react to this. React to a little of this.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Speaking of baiting, did you watch the debate? Yeah. Bro,
I forgot.
Let me tell you, before I say...
It's the one on Farrier Street. That one you Googled before. He's there every day, twice a day. Okay. I'll write that down just so I remember. What is it called? Farrier. Okay. I'm hoping I won't, it shouldn't be a problem. It'll be like October. Quebec has stupid fucking laws with driving with a motorcycle during like the fall or winter. I think it's, when do they do it? Motorcycle laws, Quebec. I don't think they let you go there, like, motorcycle there when it's, like, December or something. I remember seeing some stupid shit. Motorcycle legal months, Quebec. Quebec, unlike most cities in Canada, has a winter tire law that requires all registered vehicles, including motorcycles, to have winter tires. Okay, when does that start? I should be fine. Like October, you don't need winter tires.
Anything. I just want to say, whoever's helping her, whoever's coaching her, whoever's the puppet master running the strings,
yeah,
you did a fucking amazing job.
She did a great job.
They did an amazing job from the moment Biden drops out, forcing Biden to drop out. Right, whatever they're doing, whoever's writing those speeches, getting her to deliver them, coaching her, she's nailing it. She nailed that one speech. She's like, "Say it to my face."
Oh yeah,
and everybody's cheering.
Yeah, she nailed it, dude.
And then last night, to me, when I was like, "Oh my god, this is jujitsu," where she was like, "If you go to his rallies, his crowds are boring. They're tired.
They're
they all
leaving
leave
early.
her. My crowds are the best crowds.
Oh,
I have the number one crowd." He couldn't.
Wow. Joe isn't coping for Donald Trump. That's surprising. Forgot my namification, donate $2. Your wife won't let you go. Well, I can let myself go, so thanks for the donation, though, dude.
Help himself.
And she got him. She baited him on that. She walked him right into it.
100%. 100%. See, the difference in that debate was
Watch videos of God Logic. We'll do that tomorrow.
not a difference in like who's going to have better policies, who's going to be better for the country. The difference in the debate, in my opinion, was who was better prepared. She was way better prepared.
Yeah.
And even when it came to
Yeah, I'll email him and I'll tell him when I'm coming just to make sure he's going to actually be there.
answering tough questions, instead of answering, she would just say things that she believes.
Yeah, sure.
And they sounded real good.
Yeah, that's
the soundbite.
That's called being a savvy politician.
It's also called being someone who's working with a team versus someone who's like,
I don't need
they
fucking-
said Trump, that deal was the best deal. They've never seen a deal like this before. They said, how did you put that deal together?
People thought that was just brilliant. Yeah, I know. He was like,
that's the he's not working with a team that's like, I mean, I know he's doing like mock debates. I know he did one with, I think he did one with Tulsi Gabbard, but someone needs to like tell him, like, you've got these tiny little windows and you should have all the words ready for those windows.
He started
there should be
out-
no repeating things.
Yeah, he started out strong.
Yeah.
Because I out of the gate, everybody can't help but get in their own way of who they are, right? And for
Right.
him, it's like, okay, don't get fucking crazy. Like, I'm sure, like
Right,
the
right,
thing
right.
is like, don't say wild shit.
And she just learned to twerk. Donate $2. Is this girl attractive, unattractive, or average? Let me see. Say average. Is she more attractive than the Scandinavian Irish woman? Yes. Favorite animal? I don't know. Maybe squirrels. Thanks for the donation, dude. Please support Trump. I'm not going to do that. You can call the reception at TriStar to see when his class is. He's there every day. Element of surprise. Okay. Sure.
Don't say people are eating cats.
Eating cats and dogs.
Yeah, maybe I'll just surprise him. He's probably, you know what? That might be better. I think the element of surprise might be a little more funny.
And they're fucking coming in here eating all our pets, and you just watching. You're watching this thing. You're like, what? And this is fucking insane. And then for her, they're just basically like, don't laugh like a stripper. Like how you every time you come to a podium, you're like,
well, that's
fucking
her
calm
panic.
down.
It's a move that like comics will do when their material's not that good. They laugh.
They laugh
at
through it.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Yeah.
But then you remember, this is somebody, like, take away your politics or whatever you believe. This is a former prosecutor. It's a trainable person,
Yes.
right? If you're a prosecutor, you can get the information and regurgitate it.
She's not dumb by any
No.
stretch. See, people want to say she's dumb because she's not good off the cuff when pressure's on her. But you don't understand what that kind of pressure's like. Like the kind of pressure that lady has been under for the last, let's just think about the pressure she's been under for the last 4 years as being vice president. Everybody hates her.
Yeah.
A lot of gaffes, a lot of dumb things. So every time she's saying something in the back of her head, she's like, don't fuck this up.
Yeah.
They're going to come for you. They're going to use this against you. Don't say, did you just fall out of a coconut tree?
Yeah.
Don't say that one again.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, so there's that kind of pressure. So
a lot of pressure.
very hard off the cuff. But when you give her time and prepare her, like last night.
It's a good showing for her, for sure.
Very, very good showing. And unfortunately for him, like the thing that he does that it's just, look, he can do it better than anybody alive is just riff. He can go out there and have a crowd of people and just... And he's funny, man. He does things about, like, he did an Elon impression the other day. It was hilarious.
He's very funny.
He's killing.
He
kills like a comedian.
Who don't like the guy.
You should catch him while he's doing his Allahu Akbar prayer on the floor and kick his ass with all your might.
I don't know if I'll get so lucky, but thanks for the donation, Vegan Linguist.
Still will have to acknowledge that he's funny.
He's funny.
Yeah.
He's funny like a comic.
Yeah.
You know, it's just like we don't necessarily want that as the guy with his finger on the button. That's all it is.
Sure.
That's the thing that freaks people out. But the policies that he had when he was in, the thing is everyone's saying he's going to be a dictator. Well, he wasn't a dictator. He was the president. He actually was the president for 4 years. And the economy really did well. And he really did try to cut some of the bullshit down that's going on in this country.
Yeah.
And who knows what would have happened if he had 4 more years. Maybe we would have been economically better off, even if you don't like that one person to be like the figurehead of the country that you identify with because you live here. You don't want to identify with this guy that you think is blustery and, you know.
Well, the thing is, he's going to, you know, we have like 55 days or something. And the thing that's really going to happen now is I think he realizes
Are you going to take MMA classes before the fight? I'm not sure. I might not have the time. I might do it. I don't know how much it'll really help because I'm only going to have a few weeks, but maybe.
When she first was announced, I'm sure most people, myself included, were like, he's just going to destroy her. Like, this,
Right.
I didn't think she was even going to have a chance. But now you realize this is going to be, I believe, a much closer race.
It's close as fuck. She's probably ahead now. After what is the late? I saw the Fox News poll. It's hilarious. Fox News like 90% Trump won.
Yeah.
They're eating cats. I saw.
I know.
I saw on
they're
Facebook.
killing newborn babies.
By the way, I think they are eating cats.
Yeah.
I think some people are eating cats.
Sure.
I think you get a bunch of poor
What a fucking retard.
people that are from an island where they occasionally eat cats.
Yeah.
And
They do not eat cats in Haiti.
you throw them in a city where there's 50,000 people, you throw 20,000 people in there, and there's ducks at the pond. I'm
Yeah.
going to go get a duck if I'm hungry.
Well, my fucking son took one out of there, so I mean, he grabbed it by the neck.
What a fucking idiot. Gulag donated $2. Take this test for Sir ranks you against pop average for many dark traits. People who mess with me always regret it. Say probably in the middle. I expect special favors from others. Nope. If I had the opportunity, I would gladly pay a small sum of money to see a classmate whom I do not like fail a job or exam. I don't know. What's a small sum of money? I'll put that on... I don't usually put my own money or investments into just, you know, taking something without the owner's permission is okay as long as you're just borrowing it. Nope. People see me as especially worthy of admiration. How would I know that? Like, is this asking me whether or not, like, I mean, if I was a mega celebrity or a religious figure, that would be, like, true. Or are they asking me whether or not...
It's time you watched this video to at least see what he might try on you. Reverse engineering.
Hello everyone, welcome to the TriStar Gym channel. Today's episode is a very jiu-jitsu, a black belt in judo, and roughly, and he's a very powerful dude. So I'm gonna be here showing you guys a few pointers of what to do when you fight a taller guy. And the number one thing I want you guys to remember is when you fight a taller guy is a bigger, stronger guy, I should say, not just a taller guy, but try not to clinch. A bigger, stronger opponent, somebody outweighing you by 20, 30 pounds, you don't want to be clinching with them too much, in my opinion, because you will fatigue first. They're stronger than you. They'll put the squeeze on you, and their squeeze will be stronger than yours, and they have more chances to throw you or pull your head down and knee you in the face, etc. So I like to avoid the clinch at all costs. I like to do the opposite. I like to make them chase me around. Now, the more I make them chase me around, the more confident I get, the more I feel I can trap them. So you see me there running into my opponent. I did a right hand, left uppercut, and then a right hand over the top. I'll show you guys that again. And then I get out of there. I step out to the right, and I circle. I will not stay in the pocket. A lot of people tell me, when you fight a taller guy, stay in the pocket and hit the body. I disagree. I think this makes sense when you're fighting Muay Thai. Excuse me, I think this makes sense when you're fighting boxing, excuse me. But when you're doing MMA and Muay Thai and clinching is allowed, and here clinching is allowed, if I go in there and start hammering the body, he will grab my neck and he'll start kneeing away, he'll start clinching me, he'll start tying me up, he'll start wrestling me. So watch what I like to do here. Watch, I'm going to throw my right hand and I'm going to circle out, throw a 3-punch combo and just get out of there. And have that bigger, taller guy chase you. So the number one concept is don't clinch up with a bigger, strong guy. Don't tie up. He'll always have more inertia. You are hoping he moves forward. When he moves forward, I will circle around him. I will find an angle and I will attack him. I'm just hoping he comes charging forward. See that? I just keep throwing right hands, tempting him, challenging his jab. When I was sparring, I jabbed him immediately right after, and now I got to move.
All right. Well, I definitely would want to get in close and be able to grab him. I think that's where I'm going to have the most advantage, and just close, tight, like uppercuts and body shots. But yeah, thanks for the donation though, Farce. So I don't know what other people think of me. I have had crazy sycophantic fans who like fucking worship me. But other people just see me as a normal person. This fucking question's stupid. I'm just gonna assume it's asking what your personal perception is. Or fuck, I did the wrong thing. I only obey those laws that seem reasonable to me. Pretty much, yeah. I've enjoyed hurting someone physically, sexually, or emotionally. I love how they have to lump in sexually. How do I respond to that? I've never hurt somebody sexually. This fucking thing's stupid. I'm not going to bother going through it. Son Goku donated $2 skill issue. Let me see. Young people are not okay. Share of US 30-year-olds. Source: John Burns Research and Consulting, tabulation of US Census Bureau. Only about 63-ish% of US 30-year-olds live on their own? That's crazy. Live with a child, that's not too bad. Own a home, yeah, that pretty much makes sense. Thank you, boomers. Yeah, if that's true, that's pretty crazy. Thanks for the donation, though, Songoku. I don't think that's just a skill issue. And she just learned to twerk, donated $2. In Canada, are they more accepting, encouraging of mixed-race couples that involve one white partner and non-white, compared to America, even in liberal cities like New York or Seattle? I have no idea. There are some extremely racist places. If you go to like the Midwest, they're very racist. Probably more racist about that than places like New York. So I think it just depends. Best place you recommend to potentially meet partner besides online? I'm brown. Anywhere. So if you have any social sort of hobbies, like if you like going mountain biking, shooting range, gym, it's fairly good idea to meet people there because they're probably going to share similar interests. So just in social settings. Thanks for the donation though, dude.
So yeah, I would not not believe a
Yeah, dude. If I was starving, if I just came from another country and there's ducks laying around, I'd grab a duck.
Sure, I don't think it's that crazy.
That's not their fault. Like, how the fuck did they get here?
He was talking about his experience with veganism. No, I'm not going to bother.
How'd you get 20,000 shipped to one town? Like,
Yeah.
what is that?
No, it's
What's the real story behind that? Is that organized?
The immigration issue is a legit, real issue in this country. It's in our state predominantly too. You know,
It's a lot of it.
And no Amon of How Dare You is going to convice Bigfoot over Wise.
Yeah, Bigfoot don't give a shit. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Here, yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean...
A lot of it in California, a lot of it in Arizona, but it's a real issue. Yeah. And look, you and I are both the products of immigration. Immigration is fucking awesome. But hey, maybe when they do stuff that's bad, you should put them in jail. Like, hey, maybe. Hey, maybe you should use the same laws on them. Hey, maybe.
Yeah.
If, we should check to see if they're murderers before they come across the board.
Yeah.
Hey, maybe.
I know.
Hey, maybe.
It's this... They just turned... I mean, this current administration just was like, oh, yeah, we should. Just recently.
Do you think... recently, I think they're also flying people in, which is crazy. But recently, I think it's because they want people that are on the fence.
What is he fucking talking about? Yes, immigrants use planes. What is he talking about?
You know, the people that are on the fence, because this is not
all that plays to. It's all that matters.
But once they're in again, if they're in again, they'll probably do the same thing. Because what you're doing is you're essentially changing states that are swing states into blue. Because if you're going to give these people money and debit cards and food stamps and let them come in, and they're even talking about gender reassignment surgeries.
Yeah, I heard this. Yeah.
I don't know if that's true.
I don't know
Find out if that's
either.
true. Because that's part of the problem with this whole people are eating cats. It's like you don't fucking know what's true anymore.
That's a
and if
big
you just
thing.
read things on the internet or you hear things on the radio, who fucking knows what's true?
Which is why, like, because a lot of people were also, talking about the moderators interjecting a bunch, right?
Yes.
But, like, part of that, I mean, feels like you kind of need some of that interjecting because otherwise things are just said and you have zero idea.
100%.
I mean, the big one to me of like this is why you need to have somebody interject at times is when he said to her, like, you went and negotiated with Zelensky and Putin.
Right.
And then and then just moves on. Well, if you're a regular person at home, you work and you take care of your family, you don't know the ins and outs of diplomacy and what's happening internationally. You hear that, you just go, oh, I didn't know that.
Right.
So you kind of have to have somebody go, wait a minute, you didn't negotiate with Putin. She's never met him.
Right. Harris told ACLU in 2019 she supports cuts to ICE funding and providing gender transition surgery to detained migrants.
Yeah, and
that is crazy.
Yeah, and also
that's just September 9th.
She's gonna do what politicians do, which she's in the midst of this right now.
Yeah,
which is just going. Yeah, I've changed on that. She did it like 5 times last night alone. Like, didn't you say this? She's like, yeah, I changed. Now I'm this. Like,
that's a good thing.
Yeah,
if people can change. This idea of flip-flopping when you learn more information, no, stick to your guns.
No.
Stupid shit you first believed in.
You can evolve and
stay
change.
that forever.
Yeah.
That's dumb. Yeah, you definitely could evolve and you could be wrong. And that's part of being a good leader is recognizing you're wrong and correcting your course. That's all good. What is going on with the earrings?
The earrings?
Do you know about this, the earring controversy?
God. No.
Okay. So there are people that believe that what she was wearing last night was the type of earring that they use for it's an earpiece. Like you can talk through it.
No.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Why would she have to? I
so
saw
someone
too.
can talk to her.
I know,
so someone can coach her.
They have better earpieces than.
Well, no, Jamie. They want one that looks like a fucking earring, so you can just wear it. Duh. Like if you have one that looks like an earpiece,
there we go, Joe. Like the video started off well, but got a little retarded.
I'm not today. Don't worry about it. Huh? I'm not talking to him. Do you want some watermelon? Hey. You want watermelon? Hey. Shut up! Hey. Shut up! You got me on TV!
Oh my God. Y'all gonna have to call EMS out here. I'm not taking him to the hospital.
And she said,
A disorderly conduct, as you can tell. and simple battery on law enforcement for spitting on one of my officers' face.
Okay. Oh. Not that that's okay, but.
No, I mean, that's not okay.
Were you enlisted? Were you enlisted? Hey.
Deputy Ford, sir, is my name.
Officer Tank, I want you to show the same respect that you show me. Yeah. Okay. I'll show them the same respect that I'm showing you. Would you like to get married?
Well, I want to get married. I plan to get married soon, yes, sir.
Are you getting married or what? A white man doesn't have you.
White man.
He must be a
What's a white man?
I don't know if you know this, but you hurt my ear.
Are you not that okay?
You tell me. You're the nurse. You want to tell me?
Oh, Lord.
Copland's name. He's been long got out of jail. Copland's
I'm sorry?
He needs to be cleared.
That's what I need. My medicines are
Come
at.
back.
Hey, bud.
That they need to clear it.
CVS Pharmacy.
Who's they?
Emergency room.
CVS.
Which one? Goes to the hospital. And the one that's in Target? Just want you drop him at the hospital. Drop him at the hospital. Hank needs to get that foot taken care of because I just made a statement yesterday to an attorney that no, we do not have any gangrene in the jail.
Okay, well, let me go get my cell phone so I can let my supervisor know. Y'all let me back in, please. Just kidding. I'm not coming back in. Let me out. I'm not coming back. Bye. Hey, I just want to let you know that I'm going to be tied up on this for a little bit. The gentleman that we arrested out at Target that spit in Young's face, took him down to the jail. They're refusing him because he's got some kind of issue with his foot. So now I'm going to have to take him over to regional. Evidently, he's got a hole in his foot that apparently was there from the last time he was released from 600, but now he's got to get it cleared with regional before he can come back. Okay.
I don't know why everybody has to create problems. It just doesn't make sense.
The fitness industry just covered up a murder. This isn't clickbait, and I am being 100% serious. I'm not even twisting the story a little bit when I tell you guys what I'm about to. And it's quite different from some bodybuilder just had a random heart attack. This one is big, and certainly a lot darker. And you might be wondering, who am I talking about? Well, the victim I'm referring to in this video is none other than Leo and longevity. So I'm going to try to blow this case wide open, sit down with your 3cc syringes, do your shots, lubricate the areas in which you need to lubricate for whatever reason you need to lubricate them, and relax. I'm going to do this with the help of an autopsy, an OnlyFans, and some really, really weird golfing videos.
Yes, it is true that Leo Longevity has passed away.
He only dates ugly women. I look for the ugliest woman, he goes, wow, she's ugly. Like, no, she's not, bro.
You know, hear screaming and noises and stuff.
The last pictures that was on his phone saying that he tried to strangle her or hurt her in some way and she was crying.
I remember too, Leo, he didn't like those girls. Remember you were saying he didn't like the girls you had in your hair.
Yeah, he didn't like them because he thought they were ugly.
Leo will join them in hell.
This is probably going to be weird.
You have definitely seen Leo around. He has been on lots of infamous podcasts and talks a lot about biohacking using modern medicines and true pharmaceutical medications. His passion was no doubt trying to maximize being as longevity oriented as you can, and then slowly it drifted into more of performance enhancing, but not in the sense of muscular performance enhancing, more in the sense of actually just accruing a great cognitive ability. And because of all the connections he had, there was quite a few words said after his death. We had Greg Doucette come out, Vigorous Steve, Derek More Plates, More Dates, and even myself. I made a video a while back. A lot of people simply reduced this event down to a
I know you've trained playing Tekken with your little online buddy. But this is how you win. Skip to @0:27. Welcome. He'll take a vegan Punisher hoodie in XL. It's almost winter and I want to feel snuggy.
Alright, thanks, dude. Let me take a look. 27. Literally just poked him in the fucking eye? I don't know if you can do eye pokes in Tekken. Not sure.
We're very similar. And here's the irony of it all. Is the Palestinians today or the ancient Jews of yesterday? Much more.
Whoa.
Let's take a DNA test. Who here wants to take a DNA test? Well, let me tell you something. In Israel, it's illegal to do a DNA test. If you want to do a DNA test, you have to have a doctor's prescription. It has to be.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a lie. I think so. The UK has a similar law with verifying the father of a child or mother of a child. For some reason, you can't get a paternity test in the UK. It has to be done through a court system. I don't know if Israel has a similar law. Can you get DNA tests in Israel? You can get tested at a Ministry of Health approved lab, Family Relationship Test Laboratories. Is it true DNA testing is illegal in Israel? I recently saw a reel stating this, wanted confirmation. You need a court order to have your DNA tested in Israel. Why? Because it proves that Israeli Jewish people have no ethnic ties. That is bullshit. Hundreds of newborns, children of Jewish immigrants to Israel, mostly from Yemen as well, blah, 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 disappeared. Yeah, okay. Okay, this is just... I have to look this up. Is it illegal to get a DNA test in Israel? I think this is just for paternity testing. Here's a Twitter post. DNA testing is not banned in Israel, and that is just such a bonkers thing to assert. You can't buy an OTC genetic test without an RX or court order, but you can buy them online. 23andMe is restricted by lots of countries, but ships to Israel. Oh my god. DNA testing is not banned in Israel. So this is the genetic information law passed in 2000 amid privacy concerns, conditions domestic testing on a doctor's prescription or court order, and that testing be done by accredited labs, commercial ancestry. So yeah, I think this is... So I'm pretty sure this is because of things like paternity testing. There have been like really weird court battles where people have stolen people's DNA, got testing, and done weird shit with it. So let's say you have somebody that you don't like. You can maybe get a blood sample from them somehow, or a saliva sample. You take like a soda they were drinking. You go get it DNA tested. You can find out a bunch of genetic information about them that isn't necessarily flattering. They might have some sort of disease or condition, or you might be able to actually prove that they, I don't know, their father isn't who they thought they were, and you can use that to fuck with their lives. That's basically what it is. So the UK has a similar law. You're not allowed to do like paternity tests without a court order. The UK is exactly the same. He's just fucking lying, and he's spreading anti-Semitic propaganda. Again, the UK has the same fucking law.
Medically necessary. Why do you think that is, gentlemen?
Yeah, so this guy is a massive, massive anti-Semite. I didn't even realize how anti-Semitic he is. So the UK has the same law. He's lying, claiming Palestinian Arabs have the same ancestry as Jews. They don't. They're clearly ethnically distinct.
Why do you think that is? Now, a Palestinian will happily take a DNA test. He'll tell you his ancestors come from here. The Palestinians today are the Jews of yesterday. They just converted to Islam.
Nope, they are clearly ethnically distinct.
Christian Palestinians and Jews, Muslim Palestinians, they either converted to Christianity or Islam.
Well, so apparently the Jews aren't committing a genocide then because they would be killing their own people, right? Just ridiculous. These people are stupid. So, no, he's going a step further. He's claiming the Jews are fake. He's saying all the Jews living in Israel are fake Jews and they're satanic or something, and they're killing off the real Jews. Yeah, right. So yeah, that's what he's getting at. What a fucking anti-Semitic piece of shit. I hope I kick his ass. I wouldn't be embarrassed if he beats me because he does have a lot more martial arts experience, but I really hope I can kick his ass. But, you know, when I show up, he's probably not going to agree to fight me. He's probably just going to say, "Oh, well, we'll just do some jujitsu. It's safer." I'm not going to agree to that. I'm going to fight him. He said, let me find the email. Well, brother, I come from a world where we fight with no rules. Having a discussion is a fun, relaxing thing. I understand you make money being proactive, but that's not my thing. If you ever how did I not remember that? He said he's in Montreal. I totally fucking blanked on that. Feel free to come train with me. Oh, so he yeah, okay. If I show up to his gym, he's not going to fight me. I don't want to risk privacy concerns by giving his email. It says TriStar Gym. It looks like he's using his work email, but just in case. So basically he was refusing to debate me. I'll skip over some of the shit, and then I just explained, why are you, like, being a coward? I have discussion with people on all subject every week publicly. I just don't do trolling. When have I ever trolled? The killing of German civilians was pointless. No one in World War II ever targeted German civilians. Hitler lost the war, blah, blah, blah. Israel created Hamas. They didn't. The Arabs had no civilization before Islam. So now he's making a distinction between Arabs and Jews. Suddenly. Oh my god. The pagan world was atrociously violent. You can say I'm scared and all that, but really it's just because you are disrespectful, and I come from a tradition where respect for all is paramount. Yeah, that's why you spread anti-Semitic lies about Jews, about how they're not real Jews, they're fake Jews, and they're probably Satanists or something, and they ban DNA testing when they don't. Both in my sports career and online, never indulge with those insults. No, you're scared. I never disrespected you. You found a photo of me holding a knife with no context, and you first used that as an excuse to not debate, then you dug for more excuses. If you ever muster up the courage to debate someone who has differing beliefs, feel free to contact me. Lol, brother, I come from the world of fighting with no rules. Having a discussion is fun, relaxing thing, understand. If you're ever in Montreal, feel free to come train with me. I'm always at TriStar Gym. We will have a vegan luncheon workout. He has no intention of fighting me. I'm going to show up there, and he's going to say, well, I'm not going to actually fight you. So.
Vegan Gains always talks big but never show anything. Said he was gonna box but never did.
Well, COVID happened, and during COVID, I also got I also got COVID. That was fucking horrendous. That fucked up my life for a few months. And then I also got a really bad fucking knee injury around that time too. I'll update my passport. I don't know. I'll see if Kenny KO still has an interest in boxing. I'm not sure. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Because Furious Pete is an ass, donated $2. Name any 5 of the most attractive, beautiful women in your opinion in any order. Is it generally possible or extremely rare miracle for ugly brown guy to be intimate with beautiful women who is white? It's a numbers game. women tend to be more attracted to men that they personally know better. So even if you're less good looking, if they actually like you as a person and they're familiar with you, they're going to perceive you as being more physically attractive. So women's perception of beauty is a bit different than how men perceive beauty. And, who fucking cares, dude? If you're ugly and brown, who gives a fucking shit? Just talk to girls. Stop fucking thinking about it. When you start asking like stupid fucking retarded insecure questions like, are girls gonna like me if I'm brown and ugly? Like, yeah, they're not if you're an insecure fucking beta bitch. Just talk to fucking girls, dude. Like, yeah, do basic things to improve your appearance, brush your teeth, shower, exercise, eat well, you know, try to develop a good athletic physique, get a nice haircut, but like, I mean, stop being a fucking beta. Know any instances I can see from influencers or online? No, dude, just stop being a fucking cuck. 5 most attractive women. I have no fucking idea, dude. Like, lean beef patty is extremely attractive to me. It's just that she's a meat-eating fucking cunt, so I'd never want to date her because of that, but I find her very attractive. Like, she's pretty close to my ideal sense of beauty. The only problem is her nose isn't quite big enough. Like, if she had a big nose, oh man, she'd be smoking. Vladislava Glagan. I find her very attractive. Again, if she had a bigger nose, she'd be like pretty much 10 out of 10. And I also find Natasha Offey very attractive. I think I find Natasha Offey more attractive than either of them because she has the biggest nose. She has a pretty well-developed schnoz. So I find her more attractive than the other girls because she has a bigger nose. So. And Jasmine. I find Jasmine incredibly beautiful. If I had it my way, my face would be buried in her ass all fucking day. Thanks for the donation though, dude.
Mystery, nothing more, nothing less. That it was quote unquote their best friend who had some sort of manic episode in a bathroom and died, but was also...
He will actually fight you. You're going to be in front of all his students. Trust me, he's done it before. Okay, cool.
Too happy with life and consistently a good person. And one person commented that the devastated friend said his emotional state was very good. Actually, he was the happiest I've ever seen him before he passed away, which is one of the things that led me to believe that this was some kind of manic episode that went too far toward the happy, energetic side of the spectrum. It's not just me, but that sounds ridiculous for somebody who's concerned about his death and also the whole happy mania causing his death. Kind of weird. Now, before we get into this whole murder mystery thing, I think it's extremely important to provide some context to the situation, just so that you're a little bit more familiar with Leo's background. And everything we're about to say is alleged and not necessarily fact. Okay? Now, I'm not going to be blunt or soften the punches here, but Leo, while he did provide a lot of information to a lot of people online, he was quite a fucking terrible person. I mean, insane would be a general understatement. And just to be clear, I'm not making this video as some sort of rest in peace statement. Obviously, there's a lot to say about a suspected murder here, and you'll see why this is an extremely important topic to discuss a little bit later on. Anyways, this guy Leo posted a ton of content, gained a lot of virality pretty quickly, and his content was generally awesome. It was really well structured, talked a lot about the ins and outs of mechanism behind drugs and certain dietary strategies, a lot of cool stuff. And even now, I think his videos are pretty well thought out and still useful to this day. And credit where credit is due, he was extremely smart.
I'm 25, don't have any injuries. I want to build muscle faster and prevent injury. I was thinking BPC 157 or TB 500, are they effective when taken orally? Will you give me some recommendations on what's taken orally beside the common stuff like creatine or steroids?
I don't think you can take any peptides orally. So I don't think there's any oral form of BPC or TB500. BPC wouldn't make any sense because it has to be injected around the site of injury. So there's almost certainly not an oral form of BPC. You have to inject it. I don't think it's a smart idea to take those drugs to prevent injury. They do affect like hormonal signaling and IGF-1 and shit. If you're taking those things frequently for a long duration, they may increase your risk of cancer. So probably a bad idea. There's also not much human research on either of those peptides, so if you're taking them frequently over the long term, who the fuck knows what could happen? Thanks for the donation though, Dusty. Dodo donated $2, and no amount of how dare you will convince Bigfoot otherwise. Yes, you've said that before. But thanks for the donation, Dodo.
And intelligent. He had the ability to speak very fluidly without needing many cuts, unlike myself, and did an amazing job of presenting information in a digestible way. But behind the scenes, he was also doing some pretty terrible shit as well. See, quite a few years ago, he had been accused of being an abuser to pretty much his entire household. His ex-wife, their daughter, and even his pets too. And I say accused, but there is pretty hard documentation on all of this stuff. This is a document from a domestic violence prevention order his ex-wife addressed to the court with, and as we can see here, it was proposed he ended up with 0 custody of his daughter, which ended up actually becoming the true outcome of what happened. Now, Leo did make a comment regarding all the allegations before they were brought to court, claiming that Lucy, his wife, and him did not suffer any issues of domestic violence. And then went further on to add that one of the reasons they're struggling in their marriage is due to COVID's social distancing. What a load of bullshit. If anything, I think that would improve.
Dude, we saw the text message conversations from the court case. That guy is an abusive fuckwit. Any guy who would, like, send disgusting text messages like that to his wife or girlfriend, saying you're a fucking worthless, disgusting whore bitch for putting my milk at the back of the fridge, that's what that argument was about. I can guarantee you that that dude who would treat a woman that poorly is willing to beat her up.
Improve a relationship substantially. We can see here in this restraining order that his ex-wife tried to clarify that some form of violence was happening on a daily basis. He's threatened to murder his ex-wife here, and he'd also confirmed heavily abuse of both alcohol and other drugs, presumably outside of the biohacking context. Reading through these text messages is a lot like looking through the stems of narcissism. He repeatedly made the claim that he was the boss since 14 years old.
He's absolutely a narcissist, guaranteed. Son Goku donated $2, what a piece of shit. Let me see.
Hey, dude, he's breathing faster, man.
Oh my god. So whenever you see these videos online of people petting tigers, they drug the tigers before you go in to pet them. They give them some sort of like tranquilizer so that even if they do get aggressive, they're going to be so weak and like weighed down by the drugs, they won't be able to do anything. So that's why the tiger isn't turning around and biting this guy's head off. It's because these zoos, if you can even call them that, they're really just prisons for animals. They drug the fucking tigers or whatever animal you're going to see so you don't get fucking killed. So this guy is supporting fucking animal abuse. Low tier god's a fucking piece of shit.
Can I board?
Dude!
Whoa, big tough guy. You're barking at a tiger that's been injected with fucking tranquilizers and can barely move. How about you bark at me? I'll fucking slap you into oblivion.
Henry, you're up! Henry! Henry! Henry!
Okay, I've had enough of that. Fuck IShowSpeed. He's also an anti-Semite piece of shit. Fucking can't stand him. He's gone downhill like crazy. You know, before I had a little bit of respect for him. Like, I know his content is just gutter trash, but like, it's all an act. He's not really like that. He does this shit online because he knows it gets views and it made him money. And I mean, you know, for a young kid to make the kind of money he's making, manipulating people on social media, I thought he was actually kind of clever. But after seeing him, his anti-Semitic bullshit, and stuff like this, how he treats animals, fuck IShowSpeed. I hope that guy just gets off the internet and just fucking, you know, rots away.
some sort of claim to authority. And in these messages here, which I believe were between him and Tony Huge, he proclaims he's never been second in command to any man in any situation ever. He's a born leader. He also, despite the fact that he had a daughter, reading here, he was infuriated since she would never be able to carry his last name, which again, sounds like something of a narcissistic origin story. I mean, it's just a name and it's not the end of the world. Of course, it's a pretty serious issue as a father, but there's definitely other ways to approach it as opposed to just abusing the shit out of your family. But one of the most important takeaways from the documentation here is this huge chunk of text, which is actually quite comical. Basically, Lucy had explained that Leo became furious over the belief that she had hid the milk, and I'm not even bullshitting.
Yeah.
This is a true story. This is actually what happened, in the back of the refrigerator rather than the front of the refrigerator. And then he absolutely blew up on her over text messages about this, literally word for word saying, "You're a fucking idiot. You think I can't see it?"
Because Furious Pete is an astronaut teller, has ever seen Wheat Waffles skipped 5 minutes? Yeah, I've seen him.
When it comes to attraction, men don't care about your...
Came in at number 1. But the main points I want to make about this...
Wheat Waffles is a fucking loser. So, what's hilarious is Wheat Waffles has a black pill channel. Okay, I don't know why I thought I would get this guy's photo Googling Wheat Waffles, but this guy runs a black pill channel. He tries to convince men that if they're ugly, they're never going to be able to get a girlfriend. He has personally had, you know, bad relationships with girls. He's like, I think, dated 2 girls. One of them broke up with him after like a month or something. Another girl broke up with him after like a month or something. And then he said, oh, it's because I'm ugly and shit. He used to be anonymous online. He'd never show his photo. His images ended up getting leaked by some other red pill guy. And girls were literally commenting, wow, this guy's actually pretty good looking. Why is he saying he's ugly and that's the reason he can't get girls? And yeah, he's a pretty decent looking guy. The reason he can't get girls is because he's a fucking unlikable dickhead. He's a self-defeating, like, entitled, uptight, fucking weirdo loser. And that's why girls just break up with him after a few weeks. It's because you're unlikable. And yeah, I debated him. I debated Wheat Waffles. And a really weird twist to that story. After I debated Wheat Waffles, one of his fans made a video responding to that debate, admitting that he didn't do well in the debate. And that same guy ended up fucking committing a mass shooting. So another YouTuber who watched Wheat Waffles and watched my debate against him ended up fucking committing a mass shooting. And I think he killed like 4 fucking people, including his mom and like a 3-year-old child, before blowing his own brains out with a shotgun. Fucking crazy.
I told you 50 fucking times. It's not a goddamn joke. You were supposed to organize the fridge. What the fuck is wrong with you? And he continues. Now, whatever you do, I'm dead serious. You've got to remember this scenario. Because as strange as it sounds, it all ties into the murder suspicions later on that we're going to talk about. And this isn't fake, you guys. This is real court documentation with true...
Oh, whoops. Debunks everything you said. Is this true? Basically says girls only go for chads and they get attention.
1. Looks are the most...
Go outside. I'm not gonna watch this fucking useless video, dude. Go outside. You will find plenty of pretty girls dating dudes who are average or below average. Son Goku donate chillers. This is why you never let cats outside. They kill everything. Oh, poor fish. I feel really bad for that fish. And yeah, that's why you don't let cats outside. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku.
Who texts provided. At this point, it's very clear to say that this guy's a pretty big lunatic. As one commenter said here, and the same thing can be said about how I took this when it initially released.
Have you seen Loser Maxing? He's a black pill channel that is all about self-pity and excuses. No. Maybe we'll react to that guy like tomorrow because that actually sounds hilarious. That sounds absolutely fucking pathetic.
Least, nobody would have expected Leo to be like this behind closed doors, especially because he was typically pretty well composed on camera. The latter point being exactly how he was going to reestablish himself even after such allegations had came out. But that's not something he was able to do and accomplish on his own. You see, Leo resided in America, but after the domestic violence allegations unfolded, he had lost custody of his child. So he decided, conveniently, to move right next to me in Pattaya, Thailand to build his entire life and career with the support of Tony Huge. And like I said a moment ago, there were a lot of people, or should I say enough people, that cared about the information Leo put out, unfazed with what was going on off camera, which allowed him to maintain or even rebuild his platform. And to that, all I have to say is that whatever happened in his private life doesn't void any of his knowledge. I think what he had to say was still extremely valuable in my position.
Do you need to do any kind of prep, mental or otherwise, before you take shrooms to have an impactful trip? I have taken them once before and felt very high but didn't gain any useful/profound insight. Is your depression still gone after your trip?
Yeah, not depressed at all, feel great, and I just keep getting better. The strain of mushrooms matters a whole lot. There's actually a lot of different strains of psilocybin mushrooms, and they can have extremely different effects. There's a type of strain that doesn't really give you a big kind of psychedelic, introspective, like space warping kind of high. You can get mushroom strains that only give you like a visual high. So you'll see like colors. You might like see different patterns, but you won't get like that kind of weird psychedelic introspective high where it feels like you're traveling to another dimension. I don't know if I can really recommend types of drugs on YouTube because TOS. The type of shrooms that I like are penis envy. Those are the ones that I use to overcome my depression, and they gave me that kind of weird introspective effect where I was able to like solve my own personal problems. Not recommending anybody take shrooms. They are potentially dangerous, especially for younger individuals. They can induce psychosis and schizophrenia. So you do take a risk when taking them. And you should always do those sorts of drugs with a trip sitter because although it's a small risk, there is a risk of hurting yourself. So there have been a few high-profile cases where people have taken mushrooms and committed suicide. I've actually experienced that. I never attempted suicide on mushrooms, but I was actually strongly considering committing suicide while on a trip. So just to avoid problems like that, always good to have a trip sitter. If something really goes seriously wrong, they can like call an ambulance or something for you. So, look at the local laws in your country, consider the risks before you try anything like that. But, as far as preparation, I would say you probably want to have a relatively stable mood. I wouldn't do mushrooms when you're in a very strange mood, like if you're suicidal or if you're extremely angry and frustrated. I'd say it's probably best to be in a neutral state because mushrooms can like amplify some of the feelings you feel like tremendously, especially anxiety. Mushrooms can be extraordinarily anxiety-inducing, like you've never fucking felt in your life. So if you're very angry or anxious at that particular moment, you probably don't want to try mushrooms because they might amplify that to degrees like you've never fucking felt before. But hope that helps. Thanks for the donation, Kit Lawless. Mike donated $2. Let me see. LMAO, y'all watch the whole thing.
Me off like I'm a fruit fly.
I hate I hate it when people do the dubbing. It ruins the fucking video. Dude, that goat is fucking dog walking those people. Look at that goat just perfectly keeping distance, avoiding his attacks, rushing in when he sees an opening. Bro, that goat has the skills to be a fucking, like, MMA champion. That goat is fucking based. I'd feed him a banana. Thanks for the donation, Mike. What mushrooms would you recommend for my ADHD? I don't think mushrooms are going to help with that, dude.
On that still stands. Do I think he was the genuine person that he portrayed on camera and on YouTube? No, I don't. But it doesn't discredit who he was and the information that he provided. And to be honest, most celebrities and influencers have a massive dark...
I have social anxiety and general anxiety. Yeah, I had a lot of general anxiety. I've had a problem with that all my life. And again... The mushrooms will amplify your anxiety like crazy. It just feels like you're having a horrible, horrible panic attack. The last mushrooms I took were especially bad. I don't think most people could tell that I was having severe anxiety on stream because I just told myself I'm on mushrooms, even though I feel super anxious, it's going to go away eventually. So I didn't really show it, but when I was coming down from that trip, horrible anxiety, like the worst anxiety I've ever had on mushrooms. But it went away after, and it actually, after that mushroom trip, my general anxiety is completely fucking gone. I've never lived like this before. I have literally absolute zero general anxiety, and it's great.
Dark past. I mean, just look at the situation with Mr. Beast right now and all that's being uncovered about hiring pedophiles, sex offenders, and even the R words, right? Like he has these people on his team right now, allegedly, and we have Dr. Disrespect. I mean, there's way too many people with their pasts being sort of undug from society's deep interwoven webs of the internet and being shown publicly now is a problematic issue, but still they retain a great deal of following. I truly highly doubt, even with Mr. Beast's terrible situation right now.
I'd love to see you debate Hassanabi on Israel and destroying him. How would you approach that? Well, I'd try to get a specific proposition from Hassan, because it's easy to say, I don't really like what Israel's doing, and it's like, oh, well, what are they doing? Well, I don't really like their foreign policy decisions. I don't like how they're handling the Gaza. I want him to, actually choose a specific proposition, so I'd get him to, explain, why do you think Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza? So if he will commit to a specific proposition like that, Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza, I would ask him to provide adequate proof, and I would also try to mutually agree on a definition of genocide. So if we go by the international court's definition, one being intent to destroy a ethnicity, religious group, or something like that, either as a whole or in part, then I'd try to get him to provide evidence for any of these claims, which he won't really be able to do. He'll say something stupid like all the buildings are destroyed, and then I'd be able to show the mortality figures and everything, and then he'd probably just get mad, kick me, call me some disgusting genocidal Zionist. He's not mentally capable of having a debate on that topic. He's kind of like a whiny, screaming child, so that's probably how it would go.
Disgusting fucking situation right now, he's ever going to be deplatformed. He's YouTube's golden child. In this situation, generally, as long as you ignore the conflicts that are going on behind the scenes, you can keep on posting content and no one's really going to realize it. Ultimately, the thing is that there's too many damn people in this world. New people are always going to be watching and circulating your content, and not enough people are going to see the content exposing you for whatever might be going wrong. Obviously, we're comparing giants to ants over here, but the same logic sort of applies. Now, obviously, during the period, all of Leo's domestic issues were being brought to light. Some people were left extremely triggered, justifiably so, saying things like, this guy doesn't deserve the platform, he should rot in hell. But
LMK, what you think we can watch tomorrow too?
Is that there's too many damn people in this world. New people are always going to be watching and circulating your content, and not enough people are going to see the content exposing you for whatever
okay, we can watch this stream tomorrow. Thanks for the donation, Farce.
We also had guys like Johnny Bravo at the same time suggesting Leo will look back at this and hopefully change for the better.
The situation with Leo now, right? He's looking at this.
Do you think mushrooms help bipolar disorder? I don't think there's any research on using mushrooms to treat bipolar disorder. I know there is good research on mushrooms treating depression. I don't know if they've ever been used clinically to treat something like bipolar disorder.
It's all online. He sees all the comments. He sees everything, right? You don't think he realizes that he needs to make changes in his fucking life? So if anything good comes out of this situation, right, he's gonna...
If you had to pick one carnivore that is the least retarded, who would you pick? Probably Paul Saladino. Now, that might shock you, but here's my reasoning. Paul's manipulative. So, he knows exactly what he's doing. It's not that he's stupid. You know, like when he shows these studies on screen and, you know, it doesn't support his claims and crap like that. It's not that he's stupid, it's that he's being dishonest. That's usually the case anyway. And he's the least carnivore in the carnivore community. Most of Paul's calories come from fruit. So this guy calls himself a carnivore, but he's not really. So I don't know if Paul would even technically, you know, like be in the category of carnivore dieter, but like from that alone, he's probably the least stupid because he's getting most of his calories from plants.
Sorry, meant this lol.
Okay, so first of all, let's just get this out of the way. A lot of people...
Okay, sure. We can watch that one next. Like tomorrow, I mean. Thanks for that donation, though, Faris.
Gonna see how he was acting, right? And it's gonna make him a fucking better person. And if it doesn't, then he fucking failed in life. So from the outside, I'm seeing the situation. I'm realizing, you know what? I do bad shit. Everyone does bad shit, right? But the people who win in life in general are the ones who learn from their fucking mistakes and learn from doing shit that they weren't supposed to do or acting a certain way.
Unfortunately, though, that's not exactly how it had played out, or at least not with the time that he had left. So as we were talking about, Leo was really not on his back after these allegations, but Tony Huge played a huge part in getting him back on his feet. Russo went on to explain that Tony basically entirely funded Leo's re-entry into the YouTube scene. He gave him a bed, a place to stay, and so forth. And it makes sense what he said, which was that Tony having the blood on his hands didn't really make sense, but that doesn't necessarily leave him clean hands either, which we'll get to shortly. As a side note, I know that there's a fuck ton of foreshadowing, and I promise it's all gonna be worth it. Just sit tight, okay? I promise this shit's gonna get wild. On top of all of the
yeah, we'll watch God Logic videos tomorrow. Like, I react to multiple videos, dude.
Housing and food and all the other good stuff that Tony was providing Leo, he also had introduced him to many different women as well. And in Pattaya, Thailand, it's not too hard to come by. And I'm not going to dive too far into this, but Tony was obsessed with developing a harem of women, having multiple, essentially, wives to support him and he to support them, or so he claims. Essentially, what he really does is just pays prostitutes to stick around. If you want to know how I know, I'm not going to tell you, but that's what he does. It's not really the same thing as a harem. It's more just a prostitution house. But you know what? Either way, he seemed to like to share some of these women with Leo himself. And it was...
Dude, some of these Thai girls are fucking cute. Those are some nice tiggled bitties. Thank you for that, 9014. Excellent spam as always. Appreciate the donation.
A gift or maybe a gesture. And despite having an interesting way of life himself, Tony clearly hasn't had an issue avoiding violence with these women. And I guess he felt Leo would at least respect that and learn from his mistakes and definitely wouldn't commit the same terrible acts against total strangers. Clearly, Tony was wrong.
You know, when a dude just does this to like any woman, he's clearly a woman hater. He clearly thinks like women are below him and stupid. I'm glad he's dead. He's a real piece of shit.
I remember too, Leo, he didn't like those girls. Remember you were saying he didn't like the girls you had in your harem.
Yeah, he didn't like them because he thought they were ugly. He thought that they disrespected me. He thought that they weren't loyal, like they would turn on me in an instant. And that was, you know, loyalty is the most important thing. It was the most important thing to Leo. So yeah, he just, for all these reasons, thought that this harem was just a liability.
But what makes matters worse is that Tony, knowing Leo's past and his aggravation towards women, decided to completely ignore what was going on. This comment addresses a point perfectly. They also pointed out the fact that Tony afterwards had recorded a video of her showing that she had nothing wrong with her. He was just fine, essentially, to protect himself. Unfortunately, in Thailand, unless someone presses charges in a scenario like this, policemen seem to give zero shits about intervening. And even so, if Tony was morally in the wrong, he didn't give two shits if he was going to get booted to another country for it. Especially now that Tony has that recording, he could shout out it was all false allegations anyway. So the girl probably wouldn't have gotten much out of the police anyways. And to be honest, living in Thailand, I can tell you that the police take money for favors all of the time. The thing is, I don't think the consequences of that night ended here. In fact, I think that Leo's death has a lot to do with what had happened on that night. Reason being is that while Tony had a lot of words on Leo's death and continued to put him in high regard, referring to Leo as his best friend and all, I don't think that was entirely true. Unfortunately, it seems that the video I was looking for has been taken down, but luckily I found a comment referencing it here. To sum it up, basically Leo used to talk down towards Tony all the time, arguing that Leo's viewers were more sophisticated than Tony's, and has been shown repeatedly blowing up on Tony's women as well.
Tony and I differ in many things. Like, we have different tastes of women. I want this to be clear. Although she's very polite and nice, I'm not even talking about her age. I'm talking about just looks. So we have a different. Please don't judge me for his choices in women. I would never. Not that
close the door. Keep going.
Not that Not that I choose women based on looks. He only dates ugly women. And the reason I think is because he's even voiced this to me a couple of times. He says they treat me better. We go to clubs, bro. If you go to a go-go bar with him, you'll have the time of your life watching who he picks. I look for the ugliest woman. He goes, wow, she's hot. Like, no, she's not, bro. And you're lying to yourself. You know she's not hot, but you think she's going to treat you well because you have low self-esteem and don't think
So with that, I present you two key figures that played a massive role in Leo's death. Tony Huge and his new best friend, Connor Murphy.
By the way, all the girls that I saw at Tony Huge's apartment, they were pretty.
Also came to Thailand. The two can be seen together in Johnny Bravo's interview here, just a few months after Leo's death.
I was just gonna ask you, is he there in the Philippines with you now?
Yeah, he's right here.
Oh, actually, yeah, get him on camera.
Yeah, you can come over.
Hello. Connor, how are you, buddy?
Hello, viewers. How are you guys? Yeah.
Thanks, Connor, for coming on. How do you like the Philippines?
You know, John, I'm not in the best mood. I had probably the worst massage I've ever had in my life today.
Well, no happy ending?
Well, they avoided my dick like the bubonic plague.
That's not a good one.
Which might not seem sketchy to start with, but just watch the pieces fall together. Based on the events that happened between Leo and Tony's women, I 1000% believe this was a premeditated murder. Tony planned the entire thing and Connor executed it. So let's first start with
He thinks Connor Murphy murdered Leo. That's a interesting hypothesis.
Tony. Because of the moment of Leo's death, he didn't give a shit to mourn him. When he found Leo dead, it wasn't my best friend, it was just the body.
Yes, it is true that Leo Longevity has passed away.
You know, this could work out two different ways. If these people are regularly sharing a living space and you see like your DNA and fingerprints over the house, it may not be suspicious if you're the killer because you're living there. But that is also a liability. If they see your DNA or fingerprints in like certain spots, like, you know, especially on like a murder weapon or something, that could be, you know, quite damning. So I don't know. It seems implausible, at least before I've heard any arguments, that Connor Murphy would be the killer. He doesn't seem like the type either. Like, he is weird. He doesn't seem like the violent type though. Never seen him get like really fucking angry and frustrated and pissed off. Like, if I killed somebody, everybody would be like, well, yeah, obviously he'd fucking kill somebody. But like Connor, yeah, that would be surprising.
We think that he passed away around Friday at 11:30 a.m. or thereabouts. I didn't find the body until Monday. I didn't check on him because I thought he either took a sleeping pill and was just sleeping for 24 hours, and then I just got more suspicious as time went on. And then I thought he went on a vacation because he's done this before, like go on a weekend vacation.
Let's keep that in mind, that Tony's background in law and everything that he's supposed to do and be extremely careful with and not put himself at any risk is being employed with everything that he says. But how well has that really played out with almost every single commenter on videos calling him guilty? In his official response, Tony claimed it would have been impossible for someone else to have caused this. He suggests quite confidently that Leo didn't die from anything sudden or acute and that it was simply something Leo did to himself. We've already got on record from news outlets that he was found dead lying face down wearing a black t-shirt only with blood trickling from his mouth and nose and a bruise on his left eye, with his place being totally trashed. But thankfully, we can go into much deeper detail because we actually have an autopsy. And I'm just going to put some screenshots up on the screen and summarize everything we're looking at. So like we suspected, this wasn't drug-inflicted. No detection of amphetamines or opioids or ketamine, no gases, no poisons, nothing else. He does have trace amounts of alcohol, which is nowhere near enough to feel even tipsy. There wasn't detected THC, which surely isn't super healthy, but isn't going to make you enter a manic episode or kill you. Definitely nothing that is going to cause a absolute suicidal mania episode. What is interesting to see is that his skull was fractured and he had a ruptured blood vessel in his brain, which, mind you, isn't something easy to accomplish and certainly wouldn't happen from a single slip and fall. Otherwise, I guarantee you, we'd all be fucking dead. I think she's quite close. And this isn't just a speculation. We've confirmed, allegedly, that there was someone else's fingerprints in the scene as well. Now, sure, maybe I can agree it could have been someone else's prints, given the crime wasn't really maintained to any standards and there wasn't really any true sort of FBI kind of shit you see on TV going on here. It's Thailand. But we already have confirmation that he wasn't alone that night, and so it's almost certain that the prints were of someone who was involved.
So the police actually got fingerprints from the place and DNA sample. They got fingerprints on the bathroom and they got some other DNA. I've got the confirmation that they have found another DNA that was not like this, but as same for the fingerprints, no results, nothing came out of this, meaning they have not produced any report, they have not processed the evidence. We are 8 months from the time that they found his body and those evidence have not been processed and analyzed.
So looking at the autopsy as seen here, the official's cause of death is brain trauma with skull fracture due to blunt object impact. Again, you'd have to be a fucking newborn to fracture your skull just from falling over. That, and the fact that he also listed the bruises on his body too. So now we've got confirmation that Tony lied about how Leo died, and he also has been extremely inconsistent about his stories of what he was doing around the period of Leo's death. In this article, Tony claimed he hadn't heard from him.
You know, that is suspicious. Yeah, Tony Huge did lie about it, and he made the excuse that he's worried there's some criminal organization that might have been after him. So, it's more believable that Tony would maybe be involved in it.
for days before getting concerned and checking on him, which I'm assuming means he was with Connor at the same time as stated here. But then in the other instances, he claims that he was there and even asked one of his girls to get the room door key to go check on Leo.
It wasn't until I knocked on his door and then checked around back at the glass slider and I saw the room looked kind of torn up. So then I opened the slider door. His bedroom door was locked, but the slider door was open on the side, and walked in and then opened his bathroom door, and the bathroom door wouldn't open because his body was blocking the door.
So what actually happened that night? What was going on? Obviously, Tony is slipping up in his story somewhere. In the original news story, he claims that he was out of town, got worried due to no responses, and went to go check on Leo himself. But as his comment outlines, Tony was already there when the investigators were there, arrived, and the police were truly taking a look at the scene. He was in the photos of the first responders on social media. Lucy, Leo's wife, actually confirmed the fact that he had asked a female to call the media there so that they could be there before the police arrived. And then suggesting that Tony had paid the news outlets to lie about the scene and what had happened, arguing that either Tony had a direct line with the police or the news reporters at large just by paying them, which totally lines up with the fact that one of his women works at a bar and conveniently owned by the same guy who owns Pattaya News, the first company to report on the event.
The last pictures that was on
Whoa, that's weird.
this phone. You probably heard the story of the old girl mentioned by Tony that Leo saw on the 27th at night.
I'm in my room with my girl and he's in his room with his girl, and I can, hear screaming and noises and stuff. It's a little scary because I'm like, this is a little bit more than normal. I mean, there's definitely screams that come from his room, but this is like next level screaming. This is like, I don't think this is okay screaming. Yeah. So I was pretty nervous about it, but like I don't want to disturb Leo's privacy during certain times. Like certainly when he's with a girl, I don't want to like interrupt and I don't know what's going on. But later she comes out to my room to talk to my girl when she's done in his room, and she's crying and she's holding her neck like she can't breathe, and just kind of a mess. And I knew what happened, but I had my girl talk to her and then explain to me what happened, and I said, okay, we need to calm
You ever had bad bitches run up to you like, oh my god, are you vegan gains? Yeah, it's happened.
this down right now before someone calls the police. So I said, please make sure your friend's comfortable. I'll pay whatever it takes. Just make her calm. Yeah, after about 5 minutes of my girl calming her down, she was fine. Then she was like happy and laughing and funny. So I made some videos of her being happy. So if she went to the police later, I could show like, okay, when she left the house, it was okay. Yeah. So it can't be that bad.
Interestingly, the same girl that was seen by Leo, and keep in mind that she was the friend of the girl Tony was seeing. She worked for one of those Thai bar, and the individual owning that bar is the same individual that owns Pattaya News, which was the first article that I found regarding Leo's passing. Coming back to that article, you can see from the photos from the scenes, they were all over the place, and you can also see Tony in the same scene. It's still not normal that he was allowed on the scene with them, but that's not the only thing. After reviewing the pictures published on news articles, I can see from Leo's pictures on his phone to the pictures there that some things are missing, and I do believe his room was tempered prior to the police arrival.
We've even got screenshots from Tony's own Instagram story stating he was there as he was dying and heard noises. Again, is adamant from day zero, it's just not possible that there was any other individuals involved.
The police have done a lot of forensics work and a lot of photos and a lot of interviews, and hopefully they'll find more information, but it's a really confusing situation. Just without giving a lot of the graphic details, it's just not really possible anyone else was involved.
So that's the story he's going with. He was there. He was already there before the reporters, before the police, before the news. Otherwise, it was just inherently a lie. We also know that Connor arrived to Thailand about the time of Leo's death. We also know that the two were together at the time Leo had died. And it seems like Tony was trying to do everything he could to keep Connor away from being connected to Leo's death. But I think it's actually true, allegedly, maybe, that both of them were in the house when Leo had died. Tony had enough of the physical abuse his women were withstanding from Leo. And I don't doubt at this point he was well aware that Leo wasn't going to change for the better. And now we all know Connor is beyond psycho, so he was the one to get his hands dirty. As one comment suggests here, things are always handled in bathrooms because there won't be any witnesses, and you're also able to corner them and deal brutal damage in a matter of moments. But there's also another crucial reason that this happened in the bathroom. I found a series of texts between Tony and Leo where Leo was asking about a plumber because there was a problem with the bathroom.
I found a series of text messages between Tony and Leo. And Leo mentioned to Tony that there is a mold issue or some kind of issue with the bathroom and asked Tony to send a plumber to fix it. I knew Leo very well. He would have never touched a tool from a mile away unless it was something big, and he was very scared of mold. That could have been maybe he tried to do something with the toilets, but he would have not done anything further than that.
To piece things together, we really need to consider that Tony, a lawyer, obviously used these texts, gave them to Connor, and said, look, there's something with the bathroom. This also is why Tony claims that he heard some noises coming from the bathroom. Also why they must have destroyed it during the process as well, including the toilet. It also makes zero sense that there was blood found in the bedroom, and if there was all of this damage inflicted in the bathroom, how was there blood in the bedroom? If by some wild chance this was self-inflicted, did Leo just suddenly try to kill himself outside of the bathroom and ended up in the bathroom and then had a manic attack in the bathroom? Or somebody who murdered Leo tried to clean it up, dragged his body into the bathroom after knocking him unconscious and continued to do the job? And I also think the witness part of this is very interesting too, because it means the only people who know what happened to Leo were the people who were there when this had obviously happened in the first place. And that makes, for me, Connor a prime suspect. If we go look at Connor's Instagram, he has a highlight where he posts about a YouTube channel and claiming that it's not him and someone had hacked him and that's how those posts got made. I would argue that this content is actually his, but whether or not it is actually Connor's content, I think it's really important and we should take a look.
Maybe Leo will forgive you when you join him in hell.
Notice how he says maybe Leo will forgive you when you join him in hell, suspiciously in a bathroom. Okay, so very odd instance into which Connor is basically admitting to some form of crime or murder, or at least insinuating that somebody he was aware of committed some form of murder.
That is really weird. Yeah. Did Connor say he stabbed himself? Because last I checked, he wasn't talking about that.
Is there more instances where he's doing the same thing? Well, we've got another screenshot of Connor threatening to murder somebody in Tony's bathroom again, and that's strike number 2. We've also got a literal confession from Connor in his mocking of Leo's abused wife. That's 3.
Why is the milk in the back of the fridge? It's supposed to be in the front. You think I can't see it? I told you 50 times. It's not a goddamn joke.
In the same comment thread, we have multiple people saying literally Connor is admitting that he murdered.
You know, a lot of criminals do stuff like this to try to purge their mind of guilt. So, I don't know.
Or someone or knows someone involved with murdering Leo. And then Connor responded to the guy who's confused. It basically confirms that the OnlyFans videos that got leaked supported everything the guy said in the comments. So that's number 4. We've got Connor recreating a murder scene, which he, again, only would know about himself with the girl that Leo had abused too. And to top it all off, Connor makes sure to create skits of him going to jail all over the place as well. Now, I think a lot of people might question why this girl has such devotion for Connor, even though he, in the previous video and a news article, beat her with a golf club and her little sister and got blood all over their house. Either they're really scared of what he can do, or somewhat grateful for what he's done, maybe a little.
You know, this happened after his weird psychedelic trips, right? He was on, like, ayahuasca every day or something, or taking DMT every day for weeks on end. Maybe that did something to his mind where he's more prone to violence, because I do know there's a link between marijuana and violence. And the link seems to be causal, not like reverse causation or anything. And other psychedelic drugs, if taken in heavy doses regularly, they might induce, like, you know, violent tendencies in some people.
Little bit of both, but they definitely wouldn't be so fearful to press charges on him if they didn't think there'd be a risk of more violence because of it. So when Connor said that was all for content, meaning like he made this shit as a mockery, that's how we know that this was totally also bullshit. And at some point in the case where Connor was literally playing Blue's Clues with Leo's death over fucking OnlyFans, it seems like he thinks he's beyond ever getting caught or just entering a really deep case of psychosis. Every piece of content he produces, down to the fucking golfing videos, is all a mockery of Leo's murder. And you would be surprised that golf actually has a lot more to do with Leo's murder than you would think. Now, we've got a YouTube channel where Connor created a video scene where essentially this assassin attacks him with a golf club. It makes you think that there might have been a golf
Oh, yeah, because his head did get smashed in.
Club involved when he killed Leo, or somebody killed Leo. And it would make even more sense because in the autopsy that we just reported on, he had died via blunt force, trauma, and a fractured skull. Well, the club in this skit could very well be the one that was used to kill Leo.
If we come here and take a look at these crime scene photos, I'm showing you here that this is the 5-iron. This is another 5-iron. This is that mid-range. There's the mid-range. There's the mid-range here. Oh, and just so you guys know, for this angle here, Connor Murphy was actually standing on the sink. And then these missed strikes right here were basically Connor Murphy standing on the sink and coming down with that much force.
But there's one thing that could have been a big giveaway that I didn't even realize. When I was making my most recent video on Connor, we included some CCTV footage, and that footage was actually edited. I didn't plan for it to be in the video. I didn't even have it. It was my editor which threw it in for me, which kudos to you, man. You're awesome. So it took me a minute to figure it out, but that footage has to have come from John Bravo's YouTube channel because it is literally nowhere else on the internet whatsoever. So if we go back and listen to the audio, we can hear some chops and cuts.
Second coming! Let's go! Second coming! Happy birthday! Happy birthday! Happy birthday!
But
I sent you this video a few weeks back depicting what you just said. A man trying to purge his mind of guilt. This is the physical embodiment. BTW, it's a David Lynch movie if you're interested, called Lost Highway.
Yeah, you told me about that. I don't know if I've ever watched any David Lynch movies. You sent me the clip. It looked kind of interesting. I'll check it out. Thanks for the donation, Fars.
Then Bravo says something that really confuses me. It's raw, unedited footage, except I had to censor some of it.
Now, the footage that I have is unedited. It's the raw footage that the cameramen filmed in Thailand. And I have to censor some of it, and I can't show it to you all on here because I can't put that on YouTube.
My point is, what he censored could have either pointed towards Leo's death or something else that I'm going to touch on the end of the video. But back to what's happening, obviously he's contradicting himself quite a bit. I would think it'd be really weird to clarify that it was unedited, but also that you edited it in the same sentence. Kind of weird. I think he's actually maybe lying about his source, and he had this footage before the Pattaya News even had footage like this. Despite him genuinely covering this as a journalist, I think he's covering the story to cover up Tony as much as he can. I mean, we have evidence that he took down a ton of videos on the topic specifically because allegedly Tony tried to take down his channel due to those videos being up about Leo. And that claim lines up pretty accurately when you notice Bravo's pinned comment has been deleted and now explicitly rules out Tony's involvement entirely, which from a logical standpoint makes no sense to rule out someone who was there at the time of the murder. And let's not forget, him and Tony are friends too. So either his judgment is clouded by this friendship or he is on this whole thing too, which he's not a stupid guy. So clearly you know which one it probably is. And
yeah, sorry, this link you don't need to watch it again, but if you're interested, def a good watch.
Yeah, I remember this scene. It's definitely interesting. Yeah, I'll check it out. Thanks for the donation, dude.
a lot of people have been commenting this in his comment section as well on his channel, talking about despite the really contradicting and strange things that Tony had said on a long 1-hour interview, he simply ignored any of it, didn't call it out, just simply let it wash by. And as a journalist who has researched this detailed information, you could very clearly say that what Tony was saying didn't align well with what's actually been reported to happen. So now we have the most publicized reporter on the situation distorting the narrative. And then you have Connor and Tony who are basically walking away worry-free, and the story continues to progress further. Connor is simply planning to frame his girl for the entire thing, which is exactly why he busted up their house a couple of months ago. In fact, I was across the street in Pattaya when this had happened, only to claim that she was the one that inflicted the damage on him, which is why he claims that he ended up with this brutal scar. And I think, like this Redditor comment here, that these two need to be taken to the FBI. And so it's good to see that despite everything Leo did, Lucy is still trying to keep his channel alive, as well as investigating this further with actual private investigators. And we do have confirmation from her that the FBI is actively looking into the case. So really all we can do now is wait for another update, unfortunately. Hopefully they can bring this case to a close and we can find out what actually happened to Leo. And I said it on my last video of him, but I hope to live to see the day where Connor puts himself behind bars. And after writing this video and looking at all of the details that we have on paper, I'm very sure when I say this, Connor is not well, Tony is not well, and this stuff is all alleged. So take my word for it. I'm just allegedly saying things.
To be fair, I can understand why they'd want to kill Leo in longevity. That guy's an asshole. So, I don't know. Maybe he did something annoying enough where both of them were interested in killing him. They are also on steroids too, so that might affect their judgment, but... Let's see. Apparently Dave Bautista's movie sucks.
I'm getting super trim. This is probably...
On movies, Guardians of the Galaxy is the one that comes to my mind. The greatest he has ever brawler, essentially. Pocket for working years. And you're...
never mind. Alright, well that's interesting.
You must not be...
Graphics in this game look fucking amazing.
To create visually.
I'm pretty hyped for it. Alright, well, it is late. We'll react to, like, God Logic and this loser maxing dipshit tomorrow. Just so I don't forget, I'll just leave this tab open. But big thanks to everybody who donated in Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. Hope you all had fun. Sweet dreams. I'll see you all tomorrow around the same time. Nighty-night.